What's up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with Chip Ritchie. How you doing, Chip?
I'm doing good, Andrew. Excited to be here and excited to see what we're going to see from these players for the Gym Leader Challenge format tournament we have today here at Full Grip Games.
Yeah, it is a really exciting day here at Full Grip Games because we are going to get to see some very unique decks and strategies on the tournament table. We have got Kevin Baxter versus Blake Bostwick. Round one. Kevin Baxter, I know, is playing a very spicy fire deck featuring the new Heatmore from Fusion Strike. And this Heatmore can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's attack for 3 energy. Does 90 damage. Not too bad damage output. But if you have 3 additional energy attached, you deal 180 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Absolutely incredible. 180 HP is more than just about anything else in the format has.
Yes, so you could basically knock out anything on your opponent's bench. A really powerful attacker. And this is one of the things that's so exciting about Gym Leader Challenge format is that you're going to get to see some of these never played cards, like cards that are just never going to see the light of day in standard format. They really get to shine and make some spectacular plays that you can't see anywhere else.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun. That's why I love GLC. Andrew, before we get started, why don't you just kind of explain the rules of GLC for anyone out there who might not be totally aware of what exactly is Pokemon's Gym Leader Challenge format?
Gym Leader Challenge format is a single prize Pokemon TCG format. So if you aren't a huge fan of Pokemon VMAX or Pokemon V, or even just want to play a little bit of a slower paced game, no 2 prizers are allowed in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's a single prize format, no rule box Pokemon, Pokemon GX, V, VMAX, or anything like that. It's also a monotype format. So you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck. So you have to pick your favorite type, either fire, water, lightning, dark. And then the most exciting rule is that it's a singleton format. So you can only play one of each card in your deck except for basic energy, including cards like special energy, trainers, supporters, and of course Pokemon. And you can play any card from black and white through the modern era. If you're interested in more of the rules, you can check out gymleaderchallenge.com, but that's really about it.
Yeah, it's really pretty straightforward as far as what the rules are. But that's where kind of the straightforwardness stops. There's so much depth to this format. So many cards that really have never been played before you end up playing in this format because it's a singleton format. You're limited options. You can't play 4 Professor's Research in your deck. You can't play 4 Marnie or 4 N, whatever it may be. You're forced to play, you know, quote-unquote bad supporters. Supporter cards that people never would have played before. Things like Ball Guy and Sonya are staple cards in this format, and that's really a lot of fun.
It is, and, you know, the only deck that can play Inteleon is Water.
Right.
And it can only play a 1/1/1 line,
Yep.
So you're not going to have to sit there and wait while your opponent uses Shady Dealings 5 times a turn. But I think these players are getting ready, so let's head down to the tournament table and see what these guys have in order for on the table for us in round 1. Let's get some hype going in the chat. Let's go.
And it looks like these players are just waiting for the round 1 announcement to start. Maybe some announcements still to come. We have Blake on the left, who's playing a very interesting dark deck. Now, you and I tested the dark archetype a little bit earlier this week, but Blake's list is very different from what I've seen from a lot of the dark type lists online. Playing a very focused version on Poison, which is a pretty powerful status condition, especially in a format where the switching cards your opponent may have are a little limited.
Right. I mean, you can only play 1 switch and 1 escape rope. Most lists aren't playing either.
Right.
A lot of lists in Gym Leader Challenge format are just going to opt to play 1 copy of Floatstone, maybe 1 air balloon, because Floatstone is just the best pivot card printed since Black and White. Frankly, it is insane. It just gives the Pokemon it's attached to free retreat. And a lot of decks will get by with just 1 copy of Floatstone, maybe 1 copy of Escape Rope. So more often than not, when a Pokemon gets poisoned in Gym Leader Challenge format, it's probably going to stay poisoned.
Yes, and also the main guy who will be doing the poisoning is that Galarian Weezing from Rebel Clash. Incredibly strong with its ability to shut down your opponent's abilities thanks to that neutralizing gas. And then severe poison makes the damage from poison increased. So, 1 damage counter between turns, it's okay. It adds up, but it's not the best. But when it's 4 damage counters between turns, and then when that can even stack with something like Toxicroak from the Sword and Shield base set, which more poison ability means that poison Pokemon take 2 more damage counters. Now we're looking at 6 damage counters in between turns. It really starts to ramp up.
Yeah, and you can pull off some really cool plays where maybe Pokemon get knocked out coming back into your turn, and that can allow you to take multiple knockouts back to back to back. And then, of course, Galarian Weezing's neutralizing gas ability completely turning off all the opponent's abilities is really, really tough to play around in Gym Leader Challenge format, since a lot of these decks are going to be relying on abilities like Salazzle's what is it the Salazzle's ability that lets you draw 3 cards.
Right. Discard a fire energy from your hand to draw 3 cards, flare draw or something like that, something along those lines.
Roast Reveal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, same as good old Ninetales from the Heart Gold Soul Silver series. Such a strong ability, and that's really kind of the backbone of Kevin's deck, is using Salazzle to draw cards, using Magcargo's Smooth Over ability to put a card from the deck on top of the deck, so you see how that combo would be good. Put a card on top with Magcargo, Salazzle, Roast Reveal, draw into that card. But if Blake can get Galarian Weezing up and running quickly, that's going to shut down that strategy from Kevin completely.
And this is something that I love about Gym Leader Challenge format, is that Kevin has taken it upon himself to try and perfect the fire deck. He's been working on the fire deck since Gym Leader Challenge started earlier this year, and that's just his goal, right? I mean, he's having fun.
He wants
with the
to
format.
be the fire gym leader.
He does. He wants to be the Blaine of Gym Leader Challenge format, or whoever his favorite fire gym leader, maybe Flannery or something.
Sure.
But Kevin is really set on trying to perfect this fire type deck. And what's cool about this is that Kevin's, one of the top players in our area, has been playing for a long time. I think there was a series of years where he was top 16 North America for like 2 or 3 seasons straight. Regional finalist, obviously an incredible player. And he's been working on this fire deck for months. And it's always changing, always have new cards coming in and out of the list. It's like we've been working on this for months, and it's still up in the air as to whether or not he's at the right place for it. He's just, this is how we're going to play it today, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
And then we'll keep tweaking it, keep working on it. And with the new cards always being released, like the new Heatmore from Fusion Strike, there's always new strategies to try in Gym Leader Challenge format.
And it looks like these players are underway. The opening flip has been called, and Kevin pats the chest, signifying that he will indeed be going first in this game. Now, different from normal tournaments, Gym Leader Challenge games do take a little bit longer. There's 6 actual knockouts that have to occur, as opposed to VMAXs, you only need to knock out 2 Pokemon. So because of that, instead of the normal 30-minute rounds, we do have 40-minute rounds in the tournament today. And that makes for some really interesting interactions. Games will be a lot grindier, which is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, I'd argue that it's a good thing.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite part about playing this format, is that the games are methodical. They're paced. They have a lot of back and forth action. There's some real comeback potential.
Oh, yeah.
Being able to route out which attackers you're going to use for the remainder of a game, resources your opponent has access to, so many different win conditions to keep in mind when you are playing Gym Leader Challenge format, and Pokemon that allow you to take maybe multiple knockouts at a time, like this Heatmore with its exciting flame attack, are incredibly strong in Gym Leader Challenge because they can allow you to neutralize multiple threats at the same time.
Very strong. Anything that lets you take extra prizes is pretty good. And I'm looking through Blake's list here, Andrew, and one of the best Pokemon that we've always talked about in Gym Leader Challenge, anything that has the ability to take multiple prizes for one attack. One of those examples is Guzzlord, and Blake is actually not playing the Guzzlord in his deck today.
Well, it's the Poison Boys list,
Right.
and Guzzlord is not a Poison Boy. Listen, we got to
Correct.
stay on theme, Chip. You got to stay on theme. This is a Poison gym leader we've got. Yes, Koga is not going to have a Guzzlord on this team. You got to appreciate some good
We'll just ignore the
synergy.
Galarian Obstagoon in the list then,
Listen,
right?
we'll ignore the Galarian Obstagoon. Yeah, you gotta appreciate some cool synergy. Now there is Garbodor in here. That's cool. It's got the ability to just inflict poison on the defending Pokemon if a Stadium card is in play. A whole bunch of different cards that synergize with poison.
Another
in
interesting
Blake's
one,
deck.
this Scolipede from Chilling Rain, a stage 2. It has 160 HP, and its attack for 1 Dark Energy. It deals 50 damage and leaves your opponent's active Pokemon poisoned, which, might not seem like the strongest attack, but when you've got that Toxicroak on the bench, this thing has 160 HP. It's not going to go down very easily. You can certainly see why this would be a good option.
Kevin looks like he is going to be going first. Opens Entei and a Giant Hearth. Giant Hearth is incredible for getting those fire energy into play. I know a lot of players who played fire decks over the course of the last couple of years probably really hurting to see this card rotate out of standard format, but it's always got a home in Gym Leader Challenge. In fact, Fire's got some great stadiums in this format that you're going to see Kevin play. First of all, this Giant Hearth allows you to discard a card from your hand and get 2 fire energies out of the deck, which is obviously great for the fire type deck because getting energy into the discard pile allows you to accelerate energy with cards like Blacksmith or Raihan, and then getting energy into the hand allows you to accelerate energy into play with cards like Welder. And this fire deck, is talking to Kevin about the construction of it, has really evolved over the course of the past few months that Kevin has been building it. This iteration is not playing any Stage 2 Pokemon.
Right, and I know Kevin played Fire at the first GLC tournament, and things didn't go the best for him. His deck just didn't really quite pan out the way he had initially envisioned, and so he wanted to take a step back and focus on more of these basic attackers, some Stage 1 Pokemon that are pretty strong, and hopefully that would make the deck a bit more consistent. And a Delinquent, Andrew, right away is absolutely brutal. Kevin only had a 4-card hand, and that discards the Giant Hearth, which now forces Kevin to choose between the 2 fire energy, the Bridget in hand, and the Pyroar. That is an insane first turn supporter.
Oh man, Kevin instantly getting punished for putting his own stadium into play. Something that seems like obviously a great choice on the first turn of the game, but how can you plan for a turn 1 Delinquent?
Wow.
But with that, Blake does not play a draw supporter, and if Kevin actually had a way to accelerate more energy onto this Entei, we would see this game end.
Imagine if that Bridget was Blacksmith instead.
Just Blacksmith,
It would have been done.
But it would be over.
As it is, though, Kevin does have to just play the Bridget, which is still solid. He'll get the Slugma down, Salandit, 2 key cards, because those are the main draw power behind Fire. That Smooth Over plus Roast Reveal combo is incredibly strong, and we also see Growlithe grabbed. Growlithe does evolve into Arcanine, which is one of the stronger attackers in the Fire deck, being able to deal 120 damage for 3 fire, and then accelerating 2 fire energy from the discard pile to Kevin's field. Now, Kevin will go ahead and use that rally back attack, and thanks to the Poison Barb, once again, speaking of cards that were absolutely never played back when they existed in the standard format, Poison Barb will now poison Kevin's active Pokemon, and that will start to tick up and start to accumulate over the course of the next few turns.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different cards that have been printed over the course of the past 10 years that you just might not have ever seen. And this is an incredible opportunity to get to explore those cards and see how they interact together. You know, somebody at Creatures or somebody at the Pokemon Company who develops Pokemon cards really likes single prize Pokemon because there are a lot of really cool ones, even if they can't quite always keep up with Pokemon VMAX.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the VMAX power level, the 2 prize power level, 3 prize power level has just continued to increase year over year, but really the level of the rule box Pokemon has kind of stayed around the same over the course of the last few years.
I mean, if we take a look at big basic Pokemon in year 2021, right? Single prizers. Entei, legendary Pokemon, single prizer, 130 hit points, has an attack that does about 100 damage. This is from Cosmic Eclipse, which was released, in 2019?
Right.
And then if we take a quick look back to the black and white set, which was the first era of like the modern TCG, right?
The modern big basics.
Yes. We take a look at cards like Zekrom, who was very good in 2010 when black and white was released. 130 hit points, does about 100 damage for 3 energy. That's just to show you how the power level has pretty much stayed about the same. Stage 2 Pokemon have gotten a little bigger, but I think that's more correction than power creep because they should have about 160 hit points.
Sure.
You know?
And we see Kevin has now 0 cards in hand. Drew a fire energy for turn, went ahead and attached it to the Entei. And I think we're just kind of trying to figure out exactly how much damage is in play thanks to the more poison. Oh, and kind of an interesting interaction. When does the Pokemon checkup occur? I think it is correct here where Toxicroak gets KO'd.
Yes.
And then Kevin will only now take 1 counter of damage from poison between turns.
That's an incredibly cool interaction.
Right.
And the reason that is because nothing happens while a Pokemon is not in the active spot. So, Blake actually has to promote a new Pokemon before Pokemon checkup occurs.
Sure. Kevin does just go ahead and send up the Heatmore. Here is a Blacksmith, Andrew, 2 fire energy attached to the active and a twin energy as the top deck. And Kevin will just go ahead and smack for 90. Doesn't get the full effect, but does still hit 90 damage. Now Blake left with only a Quillfish and a Dream at this point. Has a Level Ball as the draw for turn, so Blake will at least be able to hopefully establish some more Pokemon in play. And got to think what Pokemon Blake might want to eye up. Ascension Coughing seems like not a bad choice. Maybe trying to power up a Galarian Zigzagoon to get into Obstagoon could be nice as well. Let's see what line Blake decides to take.
Now, a really creative deck building decision that Kevin made was to include both double colorless energy and twin energy in his list. And that's because if you actually read the fine print of Heatmore's Exciting Flame, you might, if you're not reading it closely, just expect it to be 3 additional fire energy. But it doesn't say that. It actually says that you just need 3 additional energy in play. They do not have to be fire energy. So if Kevin can find a double colorless energy this turn, he will win the game with an Exciting Flame for 90 and then 180 damage.
It's only 1 card in his deck, but Kevin does find the Cynthia in order to shuffle the hand into the deck to draw 6 cards. And this is a big 6. If Kevin finds the double colorless energy, that will be enough to find him the win here in this first game. There, let's see if he has it. Not quite yet, but he actually can get it. He can get it as long as Magcargo is not prized. Has Evo Soda in hand and has
Scorched Earth.
The Scorched Earth. So if Magcargo and double colorless energy are not prized, Kevin should have it here. Now, Kevin's a very good player. I'm sure he would have checked for those pieces on that first deck search. So the fact that he's not throwing those cards down right now makes me kind of think it might not be there. But now maybe Kevin has seen it. Evo Soda is played. Let's see if Magcargo gets grabbed. There is the Magcargo. Do you see the double colorless in the deck?
Is the double colorless in the deck? And I do see the double colorless.
That's it.
This is it. And we are going to see an Exciting Flame. Kevin stacking the deck with Magcargo's smooth over ability. Gonna select that double colorless. And I think that we are going to see a absolutely ecstatic finale here.
Scorched Earth comes into play. Discard the fire energy, draw 2 cards, and there it is. Exciting Flame takes 2 prizes, knocks out Blake's only Pokemon in play, and Kevin Baxter has pulled off the Heatmore attack here in round 1. What an incredible game.
That is so sick. I knew he could do it. I played against Kevin's deck last night, and Heatmore really ramps up quicker than you would expect, and dealing 90 damage and 180 to the bench is huge in Gym Leader Challenge format.
Absolutely incredible.
I am here with the Kevin Baxter, the fire type gym leader.
We might
himself.
finally be here.
Yes. So you played fire at the last gym leader challenge 1K. You've brought fire again, but in an entirely different build. Tell us about how you came to this current deck list you got.
Yeah, so last time I was just like, get the biggest stage 2s out because those seem to be hard to knock out. And so I had like Cinderace, I had Charizard, Delphox, obviously. One of my favorite cards of all time.
Yeah.
And then like just playing last time a few months ago, I just like was slow.
Yeah.
Like having that many stage 2s just takes a while to set up, and I was just like, yeah, I would get my setup, but then I'd be down 3 prizes and I just lose.
Yep.
So yeah, this time I went completely the other direction. 0 stage 2s, just all gas, no brakes, and just try to get heat more to have 6 energy on it as fast as possible.
Yeah, and it seems to be working. The games we played last night, the games I just saw on stream. Do you think that the Heatmore is the real deal, or is this a gimmick card?
I think it's real. I think there's enough recovery. So that was the biggest thing is like, if you just load up everything on your Heatmore and he gets knocked out, are you done? But like between, Blacksmith, and just like Raihan, stuff like that can get your resources back from the discard and attach them to the field. You can power up other guys after the Heatmore too, because he's going to get knocked out. Like you're not going to, my game was kind of, a top end, but most of the time you're probably going to get knocked out. So like you have to have a backup plan. I think it's stable enough. We'll find out obviously, but
yes.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
So walk us through the main attackers in your deck. We've got the Heatmore. We also saw the Rally Back Entei you started.
Right.
Who are the main pillars of your fire deck that you're going to be leaning on to take the wins, and why are you choosing to play them?
Yeah, so to start with, obviously you would prefer Volcanion. So he's in there to get that flare starter. And then we've got Ho-Oh's really good in the early game as well.
From Celebrations.
New
card, and one of the best, I think, basic fire Pokemon. Fire's so excited to finally get a decent basic.
I know. A 2 energy attacker that's not weak to water is pretty cool too.
Yep.
Just start putting 50 wherever you want. So Ho-Oh's really cool. Entei, Rally Back. 2 energy attacks are huge, especially when you're using things like Raihan to power it up in 1 turn, or Max Elixir or whatever. Because a lot of the good attacks are like 3 energy in the deck, but like having that 2 energy option is really good too. And then Heatmore. I've got the Reshiram. The Reshiram's probably the weakest of the big basic attackers, just because it takes 3 energy, and then like you can't attack next turn unless you switch. Outrage is kind of cool if you like start them. They don't really want to hit into you.
Right.
But that pretty much rounds out the big basic attackers. And then for stage 1s, Arcanine. You're not gonna have a fire deck without Arcanine.
Well, that's what I was talking about with Chip, and then I forgot my line of thought. But yes, we had been talking about it. Fire, you've been building the fire deck, and I think I brought up to you one time that maybe we could cut the Arcanine, and you're like, oh no.
That's the only good card in the deck. What the heck? Yeah.
Like Arcanine is the only reason that the fire deck even works sometimes.
Right. Yeah. No. So he's huge. Just again, get back resources, power up another attacker. You don't really attack with any of the other stage 1s, hopefully. I mean, Pyro could get in there, but he's 4 energy. But yeah, I mean, the setup stage 1s just kind of help smooth things out. Smooth over, if you will.
Smooth over, yeah. Smooth things over. Now, tell us about the Pyroar with the Flare Command ability. This isn't a card that I think I've ever seen played before.
Yeah, it's super cool. It was kind of played back when it was legal in Standard. Not a ton, but like it was a consideration. But yeah, no, the ability, just like if you have any fire energy on them, you get to Gust for free.
You just discard the fire.
You discard the fire,
and you get to Gust.
And you get the Gust with no supporter. So like you can play a supporter and then also Gust in the same turn, which is just super powerful. And then things you can get energy on them with, Arcanine can accelerate to him.
True.
That's a pretty good play. The nuts though is to get the EXP share on them. If you get EXP share on them, that's what I try to do as much as I can, because every time they knock something out, I get a free Gust. Which is just really, really good.
That's an awesome combo, right? Just sit the experience share on the Pyroar. Fire energy just starts flowing to it, And being able to play a supporter like Welder or Blacksmith and Gust is insane, especially when you can use the Heatmore's exciting flame ability or attack to take multiple pointed knockouts. Since its base damage output to the active is only 90, having that option to Gust, I think, is very powerful.
That's also why I fit the escape rope in, because there's so many big attackers you don't really want to hit with the 90. You want to get them on the bench so you can hit them with the 180 and then just bring up whatever stage 1 or basic they haven't evolved yet and take some free prizes.
Absolutely. Well, it was really awesome to see that fire deck in action, Kevin. Good luck with the rest of your games, and thanks for coming out today.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Gearing up for round 2 of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event. We have got yesterday's reigning standard champion, Trevor Redding, a.k.a. Tankman, with his famous colorless attacking deck from the Gym Leader Challenge community. He's written blog posts on this deck for gymleaderchallenge.com. If you're unfamiliar with the format, definitely make sure to check out gymleaderchallenge.com. Some great content about this custom format on that website, and of course all the rules, so make sure to share with your friends if you're trying to show them how to play this fun and exciting format. And then on the right, Andrew Denkus from Columbus, Ohio, with a dark deck. And Chip and I are big fans of this dark deck.
Oh, the dark deck is so sick. Grim Snarl from Fusion Strike. You see it on your screen now. Possibly one of the dark deck just has so many of the cards that you can say possibly the best attacker in the format. You know, we've got this Grim Snarl that can knock out anything in the late game with its incredible rear attack. Of course, Guzzlord with that red Banquet to take extra prize cards. Beast Ring to power it up super quickly. Galarian Wheezing, we saw in our round 1 match, is one of the most annoying Pokemon for every deck in the format to deal with. Zoroark with its stand-in and Mind Jack. The dark deck is so cool, but it is limited in the fact that its draw power is a little weak.
Is draw support can be weak. We've got the Crobat from Darkness Ablaze,
I do believe.
Yeah, Crobat. Battle Styles that sounds more right. Yeah. Battle Styles, Crobat with the drastic draw ability. There's also a Golbats with the sneaky draw or something.
Discreet draw.
There it is. Discreet.
It starts out discreet and then it becomes drastic.
It does. Andrew starts with the Moltres. Not an ideal starter in this deck, but fine. You know, it's at least kind of big and can maybe sustain a hit. But this Tornadus with a twin energy on it in the active is going to be really tough for Denkus to deal with. That is a lot of pressure coming from Tornadus.
And this is kind of the theme of Trevor's deck. A lot of big, basic, colorless attackers. We've got Snorlax in here, all kinds of stuff. And using a ton of different special energy and the crazy code ability of Porygon Z to just throw a bunch of energies into play.
I'm pretty sure I did see a Bridget in Trevor's hand, so being able to Marnie those down to the bottom of the deck, very good. But Denkus is going to need to find some basic Pokemon and find them quick, because this Tornadus can start swinging for 120 damage this next turn. I almost feel like Denkus should probably just retreat into this Zorua to preserve his better attacker.
Well, the thing about Moltres is it really a good attacker? If this Zorua gets knocked out, it's pretty good, right? But its attack deals 20 base damage and then 50 more for each prize your opponent's taken. So it's a good attacker, but not until a little bit later once Trevor has taken a few KOs.
Yeah, this colorless deck is definitely just a really aggressive one. And
that's a huge draw there. The powerful colorless energy allows Trevor to use Jet Draft, not having to use Air Slash to get the KO. And Andrew has the 50 HP Zorua as opposed to maybe one of the 60 HP guys out there. And that causes Trevor to be able to take this KO. And we see a town map being played. Get a little bit of an idea of what Denkus
Sonia and
doesn't
Beach
have access to.
That is tough, because those are two great consistency cards for Andrew. I feel like the darkness energy down is fine, and then just play the supporter, because then what if you find a basic Pokemon, you just retreat again? Yeah, you might have to sack 2 prizes. That's fine. The Dark deck's got a ton of catch-up potential.
Right.
Beast Ring, Guzzlord, these kinds of plays are not uncommon. So I think that Denkus might just have to sack one more guy real quick in order for Moltres to be able to deal with this Tornadus.
And that will power up Moltres' Fiery Wrath to be dealing enough damage after 2 prizes are taken by Trevor. That'll be a 120 base damage output. And Moltres has a lot of HP, so it could be a little tough to
Denkus
KO
needs
right
like a
away.
belt or something. He's got Ultra Ball, so he's still fine. I would like to see Denkus maybe just go for a gigantic Pokemon. He's also got Beast Ring in his hand. He really doesn't want to discard that.
Such a tough card to lose.
He could discard, I think, the Weezing and then just the other non-supporter card and just go get potentially Guzzlord and then maybe leave the Moltres in the active
Okay.
and then sack it and then go Beast Ring, Guzzlord, Juniper or something like that, you know?
There's some interesting plays. Denkus did choose to keep the N over the Juniper, so that makes me think the line he wants to go for is just get another small guy, sack it for a turn, and then go in with the Fiery Wrath and go with an N as well, which will put Trevor down to just 4 cards. Now, Trevor hasn't really played any other cards, so I don't know that Denkus should feel too pressured to be using N right away, but that seems to be he's valuing not discarding the Beast Ring at this point.
And I do like that.
Right.
It's
one of the biggest swing cards in the deck for you.
Denkus just needs to hold his breath and hope no gust this turn. And Trevor doesn't have a draw card. So he is in the clear as far as that goes. And Trevor will have to actually sack an energy with the second attack on Tornadus to deal with the Sneasel, since he does not have enough damage on board to take out the Sneasel with 60 hit points with that first attack, just doing 50 damage. So he will have to sack the powerful Colorless energy, which is tough. That is a great damage modifier for the Colorless deck.
Yeah, it stings to see it go down, but you also at the same time kind of have to anticipate that this Tornadus will be KO'd as long as Andrew can find a Dark Energy to attack with the Galarian Moltres. Now, I think Trevor's kind of considering what the best line of play is here. Maybe thinking Andrew doesn't have much, might consider a Jet Draft, but will just go ahead and take the prize, which makes sense to me. And Andrew does top deck a Guzma, not going to be useful. We just see the NB played right away.
And Denkus actually does desperately need to hit a Dark Energy or a Twin or Colorless.
Yeah.
And there are 2 prized and 2 on the Moltres, and there are only 7 in the list. But one of Andrew's last-minute inclusions was a Professor's Letter. So there is one more out in the deck than there was previously.
Yeah, I kind of like that. That's a solid card. Lets you just get a little bit more consistent energy search. Well, maybe it'll pay off for Andrew here off of this 6 card
cards. Needs an energy. I don't
Oh,
see
no.
one. The twin will bail him out of this. Thank goodness, because this was going to be a rough ride if he missed this knockout.
And this damage output could get boosted pretty quickly by the Moltres to where it's knocking out even these 150 HP Pokemon like the Snorlax. Lugia, I think, also maybe has 120, but all of these big, basic, colorless Pokemon could be tough to deal with. In most situations, Galarian Moltres is now going to be swinging for enough to knock them all out.
Denkus, I think, does have a Nest Ball on hand that I
saw.
saw.
A Muscle Band for sure.
Oh, is there no Nest Ball?
I don't think
If he doesn't
so.
have a basic search, he could just lose the game here.
He
With the rally back,
definitely could.
he has to take the knockout. Tankman just needs an energy.
That's it. All Tankman needs is 1 energy card, and Rally Back will deal 30 damage plus 90 more to pick up this KO. Galarian Moltres with only 120 HP. Andrew thinking through what prize to take. Trevor is going to send up the Kangaskhan, and let's see, is there an energy in hand? There is not, Andrew.
First Seeker, Cynthia. Oh, Denkus has got to hold his breath. There are a lot of different energy in this colorless deck. I don't know that 6 cards is going to be is going to be few enough for Trevor to miss.
Yeah, we'll have. I mean, it is always possible, but 6 is quite a few. Trevor did choose to go ahead and do this instead of playing something like the Bridget in hand to set up a little more. So if Trevor misses and doesn't get any other Pokemon in play, this could be bad. Well, let's see. 6 cards. Is there an energy card? There it is. Recycle energy.
The
Will
recycle energy.
suffice. Rally back. Picks up the KO. And Andrew Denkus just sadly didn't have enough to get going in this one.
Yes, unfortunate. Didn't have that card like Sonya there. Would have been fantastic to go get some basic Pokemon early on in the game. I do wonder if maybe these players will shuffle up for a fun match to play for the stream. That's probably what they're talking over right now. And I suspect that Mikey is walking over to ask us if we want a fun match. And the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Players are getting set up for the third round of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event. We have got Jesse Parker on the right, who was able to finish in the top 8 of the first Gym Leader Challenge 1K with a water deck, running it back with water again. Water is one of my favorite types in Gym Leader Challenge format. I could probably say that about 4 different types, but I do.
Yeah, what kind of gym leader are you, Andrew?
Oh, that's just such a tough. I'm feeling called to the dragons lately.
You have been, yes.
I'm feeling like I might actually be a dragon type gym leader at heart. I had no idea, but maybe a water type gym leader as well. I really love the Blastoise deck. There's Frostmoth, Blastoise.
It's so good.
There's so many different energy acceleration Pokemon, so many different cool cards to play. You've got Inteleon, you've got Starmie from Evolutions, a lot of really cool interactions. It's just so fun to play the water deck because there's so many different cool abilities that you get to use every turn. Abyssal Hand Octillery to fill your hand to 5, and just so many different sequences that you have to do just right in order to pull off the win.
These players are getting underway, and Samuel has started the Let Loose Marshadow. One of the best cards I feel like Psychic has access to. A card that players have nightmares of from the 2017-2018 seasons.
Nightmares? Speak for yourself. I got nice, sweet dreams of
Marshadow.
No,
it was worse than Marnie for me.
I was one of the first players to play 2 Marshadow in my lists. Yeah, it was like Pika Pads had 2 Let Loose Marshadow in it, and we were just going Let Loose, full blitz, like turn 1. and so, no, I have nice, sweet, soundless dreams about Marshadow. And when this card got banned from Expanded, I think it was correct, but I still love it. And I think it's got a great home in Gym Leader Challenge, where you're not going to have as degenerate access to it on the first turn of the game. And having access to it is not going to matter as much because you're not powering up a tag team Pokemon GX and doing some crazy stuff. You're just attaching to your single prizers and taking 1 prize at a time.
Sure. But Samuel starting it means that Let Loose will sadly not be utilized this game unless Samuel maybe plays a scoop up net, something like that in his deck. And Jesse's actually starting with a nest ball and grabs out Puku Muku, and Andrew, I have no idea what this card is.
I suspect that it's a call for family, fella.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Okay, we have got this Puki Muku gonna potentially call for its family next turn,
dude,
and look how sweet this card is.
Well, if we don't see surprise fists come out in this game, I'm going to riot.
Dude.
You and your opponent play rock, paper, scissors, and if you win, this attack does 60 more damage. What an incredible card. And honestly, if you can win the rock, paper, scissors, 120 for 3 is not too shabby.
It really isn't, especially on a Pokemon that has the call for family attack. Being able to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon, set them up, is very good. Samuel is starting strong, though, with a turn 1 Bridget, arguably the best supporter to open on the first turn of the game. Bridget just searches your deck for 3 basic Pokemon, puts them straight to the bench, and there's the new supporter that's going to be coming out soon. I forget what it's called.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but
I know what it does, though.
Yeah, I'm sure chat will help us out in just a moment. But yes, there's a new supporter coming out that is also search 3 basic, like a Pokemon collector. It brings them to the hand. So with 2 potential, it's Gloria. 2 potential Search 3 basics, coming up for Gym Leader Challenge. Decks are going to get even more consistent, which is awesome to see.
Samuel has the Dracloak in hand, which normally you would want to see Dreepy come down right away because Dragapult is one of the strongest attackers for this Psychic deck. But the fact that we didn't see it on Bridget and that we didn't see it on Nestball, that makes me think that Dracloak Jr. might be hiding in the prizes, Andrew.
Dreepy might not be with us quite yet. Dragapult is definitely one of the strongest Pokemon in the Psychic deck because Dragapult has the ability Infiltrator, which makes it so that it only takes damage from attacks 50% of the time, like good old Whimsicott GX. And I loved playing me some Whimsicott GX.
You played Whimsicott in a Players' Cup.
I did, and I went positive. Actually, I was 3-2 before I dropped, and the only 2 losses I had were to Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia.
That sounds about right.
Sounds about right, yeah. But I beat like a mad party, flipped like 6 heads in a row. It was insane.
Oh, that guy's mad.
Yeah, similarly, this Dragapult can be infuriating for opponents to hit through because of that Infiltrator ability. And then Phantom Force is a great attack. 2 Psychic Energy, 120 damage, and you place 3 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like.
Jesse is going to use Bird Keeper. Great option here to draw 3 cards, and you can also get that Call for Family rolling right away. And this is what Gym Leader Challenge looks like most of the time. I feel like our games today so far, both rounds 1 and rounds 2, they've gone kind of abnormally to what you would expect from a Gym Leader Challenge game.
Yo!
The 4 Energy Search with Frostmoth already. Wait, could we just see Wailmer be getting in there?
Jesse is popping off right now with the turn 2 Frostmoth, Letter, and Bucket searching out for Water Energy, and this Wailmer
he's going with it.
Is loaded and ready to go. Does Jesse just go on the offensive and take this knockout with Wailmer, which was just benched? Or are we going to see Jesse take a little bit of a slower route with Call for Family?
Hydro Pump does 10 damage and then 20 more for each Water Energy attached to the Wailmer. It'll do enough to knock out this Marshadow, and Samuel did not attach an energy last turn.
It does look like Jesse just going to opt to Call for Family.
The safer play, and I do agree with this.
It is the better play,
sure.
I think. Though
I would be so tempted.
I would also be tempted. I mean, look at this Wailmer smile. I mean, just imagine this fella just coming, slamming in turn 2 with a Hydro Pump. You really would love to see it, but the Wailmer is going to be better off as a 200 hit point Wailord, and I fully expect this Wailord to be putting in a lot of work in this game.
Wailord is just one of the best water Pokemon, and it's a reason that the water deck is so good. 200 hit points. So hard to KO. Grimmsnarl can't even, Grimmsnarl can knock it out, but something like Heatmore, can't even knock it out on the bench.
It's
a big boy.
A number of almost nobody in Gym Leader Challenge format can one-hit KO the whale. And getting it powered up, not always the easiest. You do have to find a Rain Dancer first, or the Frostmoth or the Blastoise, and then you just have to get a ton of energy into the hand. Jesse with the Letter and Bucket off of the draw on Bird Keeper, just able to sling 4 water energy onto the Wailmer with the quickness. And you can tell Jesse really is into the water deck and is figured out ways to make this deck operate optimally, which is really fun. Jesse's been playing this water deck since the first Gym Leader Challenge 1K, and it's been really cool to watch Jesse grow with this deck and push it in new ways and find new cards to play, like the Pukimukyu, who is really helping Jesse to set up this game.
Samuel's gonna attach for turn and retreat into Wobbuffet with that Bide Barricade ability, and that is going to be a problem for Jesse, whose deck is very reliant on being able to use abilities, being able to accelerate energies with the Ice Dance on Frostmoth, Deluge on Blastoise, and then also draw cards with the Octillery. Now, Jesse has a fire energy.
Hello?
I think it might be a proxy situation.
No,
maybe.
it is not.
He plays a fire energy.
No, but it is not a proxy. I know exactly what it is. There is a Curum. Is there some sort of Curum that does more with fire energy?
There is a Curum.
All right,
yes.
what is it?
Lost Thunder Curum. That, deals Burning Icicles, I think, is that attack. Freezing Flames. I think Burning Icicles is a good guess.
You were close, man.
Freezing Flames, 80 damage. And this attack, if this Pokemon has any fire energy attached to it, this attack does 80 more damage. 160 for 3 energy, Andrew, is not bad. And when you're playing Starmie from Evolutions, once that fire gets discarded, you'll have access to it at any time you want to.
I really like that combination. I think that's a fun combo. White Curum, obviously a very cool legendary Pokemon from the Black and White era, and now seeing its time in the limelight in Gym Leader Challenge formats. It's just a monster attack for 3 energy, 160 damage. It's going to be taking 1-hit KOs on a lot of the most powerful Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge format. We do see that Samuel is starting to power up the Lunala. Lunala from Celebrations is a new card that okay. Oh, and the boss's orders.
Huge plays.
Going to open up the door for abilities to be used with the Wobbuffet out of the active position.
Great plays from Jesse. And this Wailmer is hitting enough to KO this Cosmoem, but Wailord would still be a great draw off of the Abyssal Hand. I think Jesse is just debating, maybe is it worth it to put this fire energy in play somewhere? I feel like holding off is fine. You draw 1 less card, but that's not too big of a deal. Jesse is thinking about it here, though.
I think slap the fire down.
I was thinking about Super Rod.
Super Rod, shuffle the energy back into the deck. Slap the fire down. Just, give yourself another free pivot with the Bukimuku. I think that it really can't hurt to be there. If at any point you need to retreat, you will get the fire to the discard pile, and you can save it for White Curum later.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Octillery's Abyssal Hand is going to draw at least 4 cards, but if Jesse attaches this fire energy, it'll be 5. And I do think that Jesse wants a Wailord.
Jesse's going to use the Abyssal Hand, drawing 4. There's 1 more water. There's a Drizzile, but no Wailord and no way to search for it either. I do believe Hydro Pump is still dealing 90, right? Which is enough to KO Cosmoem. I'm pretty positive it's only got 90 hit points, and yes, that seems to be the case. Jesse takes the early prize lead, but this Wailmer, it's got 100 HP, but it could still be susceptible to something. What Garbodor is Samuel playing? That is a good question as well. Is he ability locking or is he trash lanching?
Yes, there are 2 Garbodor that you might expect to see in a Psychic type deck, and it is looking like it is the Trashalanche Garbodor. So the more items that Jesse plays, the more powerful Trashalanche is gonna get.
And we were just talking about how there are not a lot of Pokemon that can one-hit KO a Wailord. Trashalanche is one of them, provided that Jesse plays those items to power that Trashalanche attack. Now, Jesse might not be probably was not expecting the Garbodor leading up to this point, and you can see as soon as it gets played, Jesse looks at his discard pile and thinks, oh, I have played quite a few items this game.
And with the deck list being private, there's no way to know which Garbodor you're preparing for, right? Am I burning through my deck and trying to set up as many energy as possible in anticipation of a Garbotoxin?
Right.
Or am I being conservative in anticipation of a Trashalanche? It is just no way to know.
And as long as Jesse has played at least 5 items, which I'm pretty sure that's happened, Garbodor will pick up this KO with Trashalanche if Samuel can get a switching card. Floatstone, Mystery Energy, lots of ways to do it. And there is a Cynthia to draw 6 cards.
Yeah, looking for an Air Balloon or a Floatstone, and I think Psychic Recharge should have the energy attachment under control. And I don't think I see a switch card in this hand, so it might just be another turn of Wobbuffet in the active position. A couple psychic energies, so Samuel will be able to attach one to a Pokemon in play, but with no pivot, Jesse has another turn to potentially find this Wailord and put this energy out of harm's way.
And I think we'll see Jesse adjust the game plan quite a bit here.
Yes.
Slow things down, not play quite as many items, hold off hoping to find boss's orders and things like that. The problem is, though, if you're not playing items, sometimes that means you're not setting up as well as you want to.
I think at this point, Jesse's kind of almost past the point of no return, saying, okay, just assume that the Garbodor is knocking out just about whatever. Maybe try to keep it at 180. If I can keep my items to 9, that's cool. But yeah, I got attackers that could do 120 damage. You only got to deal with the Garbodor once. It's probably not, gonna get set up twice, though it could. But that you're gonna see it coming again as the Rescue Stretcher or whatever has to get played. The Trubbish has to go back to the bench. There's gonna be a process to getting the Garbodor back into play that Jesse will have time to play around.
Avery is a brutal supporter right now. Samuel will have to discard 2 of these Pokemon on his bench. I guess it's not too bad. You can just lose the Marshadow and the Mew. Mew is a cool guy to keep around, though. Psi Power can spread some damage. A decent 1-energy attacker, but yeah, that is a really cool supporter card that I actually haven't seen too much of in GLC. Maybe that's a little bit of an underlooked card, Andrew.
I think it's a sleeper. I think it's one that is underexplored. Look at the benches, right? I mean, look at this bench on Jesse's side of the board. Jesse would hate for Avery to get played against him because you pick the Pukey Mewtwo, and then who else? Everybody else on that board is incredible, and you don't want to lose him.
No.
So I really do love the inclusion of Avery. You can really disrupt your opponent with a well-timed Avery, but
interesting decision here.
Jesse does not find the Wailord, but with the splash energy means that this Wailmer's time is not done yet.
Jesse had a timer ball in hand and opted not to play it. So to me, that almost feels like Wailord's prized, or maybe that would be the 10th item card, but
no, he's saving it for Drizzile.
Yeah, I guess that is true too.
He's saving it for Drizzile. I think he had a dead hand. Maybe it is prized as well. That could be an option, but I think that with the timer ball save, he's just looking for some specific card off of Drizzile.
I don't know if you get Wailord in play though, and there's not enough items for it to be KO'd. You're guaranteed 2 knockouts.
It must be prized then. Yeah. It must be, and I think Jesse would know that. Obviously, any time is a great time to get the Big Daddy Wailord into play.
And so Wailmer just had to get in there. Wailmer's taken 2 KOs. Wailmer for MVP in this game. And this is where things can get a little scary when you're playing against the Psychic deck. If Jesse takes another prize, that means that Blacephalon can use its attack to spread 12 damage counters across Jesse's field however he wants to.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Now this card is so crazy to have to play around in Gym Leader Challenge formats because it can wreak havoc on an unprepared board position with its Fireworks Bomb attack. We've got the nice pre-release promo one on Samuel's side of the board, but it's an Ultra Beast that spreads 4 minimum, but can spread 12 damage counters, capable of finishing off many Pokemon on an opponent's bench.
Ordinary Rod being played could eye up that Marshadow. We could see a potential let loose at some point again in this game, but it actually looks like Jesse wants to get those pieces back of the Lunala combo. Jesse has also played Town Map at this point. We can see Dreepy is there in the prizes, so Samuel played the Town Map. Samuel is now kind of thinking through, maybe I could get the Dracloak back and in a couple turns set up my Dragapult. It almost might be too late, though, to worry about that because Jesse's already at 4 prizes. Getting a stage 2 in play at this point is going to be difficult.
It definitely is. I am really liking Jesse's board right now. With the Wobbuffet out of the picture, Jesse's going to have free reign to utilize all of these amazing abilities on his bench. And wow, the Heart Gold, Soul Silver era, Pokemon communication is really cool to see from Samuel's side, trading in, I believe, a Cosmoem or a Lunala for the Cosmog to maybe start to try and set up that Lunala again.
Yeah, I think if you bench a basic this turn, it's still reasonable to get a stage 2 in play, but when it comes to taking a knockout here, the next turn having to bench Streepy, it's just so unlikely that Dragapult is ever going to be able to do much for you. So getting down the Cosmog here means that in 2 turns, Lunala could come out. And Lunala from Celebrations is a really cool new card that the Psychic deck got. We're getting a count here of Jesse's items. Looks like I think that's 6, which is more than enough now to pick up this KO. Wilmer will be returned to hand thanks to that Splash Energy, which is definitely a good sigh of relief for Jesse.
Yeah, I really like the Splash Energy in the Water deck. Anytime you can bring one of your attackers back for another round, you're going to be having a good time, especially the most powerful attackers in the Water deck, like the Whale Lord, which only is going to take one more turn to get back into play, or maybe this White Kyurem. And I have
Jesse drew the Whale Lord.
Oh, the Whale Lord was in the deck. That's fine, but Jesse does have a decision to make. I mean, his bench is kind of jammed right now. I do think that Water really benefits from playing a Scoop Up Net. It's a card I've been playing in my list lately. Not only does it allow you to reset Inteleon if you want to, but it allows you to pick up your support Pokemon like Pyukumuku or Alolan Vulpix to help make room for something else, because the Water bench is usually pretty full.
It really is. You have so many Pokemon that are useful. Jesse's going to bench the Lapras here, whose attack deals more damage for each Water Energy attached to it. 10 base and then 30 more. And we see a Space Beacon grabbing 2 waters from the discard pile. That's 2 of the 4 needed to KO this Garbodor.
And he does need to pivot that Pyukumuku out of the active position, since Frostmoth's Ice Dance ability can only accelerate energy to the bench. So Jesse's going to have to use his attachment for turn on the Pyukumuku. I think he's got the Fire Energy, which he can just lay down on that.
Sure.
And then Sonia actually guarantees it if he can grab 2 Water Energy. So with the 2 from Space Beacon, 2 from Sonia, 1 Fire Energy onto the active Pyukumuku, he will be able to Hydro Pump for 130 damage to take the 1-hit KO on Garbodor. And this Lapras is just a great card in the Water deck. It's got an alternate weakness in Metal, so it's not weak to Lightning or Grass, which many of the Water attackers are. Its attack can, in a pinch, 1-hit KO any problematic Pokemon that you might have to deal with. If you're up against one of those gnarly Pokemon with 170 plus hit points, Lapras can get there in a pinch. It is a little bit expensive to pay for 130, 4 for 130 is a little on the expensive side. 3 for 100 is fine, but it's got a nice solid 130 hit points, and it's just reliable, and it's not very difficult to get the 4 energy onto Lapras thanks to energy accelerators like Frostmoth and energy retrievers like the Starmie.
We're going into Samuel's Fireworks Bomb turn. So assuming Jesse takes this KO, which it looks like is going to happen here with Lapras coming up, Samuel will be able to spread 12 damage counters however they want to. But the problem with that is you're then not dealing with this Lapras, which is a huge threat at this point, with 4 energies on it, dealing 130 damage with Hydro Pump.
Yeah, and Fireworks Bomb, frankly, it's not even going to take 2 prizes against this board state, which is developed very nicely.
There are 3 really strong support Pokemon on Jesse's bench, so taking out either Starmie, Octillery, or Frostmoth, I couldn't really fault Samuel for wanting to go one of those 3 routes, probably more so in line with KOing Octillery or the Starmie, but
really, I was going to say I think it's the Moth. Yeah, I think it's the Moth is the one you go with, right?
Oh yeah, I guess with no Squirtle out,
it's just like keep it if you knock out the Moth, then you maybe make it so that it's just this Lapras that you have to deal with for the rest of the game. And then, hope that maybe, Jesse doesn't find the Inteleon to eventually use Aqua Bullet. I think that's probably what we're going to see. Dimension Valley, an amazing value card for the Psychic deck because it makes it so that all of your Psychic-type Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless less. So this Fireworks Bomb attack with Dimension Valley in play could actually be used for just 1 Psychic energy, but Sam deciding to put the Mystery or the Horror Psychic energy onto the Blacephalon just to deal some additional ping damage when it takes a hit from the Lapras this next turn, inevitably.
Yeah, it's a little interesting because you're not really getting use out of the Dimension Valley,
Right.
but getting that extra damage in play could be nice, though. I will say Necrozma on the bench seems to be the Pokemon that Samuel will go with on the next turn, and its special laser attack already deals enough damage to KO the Lapras.
Right. I think that I would like to see the Horror Psychic energy get dropped onto the Necrozma to help power up its special laser attack. Since the Blacephalon is going to be getting KO'd this following turn, almost assuredly, Samuel does find Timer Ball off of the N, limiting Jesse to just 3 cards. Timer Ball connects at least once and maybe a second time. The world will never know. But we'll see how many Pokemon
depending how many Pokemon
get grabbed off of this Timer Ball. I'm expecting to see a Cosmoem to evolve the Cosmom. And then there is the Lunar Pain attack, which Sam could decide to try and win this game with in a couple of turns. Lunar Pain doubles the amount of damage on all of your opponent's Pokemon. So if Blacephalon can spread some damage here, and then maybe Necrozma place some damage, maybe Sam can take multiple knockouts all at once with Lunala.
The problem with that play is Jesse plays Rough Seas in his deck.
Oh.
And that would just be, if Sam goes for that line of play, it would be really strong if it got pulled off, and it would be a multi-prize turn, which would be incredible to see happen. But the problem is that if Jesse just plays down a Rough Seas, it heals 30 damage from all the water Pokemon, and that would just totally put a wrench in that plan.
Yeah, and that's why this card is in the deck. For all of those spread decks out there, how would you like it if I just healed 30 from all my water Pokemon?
I feel like to get the most use out of Fireworks Bomb, you just have to take a KO here.
And I think that that's what's happening. And then Sam will have three extra damage counters to place somewhere on the board. I'm thinking that maybe Lapras is a good target since it does have 130 hit points and Necrozma doesn't have a special energy on it. But looks like gonna put 3 onto the Pyukumuku and go down to just 4 prizes remaining.
Yeah, doing this on the Pyukumuku actually makes sense. I think that has 70 HP, it looks like. And if that's the case, well, never mind.
Here it is.
But
the
thought process though is putting 30 there means that if you draw into Spell Tag later on, it puts Jesse in a weird spot where if he takes a KO, it means that Pyukumuku could be KO'd. Jesse does have the answer right away though. We conjured
it into play. Yeah,
Certainly.
I already had it on the overlay. We were talking about it, and there it is. Rough Seas is going to be really good against any deck that tries to spread damage, and Psychic is notorious for spreading damage in Gym Leader Challenge formats. Jesse gonna go for a Shady Dealings. We all know Shady Dealings gets a trainer card out of the deck and into the hands, but in Gym Leader Challenge you can only do that on average once a game, unless you scoop up and reuse the Inteleon. Getting this one trainer card could change the outcome of the match. Jesse does have the option to maybe Gust or something. If Jesse wants to take down a more potent threat, the Blacephalon is going to be neutralized as soon as Jesse takes a prize card. So, dealing 4 damage counters a turn is not going to win Sam this game. If Jesse decides that there is a more, a better target on the bench, then he might just decide to take it.
Jesse does grab the Versus Seeker. We saw him take a moment to look through Samuel's discard pile, well aware that the card Samuel took off of his prizes last turn was Versus Seeker. So Jesse's wants to be aware of what Samuel might be able to pull off next turn, the type of plays he could be going for. I'm not sure if Jesse has played his in or not this game. That could be an option to limit that. If he is worried about that Versus Seeker in Samuel's hand. And in does get drawn. But since Jesse didn't grab it off Shady Dealings and has gone ahead and used Abyssal Hand, I don't feel like in is happening this turn.
I think we're going to see a Boss's Orders.
Okay.
Frankly, I think it's going to be Boss's Orders for the Malamar. Now that the Dimension Valley is countered, now that, Jesse's got 2 attackers powered up, it's just going to have to be Intellion and Lapras just taking these final 3 prizes. Jesse isn't going to need an Energy Accelerator. That ship has kind of already sailed. Oh, I actually love this play. Yep, great. Take the Blacephalon out, Hex, and you are not going to be able to use that Malamar's Psychic Recharge. I was thinking maybe a Boss's Orders on the Malamar, but this is actually even better.
Yeah, this works out very nicely. Boss's Orders would have been a fine play as well because the Blacephalon is not very effective when you don't have 3 prizes left, so it almost makes it so those 2 energy cards are stuck on the Blacephalon because they're not good things to use. Samuel does play counter energy in his deck, so that is still a way that Special Laser could be utilized here to pick up the KO, and I got to think that Jesse is probably not expecting that.
I would not expect it myself. Counter energy is a tough card to account for since really not a lot of decks play counter energy in Gym Leader Challenge. It's a card that sees some play and it's good, but it's not like an every deck kind of card. So are you expecting Sam to just teammates counter energy right now? That might be Raihan counter energy or something like that. Raihan to a benched attacker, counter energy to the active, and all of a sudden Sam is still in it.
Very much so. Special Laser deals 160 damage as long as you have a special energy attached, which is very difficult to deal with. It's going to KO everything in Jesse's deck besides the Wailord. It is enough to KO the Intellion that would be the only other attacking option for Jesse on the next turn. And I feel like counter energy has to be the grab. DCE does not work because it needs a Psychic and a Colorless, so it's got to be this counter energy. And with Samuel being at 4 prizes, Jesse at 2, Samuel knows that he can get 2 turns of use out of this counter energy.
Yeah, and I think that Jesse was expecting maybe the Lapras to be able to go 2 for 1 these past couple turns with the Hex, not anticipating the Lapras getting responded to and just saying, okay, all I need is Lapras and this Intellion, and these guys will close up the game. But with the Lapras going down this turn, thanks to Necrozma's Special Laser, and actually Jesse's built-up attacker does not do enough damage to knock out Necrozma.
No, 120 damage is the damage cap of the Intellion, and I don't know that Jesse has any damage modifiers in his deck. I don't think that I see a Muscle Band here. I don't think that there's anything like a definitely not a plus power or a Kukui or anything like that. So if this has to be a 2-hit KO, what Jesse could do is set up a hit for this, deal 120 damage to it, leave it with 10 HP, and then if Jesse can pull off a Boss's Orders the next turn onto Malamar, that would be enough to knock out both Pokemon. The problem with this, though, is that I think Intellion would just go down to the Special Laser right after that.
He's got Shady Dealings, obviously. I think the Intellion's right here. So he's going to be able to get 2 trainers out of the deck. The question is, does he grab Guzma and Gust around the Necrozma and still take a prize, go to 1 prize remaining, and then say, okay, I'm going to need like Rare Candy Blastoise or something like that? Or do I just go, Shady Dealings, get the Rare Candy Blastoise now and save it for next turn, and leave this Necrozma with just 10 hit points left? It's a really precarious situation. This game is actually going to be really tight.
I have no idea who's going to win this game.
I have no idea. This is like this is so tight right now. I mean, resources are thin. The Necrozma counter energy is going to get Sam right back into this match after a slow start where it really looked like Jesse was able to take a commanding lead. It was the jammed bench that didn't allow Jesse to be able to build up backup attackers while Frostmoth was in play.
That Pukumuku is great in the early game, but not doing much for you at this point. And it's just clogged the bench up, and now Jesse is kind of paying the price for it. It has no energy accelerator in play because Samuel chose to take out the Frostmoth. And Jesse is just left with the shady dealings. Is going to grab Reset Stamp, a great card to reset your opponent's hand. Put them down to just 3 cards, based on how many prize cards they have. Samuel, in this instance, having the 3. Definitely not a card you see too much in GLC, but it is still a very powerful one.
Yeah, this is going to be so close coming down the wire. Jesse does not have the tools to knock out this Necrozma. So Necrozma is going to take out Jesse's only following attacker. I think that maybe Jesse's saying with the Ultra Ball, like, I need to get Blastoise out.
Yeah.
And I need to find Rare Candy because it's got to happen this next turn or else I'm losing this game. So that is just so tight. I mean, it's such a grindy position to be in, with no way to accelerate energy and being 10 damage short of the knockouts. No additional damage buffs in Jesse's deck. You don't really need them because Pokemon like Lapras just, every water energy is a damage buff. With Wailord, every water energy is a damage buff. So you just play ways to get water energy into play.
Sometimes we've seen these water decks playing basic Pokemon like Cramorant, which has a similar type attack, but whenever you're trying to make space for whatever you might be desiring. Oh, did Jesse retreat before Guzma? Jesse retreated already, and he wants to play this Guzma.
Oh, no. That is a throw.
That is if that's the game plan Jesse was going for, that is a massive mistake.
Oh, that is so tough. Oh, that is heartbreaking. There's a way you have to route it. Jesse knows exactly what he did. As soon as he did it, you just have to, right. He thought boss and just retreated and is like, I meant to Guzma and retreat. This is not how we wanted to do this. This is incredibly frustrating for Jesse, having to just swing in. He wanted to go to 1 prize remaining. This is not how he wrote it up.
No, not at all. And now forced to put that Wishy-Washy down, attach an energy, goes with Abyssal Hand, but it doesn't find the boss's orders, which would have bailed him out of this mistake. And you can see Jesse is so frustrated with himself because this is, it's a situation that, this is what will happen in these singleton formats. You've got 1 boss in your deck, you've got 1 Guzma in your deck. You got to make sure you sequence which one you're playing that turn correctly. And Jesse just got a little mixed up, and it's not over by any means, but
it was one of those things where it's a 1-2 play, right?
Yeah.
He just Guzma retreat. He did retreat Guz. That's and as soon as he did it, he was instantly like, oh my god, you could just see the expression from his demeanor. But the sign of a great player is being able to shake that off, and you're just going to have
to
get back in there, play it where it lands. Jesse is not out of this game yet. Jesse can actually knock out this Necrozma with a Squirtle. It doesn't matter, okay? Like a 1 energy Squirtle, whatever. Jesse can take a prize and then go to just 1 prize remaining. It is possible. The tough part is going to be if this Lunala hits the board and is able to actually start taking knockouts, then it would be a 2 energy squirtle. It's not a 1 energy punch. Dang, all right, maybe Squirtle dreams are dead. But the Lunala is going to be a real tough Pokemon for Jesse to deal with as this game starts to wind down.
Yeah, it's got 160 HP, and we talked about Lunar Pain a bit, but Psychic Shot is a solid attack as well, dealing 130 damage to an active Pokemon, and then 30 damage to one of the opponent's benched Pokemon. Celebrations, I think, people were talking about, it doesn't have very much for competitive players, but if you're playing GLC, there's a lot of really good cards in Celebrations.
There's a lot to love. Dialga gets any card back from the discard pile. Lunala.
We already saw Ho-Oh today.
Ho-Oh. Yeah, some really cool stuff out of Celebrations for this Gym Leader Challenge format. And Lunala could be the card that sweeps up this game with the Pyukyu just being a lowly HP Pokemon on the bench. Just 2 Psychic Shots, this game might be over.
It could come down to that. Jesse's going to do everything he can to play to his outs and try to win this one, but I think it's going to have to be a Rare Candy Blastoise play.
It's the only thing that could bail Jesse out of this. The Wishy-Washy, if there's any silver lining, is that the Wishy-Washy is huge.
Oh, 180 hit points on that guy.
Yes.
The Swarm is big.
Yes, the Wishy-Washy is a gigantic card, and that is kind of the quintessential part of the water decks. It's got all these massive dudes who are very difficult to knock out. So Jesse really has to consider his play. He obviously got the free retreat on the Octillery. Now, the Rough Seas is still stuck, so that means that Lunar or the Lunala actually isn't going to be able to get damage to stack up on the bench.
No.
Right? So that means that with Sam having 2 prizes left, Jesse has an opportunity to potentially start trading now and can still bring this game back if he could draw the cards he needs.
I think I may have just heard our head judge yelling out in the room that time has been called. If it's not time yet, it's very close, and that's a double tails on Timer Ball.
I think he's got the Ultra Ball in his hand. So.
Has Ultra Ball, but and Evolution.
He's just burning to draw cards. He's looking for the rare candy. I think to get Blastoise into play, he needs that. This game can conclude in 2 turns. If Jesse's turn 0, in order to not lose, he would have to take a knockout this turn and next turn anyway.
Right.
So it is what it is. Time or no time, this game is going to conclude.
Right.
I'm pretty confident in that.
Yeah, we've got a little time marker at the table, so maybe time has not quite been called yet because we don't see that.
I don't think so. They do have a turns marker, so they would put that out if it was turns. So it's not there yet. And they are just, he's considering his plays. He does have a lot to navigate in these final turns, and with just 2 prizes left to take, anything could happen from either player. Sam has really skillfully brought himself back into this game after an early fall behind. It is rallying back. Jesse is going to preemptively Ultra Ball for the Blastoise. I think aiming to draw into rare candy off Abyssal Hand.
That it has to be that. Has 1 other card in hand. Not sure if it's playable or not. Could be down to these 3 or 4 cards. It is the Guzma, so you either have to go in with the Guzma right now or just hope to draw it off these 3 cards, and then you have access to Space Beacon to get your energies in play. You could easily scatter.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I don't see it.
It's not there, Andrew.
Oh, the rare candy Blastoise would have been slammed down.
Now, the thing is, Samuel's counter energy is no longer active. So
this is true.
Something to think about. Samuel does need to find another basic psychic energy in order to attack with Special Laser, and even if he's attacking with Special Laser, Wishy-Washy's got a lot of HP.
We might see a Guzma stall this turn, and I think that's what we see. Onto the Malamar, just saying, okay, I need another turn. I'm really back up against the wall here, and there's a couple things that need to happen. I also need double Colorless off the top could actually allow the Malamar to retreat, but again, there are not enough energy in play on the Necrozma.
Well, is there any in the discard?
But even then, if you attach energy, it's turn 0 now. Okay, so Sam is turn 0, which means that Jesse will have 2 more turns to play. And with both players having 2 more turns to play, that means that it is possible for either player to win.
It is still possible. Samuel's playing Guzma Hala, which will allow him to get any stadium, any tool card, and any special energy out of the deck and put them in hand. Looking at the spell tag, I don't know that that's ever going to really come up too much. I guess if you bump the Rough Seas and you go for the attack with the Lunala, you can spread damage to the Pyukumuku, and then spell tag could, theoretically we could see some sudden death shenanigans here. Or 1 prize game shenanigans.
Hey Chip, let's just take a moment to, how does this game compare to any of the games that we watched yesterday?
Oh, this is
a different planet. We are in a different solar system right now, as compared to the standard games. This is This is an insane finale to round three. Round three might go to sudden death. A 40-minute epic. A 40-minute epic tale between two decks.
Yeah.
That might result in sudden death. If that's not Gym Leader Challenge, I don't know what is.
Love to see it. Samuel, like you mentioned, had double colorless, also grabbed Twin off that Guzmahala, both of which will allow the Malamar to retreat. Psychic Recharge gets the extra energy needed onto the Necrozma.
No,
but we actually could be going
attack.
in with the Lunala instead. Yeah,
Necrozma can attack. Yeah, but it can't take a knockout.
Right, but they're tied on prizes. It can only do the 30 damage attack.
It can.
It can, and I think that attack actually reduces damage
done
to you on the next turn.
Yeah, it is a barrier. It's literally called barrier attack. That's
you were about to say it's a barrier type attack.
I was literally going to say it's a barrier attack, and then it was. Jesse needs to stay on board. Oh, this is crushing.
That's too much damage on that Wisniewsky, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He can only use barrier attack, though, so he has to go back and not.
Yeah, it has to be the
Okay, they've figured it out.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. I'm going to say. Yeah,
looks like our judge figured it out.
Yes.
But Tails puts this Wisniewsky back into the deck.
Yeah, this is really bad. Jesse did not want that. But with that, meaning that this is going to be turn one for Jesse, means Sam cannot win.
Yes.
Unless there is some sort of crazy
spell tag plays.
Oh, I mean, and we could see that because with Lunala on the bench fully powered up,
Jesse has to knock this out.
Jesse has to knock this out. But if Jesse refuses, then Jesse says, you can't win either.
This is incredible what we're seeing happen here. Jesse does top deck Colress, which would draw a ton of cards and could feasibly get him into the Rare Candy Blastoise plays. We also see Whalmer comes down. We've seen Whalmer take quite a few prizes this game. It could still be in for it.
And White Curum. So we'll see. Abyssal Hand. We find the Rare Candy.
Blastoise is in hand. A couple Water Energy as well.
I see teammates. Okay.
Oh, no Rare Candy.
But he's got teammates.
Okay, but nothing got knocked out, though.
Oh, but nothing got knocked out. So
the Wisniewsky went back to the deck.
Yes. So, yeah.
What is happening?
Where are we with this finale?
I don't know how many
one of time.
I don't know how many cards Jesse has left in deck. This Colress is
he's got to count.
Big.
He's at the counting stage. You definitely take a quick count.
It looks like he would not deck out, but he's drawing 8 cards off this.
Yes. And the question is, okay, does Sam have the boss's orders? Because if Sam has boss's orders, then that means that he can finish the game with Lunala, right? If the spell tag gets activated.
If the spell tag gets activated, all 4 damage counters have to go to Pyukumuku.
Yep.
And then boss's orders with the Lunala will deal 130. I guess
is
if
that
White
a scoop
Curum
up net, that is a scoop up net.
Oh, we could get the Pyukumuku out of there.
Yes, and then the bench barrier on the Squirtle makes it so it can't get knocked out.
Right.
Oh. Okay.
But so Jesse still needs Rare Candy Blastoise, and I don't see it there in that hand.
I don't see it either. I suspect that Jesse would have slammed it down if it was there. Knowing that Rare Candy Blastoise is in those final 4 cards, it's got to feel really bad.
Oh.
If it is indeed. And I think at this point, you scoop up the Pyukumuku, send up your biggest dude, and pass.
Yeah, and just try to take the
the tie.
Well, at this point, it's going to be a tie regardless, because if Jesse's not knocking out the active, then the spell tag doesn't get propped, and then there's no situation where anything else could happen.
Yeah, so I think at this point, you're playing just not to lose. You're going into Sam's last turn. Pick up your weakest guy, so that there's no... Yeah, I don't know. Nothing can happen, but I think it will just be a tie. Going into turn 2 of time, this is Sam's last chance to win. The Lunala does 130 and spreads 30, but with the rough seas in play for so long, the damage that was on the Pyukumuku got healed off, and Sam is going to come up just a little bit short, I think, of this game, but Sam will take his time to really search through the options in his deck and make sure that he's not missing anything. you would hate to concede when there is a route on board.
Yeah. Samuel's going to think through things, and I mean, the Dragapult also has the attack that spreads 30 damage to the bench, but once again, it's still just not going to be enough. Samuel's going to just keep playing it out, and we're going to see what happens here. I think Jesse... Oh, Samuel just shuffled his hand into his deck.
No.
He did just shuffle his hand into his deck.
Oh.
He just shuffled it into his deck.
Oh, boy. That's really not the way you want to end this.
Oh, my goodness.
Chat, let's get some Fs. Sam could have just
no.
passed.
And the game would have been a tie, but now...
If they
the
cannot
judges at the
recreate...
table, this is what it is. It's a penalty. This will be a penalty because it's an irreparable game state. There's no way for the judge, the players, to verify the cards that were in the hand for Samuel.
Yeah.
And Samuel will receive a penalty for this. An irreparable game state penalty is a game loss, and Jesse will be awarded the win here.
If they decide to resolve it in that way... I believe they're probably calling over the head judge right now. If I had to ask, I think it is probably going to be AJ coming to the table.
Yeah.
And they're going to hash this out. But that you really hate to see that. Marnie is a tricky supporter. You have to shuffle your hand and put it on the bottom of the deck. You really, I mean, this is a common error. I've heard of this happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're used to just throwing the card down on PTCGO. It does it all for us.
Yep.
You know, you're playing N and Marnie in the same deck. It can get confusing. Oh, but just such a crucial time to make a huge error.
Oh, yeah. I'm speechless. I really need to know how this is going to resolve between these two players. Maybe will because the hand cannot be recreated.
No.
I didn't even see the hand here. We can't go out and tell them what the hand was. It's just, and even then it's an illegal deck shuffle at the very minimum.
At very minimum, it would be a 2-prize penalty, which would also award Jesse the game. And we see the handshake, the hand extended. Waylord was in the prize cards all that time for Jesse, it turns out. And
oh my gosh.
We're going to get word, but I'm pretty sure, based
that
on
Jesse
my
got
knowledge,
awarded the win because Sam shuffled his hand into his deck with Marnie. An unnecessary Marnie.
Right.
And could have just literally said pass and it would have been a tie.
Yeah, there was no way for Samuel to win the game. There was no way for Samuel to lose the game.
Yeah.
Well, there was one way for Samuel to lose the game.
There was only one way to lose that game, and it was with an irreparable game state. And Jesse may have just got away with it. I mean, he just you know what I mean? That was so wild. We're going to be right back with a word on what happened in that match, so hang tight. Okay, so we just got word from the table judge that Jesse, being the great guy that he is, actually took the tie and said, no, we're not going to end that long 40-minute match, okay, with you shuffling your hand in unnecessarily on a Marnie. We'll just take the tie. It was really nice of Jesse. So that is going to end in a draw, which is I think the result we all would have liked to have seen.
Right.
After having sat through that match for 40 minutes.
We explained how the rules would have worked in that situation. The ruling would have been that Jesse would have been awarded the win.
And nobody would have faulted him for that.
Absolutely.
You take those. There's $400 on the line today. We'd have been like, yeah, bro, you take that dub, man.
Absolutely.
And nobody would have even batted an eye.
But, good guy Jesse decides, you know what, this game was going to be a tie, and I'm sure Samuel is very thankful. I mean, it's obvious it was a total accident, and it ends up being a tie, and both players will move on to 2-0-1.
2-0-1.
Still a fine spot to be in.
A great spot to be in. We are getting ready for round 4. That match went to time, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with our 4th round out of 6, the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K. Hopping right into round 4, the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event. We have got Cameron Carr on the right playing a Psychic deck versus Mike Gibbs on the left with a Grass deck. And I gotta say, I love I love grass in Gym Leader Challenge.
Grass is one of my favorite types to play in GLC.
And also, can we just take a minute to admire this board? A shiny Inkay versus a shiny Grookey. There's nothing cooler than blinging out your Gym Leader Challenge deck with some fun cards, especially the ones from the shiny sets.
Shining Fates versus Hidden Fates, and Mike is going to kick things off with an N. It looks like Cameron did go first and just attached an energy to Inkay and passed, but luckily for Cameron, looks like he'll get bailed out a little bit by an N from Mike.
And a Tropical Beach, that is a World Championship version of the card. In order to increase accessibility to this awesome stadium, we always allow World Championship versions of cards to be played in our Gym Leader Challenge tournaments. Tropical Beach is one of the best consistency supporters of all time, and generally a fantastic card for this format. Send a letter to your nearest TPCI representative and see if they can't do something about reprinting this fella. It's been a while.
Yeah, it is such a strong card. This was, for anyone who is not aware, the promo card that competitors received for playing in the 2011 and the 2012 World Championships. So that's been 10 years ago now, and we have not seen the card get printed since 2012 Worlds. That's
it was given out as a Worlds promo,
and it's a good card.
It's really good and has had a lot of success throughout its tenure in the Pokemon TCG. And I think it's a great card for Gym Leader Challenge format. Is it necessary? No, it's the first one we've seen so far, and it's round 4. It's just a nice option for players to have. And allowing the World Championship version does make it an accessible card for players to utilize for this tournament.
Mike has a pretty strong hand off of the N. In hand is a Forest of Giant Plants. Beach will draw a couple cards here. And Forest of Giant Plants, a card that's banned in the expanded format, but it's all go here in GLC. You only get to play one, but if you can find the one at the right time, you can put a crazy amount of Pokemon in play.
Yeah, talk about popping off. Forest of Giant Plants is one of the biggest pop-off cards of Gym Leader Challenge format. I think Cameron going for a Bird Keeper just to draw 3 cards, put the Ralts into the active. Nice secret rare Psychic Energy. I see Cameron is a man of some good taste. I love the different energy art. It's like my favorite thing. You're playing a singleton deck, so why not make all of your basic energy singleton as well?
Yeah, just add to the allure a little bit.
The theme. You got to stick to the theme.
Cameron does just opt to use the Tropical Beach. It is a stadium card, so even though it is Mike's stadium, Cameron can utilize it. Just draws 1 card, but that must mean that Cameron had not much else going on in that hand.
And I love that Mike does have the Trico in play. Trico can evolve into Grovyle, and Grovyle is one of the best consistency Pokemon for this grass deck because of its Sunshine Grace ability, which allows you to search your deck for a grass-type Pokemon once during your turn and put it into your hand. Looks like Mike is able to evolve into Thwackey, but might just take advantage of the Trico's first attack, Find a Friend.
Trico just needs a friend out here. Search your deck for a Pokemon and put it into your hand. And what I love about this evolution line of Pokemon is that the Trico can find the Grovyle, and then the Grovyle just gets your setup through the rest of the game. Eventually, you can evolve into Sceptile and start swinging for a ton of damage. And actually, Mike wants to go in with the Rillaboom here.
Yeah, that is a great grab from Mike. Rillaboom is a star in this grass deck because of its I just blanked, man. What's the jungle
Voltage Beat?
Voltage Beat. Why is it voltage, man? That's lightning. Voltage Beat ability, which allows you to accelerate 2 grass energy.
I'm hoping I'm not. You
got me Voltage Beat.
I was about to say you got me tripping out, thinking I didn't remember the name correctly.
No, sometimes you know how you forget, something. I don't know. Maybe my brain just doesn't work right. But sometimes, something I use every day, I can forget the name of if just put on the spot. And when you're streaming, I always get put on the spot. So Rillaboom's got the voltage beat. For some reason, conjuring that name was not possible for me just there. But a great ability, and what is, I think, underrated about Rillaboom is the fact that it's an amazing attacker as well.
It is a very solid attacker. Hammer in can definitely get in there. 140 damage for 3 grass and 1 colorless. Now that Rillaboom that Mike just grabbed is not going to be an option in this new hand because of Cameron's Marnie. Shuffle both players' hands, and then they each put them on the bottom of their decks. And then you get to draw 5, and your opponent only gets to draw 4. And off of Marnie, Cameron does find Level Ball, which is great. You just want to keep getting your Pokemon set up, and look at all these shiny guys in play, Andrew.
Oh, I love it. Yes, the Psychic deck has got quite a few Pokemon that you can bling out. Shiny Dreepy, shiny Dracloak, shiny Dragapult, shiny Inkay, shiny Marnie, and the list goes on. It really is an awesome deck to play in Gym Leader Challenge format.
I'm wondering what Cameron's going to do here, because Curlia actually has an attack. Okay, it's going to be a beach for up to 7, which makes sense. But Curlia's second attack is, I actually know this Curlia because I played it in a deck at one point, but it's like a spinning attack, I think is what it's called. For 2 colorless, it does 30 damage, and then you flip 2 coins, or it does 30 times. Each heads you flip for 2 coins.
Yeah, that is it's a fine attack. I think that going for the beach obviously is when beach is in play, it's so tempting in the early turns to just man, let's just fill her to 7. Let's go. We're gonna get 7 cards in the hand and start off next turn even stronger than ever.
Mike has gone ahead and benched a Zarude and thrown a Grass Energy on it. Now while Trico wants to find a friend, Zarude wants to find the pack.
Yes, find the pack.
Which at this point will still only find 1 Pokemon. If you go second on your first turn, it actually lets you search for 3 grass Pokemon and put them in your hand, which is very, very good. But in this spot, Pack Call will just still get a grass Pokemon and put a Pokemon with a little bit more HP in the active.
It's cards like this, right? Legendary Pokemon, or is it mythical Pokemon?
Zarude is a mythical Pokemon.
Yes, from Chilling Rain, with 2 awesome attacks that are completely unplayable in standard format. It just feels like these kinds of cards were developed for Gym Leader Challenge. Like, what do you like? This kind of card is printed straight into GLC. The repeated whip attack is awesome. It scales with the amount of energy you have in play, capable of doing 120 damage for 3, which is like perfect numbers for GLC. 130 hit points is like the magic HP total in Gym Leader Challenge format as well, because a lot of attacks do 120 damage. So having 130 hit points puts you right over that edge. But we have got an explosive turn now from Mike, with the Trico retreating to the bench, Grovyle coming down into play, Sunshine Grace can search out that Rillaboom, evolve Thwackey into Rillaboom, and this deck is taking off. Zarude now has 3 energy on it thanks to Rillaboom's Voltage Beat ability, and we're going to see a repeated whip taking out this Curlia for 120 damage.
That is an insane turn from Mike. Picking up this KO, and KOing Curlia, by the way, is really good because Gardevoir is one of the best draw options that the Psychic deck has. Similarly to Dark, Psychic has a lot of great Pokemon, a lot of great attackers, but not the best consistency as far as draw goes.
Yes, and worth noting that Psychic did take down the first Full Grip Games GLC 1K at the hands of Trey McCarden. So Psychic is one of the decks to beat at this event. It's got so many different options available to it, and Trey definitely tore it up with his Psychic deck at the last 1K. Grass was able to make top 8 at the hands of Adavan Balundran, so I am really looking forward to seeing if Grass can't command a little bit more respect during this tournament today. I know that some players don't even consider Grass to be one of the top Archetypes, I think Grass is
it's so good.
I think Grass is a monster archetype, and one of the things that makes Grass so good is its built-in consistency.
We've talked about Psychic decks. We've talked about what the best attacking Pokemon is, and it is Dragapult. And now Cameron has set this up thanks to teammates grabbing rare candy out of the deck. Psychic Recharge can get a Psychic Energy from the discard pile and attach it to the Dragapult. And then if Cameron can attach a basic Psychic Energy for the turn, we could see a Phantom Force here, which doesn't quite KO Zarude, but it is still getting in there. And there's always the chance that your opponent will not be able to take a response KO thanks to that amazing Infiltrator ability.
Yeah, the Dragapult is exactly what Cameron needed, thanks to teammates capable of getting that Dragapult sprung into play. Malamar Psychic Recharge, accelerating the energy necessary to start attacking. 120 damage, a little bit short, but if Cameron's able to pull off a Guzma or an Escape Rope or a Boss's Orders this next turn, then Dragapult could finish off that Zarude on the bench with the 3 damage counters you get to place with the effect of Phantom Force.
And the Boss's Orders or Guzma potential would also target down, I have to assume, the Grovyle, which is one of the best consistency pieces Mike has set up at this point. Now, Mike is trying to map out the turn and figure out exactly what he needs to do to respond to this. You're going to have to just hit into the Infiltrator ability at some point, and it always feels bad, but you just gotta hope that your opponent is not very good at flipping coins.
This is the spot that we're at. I mean, Cameron is hinging this game plan on this Dragapult lasting through the turn. I mean,
right.
Half the time it lives. So Cameron needs the odds to be in his favor right now in order to maintain his position in this game. On the other side, Mike is going to continue turning energy into play with Rillaboom's Voltage Beat ability, continue setting up Pokemon thanks to Grovyle's Sunshine Grace. I mean, and look at the difference, right?
Yeah.
The fact that Mike is able to just play off the board, only has 3 Pokemon in play, but can just use these abilities every turn to make sure that he's able to cook up a response KO to whatever Cameron has going on. Cameron has to play out of the hand. Doesn't have that built-in consistency, in Sunshine Grace. It does, Cameron does have Psychic Recharge. Yes, that's +1 energy from the discard pile every turn, but it's just not the same.
No, not at all. Mike drawing 3 cards off Cynthia and Caitlin also gets that back into hand. So if Mike does flip a Tails if Cameron flips a Tails and Mike goes down on prizes, and N could be a great way to get back into the game.
It looks like Mike is definitely experienced with this grass deck. Seems to know exactly what he's doing. He's got a good grasp of what he needs to do to route this victory. Voltage Beat to the active Zarude. It's a mystery energy on the Dragapult. Thankfully not a Horror Psychic, or else, we could see that Zarude get knocked out from the recoil damage. Shuffling up and saying, you know what, let's flip this coin. I have got an attack coming your way. Are you going to get knocked out, or are you going to evade completely?
And this is a huge turn in the game. If Mike KOs this Dragapult, Cameron is left with just a Malamar in play. But if Malamar hits a heads and no damage at all is done to this Dragapult, Mike will lose this Zarude with 5 energies on it and be in such a bad spot.
Yeah, it really is a tough spot. I do love that Mike dropped an energy onto the Rillaboom. That is really key. Here it goes. All right, steady now.
This is huge.
Big flip. And it's a Tails!
That could almost decide the game here at this point. Cameron's got to find something to respond to this. Thankfully, the Zarude does already have 120 damage on it, so just literally any 10 damage attack will be able to deal with this. But right now, Cameron just had to go for an N. Does put Mike down to just 4 cards in hand. Cameron will still get the full 6, but needs to find a Pokemon that can deal 10 damage.
Yeah, or else this Zarud is going to be using repeated whip for what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 160 damage next turn. Could ramp up to 200 damage with Voltage Beat very easily. With the grass energy already on Rillaboom as well. Oh, are there no Pokemon?
Cameron got nothing.
And that's game.
Cameron, I think he's got nothing. I think that must be it.
And that's it.
Oh,
Mike
no.
Gibbs takes the win with his grass deck. Zarud and Rillaboom forming that 1-2 combination to just absolutely tear it up on the tabletop. We're going to get Mike back here for a player interview in just a moment, so hang tight. We'll be right back. I am here with Mike Gibbs, hot off his round 4 win. What are you, 4-0 now? Round 4 win with the grass deck. How you doing, Mike?
Oh, it's been fun. This Forest Giant Planet is a lot of fun. I didn't use in this game, but it's been so fun, man.
That's awesome. Yeah, you said you're a fan of Gym Leader Challenge format. Have you been playing the grass deck for a while? How'd you decide to play grass today?
Me and my buddies, I literally started playing yesterday, and all they had was a grass deck. So I was like, all right, well, I'm playing grass. Like, that's the only deck they had that was like pretty good. So I was like, I'm just gonna play grass. And Forest Giant Planet sounds cool, and yeah, it's been fun.
That's awesome. So
yeah.
Yesterday was your first game of Gym Leader Challenge then?
Pretty much, yeah.
Did you come out for the standard event?
Yeah, they just like, hey, just play Sundays. It's fun. And I was like, all right, whatever. I'll stick around. I got nothing going on. They just handed me a grass deck, and yeah, that's about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, yeah, needless to say, it's going well for you then.
Yeah.
Obviously, 4-0. What did you decide to play in yesterday's standard event?
I played Single Strike Urshifu with Umbreon VMAX.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, 4-0, I mean, if you win your next round, at 4-0, you might actually be able to double ID.
Yeah, I imagine double ID.
Into top 8, yeah, at the very least. So you might have just gone from never having played Gym Leader Challenge format to have just asserted yourself into top 8 of your first Gym Leader Challenge event. That's amazing. So how did your matchups go so far? Were there any matchups that were tough to navigate or that you were worried about? Or what decks have you been able to beat?
Yeah, so round 1 I played against a Grass Mirror.
Okay.
And I got like Rillaboom and Venusaur set up like turn 3 or turn 4. Like, so like one of those two are set up. Like, I pretty much cannot lose if they don't got anything set up.
Oh yeah, you're
like,
just
every
a ton
turn
of energy.
I'm just hitting for like 200. So yeah, and then round 2 was really fun. I went first, and I had Forest in hand, and I went like, all right, level ball for what is it, Grookey? And I just went Rillaboom attached to Zarud.
Oh
like
my
turn 1. Yeah. So then like he never recovers from that.
No,
like,
yeah, if you get a turn 1 Rillaboom.
And then like I was getting set up for like Venusaur like turn 2 and then he got his Guzzlord powered up, and I went Sceptile. Like, there's nothing you can do there.
Yeah.
So I just sacked him. Then round 3, I got like, I guess a lightning deck has the like Quaking Punch or whatever it is. Disconnect. Luxia.
Yeah, Luxia.
I had like 6 items in hand. That was super bad.
Oh my gosh.
But then like that's all he had, and I went Rillaboom knockout, and he really didn't have anything. So I just did Rillaboom things, and he never really recovered from that. So I got kind of lucky that he dead drew there.
Rillaboom has been the MVP so far.
Well, yeah, I don't think the deck would be like even like competitive the way it's built if like Rillaboom wasn't an option. Like, they're still learning too. Like, it's just so fun. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying your time so far, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us for the Gym Leader Challenge event today, and good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Yeah, thank you. It's been fun.
Gearing up for the 5th of 6 rounds at the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K here with Chip Ritchie. We are really stoked about this match we got ahead. We got John Mostowy against Luke Shepich. Now, we saw Luke have a little bit of really just a sad tale, a heartbreaker, a heart-wrencher of a tournament ending in yesterday's standard event because he was 5-1 and was looking like maybe I just need to ID into top 8 and then got down paired and then got down paired to his worst matchup.
It was actually just brutal. We did see it on the stream. Luke played as good as he could, but that matchup is just really
Sweet
bad.
Coon versus Jolteon. It's not a great matchup. So Luke is back at it again, 3-1, and trying to keep his top 8 hopes alive against John Mostowy. Both of these players are 3-1, so the stakes are very high for both of them. Only one Swiss round after this before we cut to a top 8. We've got a lot of really cool decks doing well in the field today. Azul, Garcia, Griego, 4-0 with the colorless control deck that I think Chip played at the last event.
Oh, yeah, he is playing my deck.
There we go.
I gave him the cards. So he is playing it right now, and he's playing against Mike Gibbs this round, who we just saw with his grass deck. Those guys are both 4-0, and they are the only 4-0s in the room, grass and control. They'll most likely ID this round because an ID puts them both at 4-0-1, and 4-1-1 at their resistance would definitely guarantee cut. 4-0-2, 100% in if they can ID their 6th and final round.
Absolutely. Let's get down to the tournament table and get some hype in the chat for these players as they gear up for round 5.
And things have just gotten underway here. It does appear that Luke went first, started Dreepy, which is great to get down quickly because Dragapult is your best attacker in the deck. It is a stage 2 though, so it takes you a few turns to get there. But once it gets up and running, it is incredibly strong. But all Luke had was a Psychic Energy, it appears, attaches to the Dreepy and passes over to John, who is going second and has one of the best supporters you can have in your opening hand when you go second. Good old Ball Guy.
I think that Ball Guy is a card that I think is better in some decks than it is in others. But there's one card in particular that I think makes Ball Guy a must-have in Water, and that's not just because Water likes to set up a whole bunch of different, support Pokemon. It's the Dive Ball. The Dive Ball is what gets me.
Definitely.
Being able to search out any Pokemon in your deck.
It's a Master Ball.
It's a Master Ball. It's literally a Master Ball. Is incredible with Ball Guy. So Ball Guy just has that much more flexibility, that much more reach in the Water deck than it does in any other deck, which is really strong.
John gonna play down the Nest Ball, and it's really important in these singleton formats when you have so many different evolution lines and so many different Pokemon that accelerate energy for you, that draw you cards. It's really important to check your prizes and be totally aware of what Pokemon you want to set up. You'd hate to bench your Snom whenever your Frostmoth is prized, or benching your Squirtle whenever you don't have access to Blastoise. So I'm sure John is well aware and taking time to check through things. He does have Octillery in hand, which is a great card to see in your opening hand if you have a way to get the Remoraid down, because that is your best way to draw cards throughout the game. And the first Nest Ball does quickly grab good old Pyukumuku.
Pyukumuku's Call for Family attack can get the Remoraid out of the deck, hopefully, if it's not prized, can help get set up Pokemon like Starmie. I do think that John is probably playing a similar list to the list we saw from Jesse Parker. These two work together on decks very regularly.
Yeah.
So I would anticipate that they have probably come to a similar conclusion with the Gym Leader Challenge format, both players being fans of this Water deck. And Pyukumuku did help Jesse to set up in the game we saw him play on stream, so maybe we're looking at a similar strategy. Actually has the Floatstone in hand.
Oh, huge.
So we have got a turn 1 Call for Family, and this is huge for John, who is going to be able to set up magnificently, assuming that Remoraid is in deck with Octillery in hand.
Incredible setup, and Remoraid gets brought right to the front of the deck, gets thrown down on the bench, and Octillery will give John consistent draw through the rest of the game, provided he can play his hand down to just less than 5 cards. Deciding what this other Pokemon is going to be, Snom doesn't feel like a bad choice. Sobble never feels bad because Drizzle's Shady Dealings and Intellion's Shady Dealings are some of the best ways for you to set up plays like Rare Candy into Blastoise, get a bunch of energies out of the deck with Capacious Bucket and Professor's Letter. It just really opens up your entire deck.
Yeah, with Squirtle as the energy accelerator of choice, I go Sobble here every time, and it looks like that's the conclusion that John has come to, because Sobble... Oh,
Mixing
no.
it up.
Mixing it up with the Snom. Maybe deciding that it might be a little bit difficult to get the Blastoise into play quickly. It never hurts to have 2 energy accelerators on board because then you're not going to get stuck like Jesse Parker did earlier in the day with his Frostmoth getting knocked out. No way to finish off the match with enough energy acceleration before time was called. So having both is a nice crutch. Maybe John just feeling confident in his ability to set them up naturally without shady dealings.
A great top deck from Luke finds Dracloak. Go ahead and evolve it right away, and just an N is all that Luke has access to. Yeah, John's decision to get Snom also could have been impacted by potential prizes, right? We don't know if maybe War Turtle's in the prize, Rare Candy's in the prizes, Blastoise itself could be in the prizes, and so that kind of would tell me if I was playing against John, okay, this you're not getting your Sobble down. Either it's prized or some of your Blastoise pieces might be prized.
It might have been Rare Candy that's prized or something like that. Because I did see the Blastoise in the deck. But if Rare Candy's prized, then you might want to try and get Frostmoth into play turn 2 to try and get a turn 2 attack. And I'm thinking maybe with Octillery, he was feeling pretty confident that if he did go Snom, just an Evolution Incense away or a Level Ball away or whatever from getting some things going quickly.
I didn't see another Pokemon in Luke's hand at first, but it does look like Pokemon Communication and the Azelf can go into the deck. The Azelf, a pretty cool promo card. So maybe Luke's Psychic build, kind of looks like is built a little bit more around spread, which I really am a fan of.
Yeah, this is the spicy spread build. Let me see if I can't find that Azelf. I'm pretty sure this is the one. Yeah, this apparently is an incredibly difficult card to get on the Pokemon trading card game online.
Oh, it's worth like 2 Tropical Beaches.
Yeah, it's because it was one of those gem promos.
I have a locked one on my main account.
Yeah, so. It's a gem promo from one of the early days of the Pokemon trading card game online. It was released during the X and Y era. And this is a really cool card, super easy to get in paper. It's like a couple bucks, maybe $1.
Easy access.
Yeah, easy access. But on the Pokemon trading card game online, almost impossible to get, which is kind of funny. But again, one of the advantages of playing paper, and I think that most players who play Gym Leader Challenge will agree that if you like playing Gym Leader Challenge on the Pokemon trading card game online, playing in paper is a whole other experience and a lot of fun, especially with the ways you get to customize various cards in your deck and all that fun stuff.
So Luke's deck is really based around his Stage 2 Pokemon. Dragapult seems to be really the main attacker. Gardevoir, of course, with the ability to draw extra cards. I think the Arcane Arts ability. And then also has the 1/1/1 Crobat line, and I know you are a big fan of the bats, Andrew.
Oh, yes, I am. Crobat is a very cool line to include in any Psychic type deck. I mean, it's just great damage modification. Evolve into Golbat, and you get to do 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Evolve into Crobat, you're doing 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. And then Crobat has free retreat. And, Golbat and Zubat all have free retreat as well.
Yep.
And Crobat has got a nice attack for 1 energy. Allows you to do 30 damage wherever you want on your opponent's board. Does look like off of this, Luke is just trying to buy more time off the Let Loose. Going to retreat the Dracloak into Marshadow, saying, all right, I need to buy a turn. Please don't knock out my Dracloak. As soon as I get this into a Dragapult, I'm going to be much more stable.
Right, and that's where this deck really wants to be. Dragapult, 150 HP, its attack does 120 damage, and it has free retreat, giving you that pivot throughout the game.
Right, and of course, Let Loose Marshadow is legal in Gym Leader Challenge formats because Gym Leader Challenge format is not an official sanctioned format of from the Pokemon Company International. So we keep our own ban list here, of which there are no actual cards yet, really. It's just the rules of Gym Leader Challenge, which means that all multi-prize Pokemon are not allowed to be played. All Pokemon with the rule box. And as it is right now, ancient trait Pokemon are also not allowed. But anything else? Fair game, baby.
It's all fair game. Luke does miss out on the energy attachment this turn, which is not great, especially seeing as there's no Malamar in play. And that's normally how this Psychic deck kind of can mitigate, a little bit of how slow it can be. Just getting that extra energy acceleration. I mean, we've seen Lightning be very successful because of its access to the 2 Pokemon with the Dynamotor ability. Those energy acceleration abilities are incredibly strong.
Now, John also playing the White Kyurem and going to Juniper away. Drizzile, unfortunately, Drizzile's got to go.
If he'd grabbed that
Sobble, yes, but maybe we'll get to see the Snom pay off. If John, I do see Letter, I do see Evolution Incense,
wow.
so I think, and there's the Frostmoth. So this is actually going to be exactly what John was planning for.
John's popping off.
Yeah, John's popping off. Evolution Incense, definitely going to grab the Octillery, and we're going to start to see John power through this deck, which is one of the coolest things about playing water. Once you get that Frostmoth into play, then you can use Octillery's Abyssal Hand ability to just churn through cards and find tons of energy to rain into play with Frostmoth's Ice Dance. Combined with cards like Professor's Letter and Capacious Bucket, you can turn 1 item card into 2 water from the deck, not only thinning the deck, but juicing your hand with valuable energy so that you can perform your most powerful attacks. And it looks like John is actually going for the attack with White Kyurem this turn.
I love to see this. White Kyurem, a really interesting attacker in water. You play 1 fire energy in your deck for this reason. The Burning Scales attack. 80 Freezing Flames attack.
You gotta stop guessing, man.
I was pretty confident in that
You're
one.
pretty confident.
That's unfortunate. It's okay. Freezing Flames dealing 80 damage, and then if this Pokemon has any fire energy attached to it, this attack does 80 more damage. So a basic Pokemon that can do 160 damage, and you can power it up in just 1 turn. This is incredibly strong, and it's tough for any deck to deal with, let alone Luke, with the way his setup has gone so far.
I mean, look at John's board. We've got Frostmoth this turn. We've got Wartortle this turn. We've got Octillery this turn. And I think John's decision to go with the... Oh, okay, we're just going Lapras. I see this. John's decision to go with the Snom ended up being an excellent call.
Yeah, and I think that John's decision to hold off on attaching the energies makes a little bit of sense because Old Cemetery is in play, and that can really ramp up pretty quickly and make it much easier for your Pokemon to be KO'd. John does play Rough Seas in his list, but with no Snom in play and Drizzile in the discard pile, it's going to be pretty hard for him to get access to those pieces.
Yeah, Luke is definitely up against the ropes right now. He has got to try and piece together a strategy. I mean, these are some really good Pokemon that he just put into play. And with an N coming down, Luke is hoping to find a Dragapult to help protect the energy investment in the Dracloak and also just the time investment into evolving it into play. The Wobbuffet can be very good because it can turn off John's abilities with its Bide Barricade ability, but I do think that Luke is in a position where he's probably going to have to go down a couple prizes before he is able to establish a board and try to mount a comeback.
Yeah, this is not an abnormal thing for most spread decks. Usually you'd go down on prizes and then try to mount your comeback by building damage up in play. Usually when you've gone down by prizes, though, you'd hope that there would be a little bit more to work with as far as how much damage your opponent would have on their side of the field. We could see Luke attach an energy to the Mew this turn and go with just the Psi power, but instead, already attached to the Dracloak on the bench, that's right, and now we'll just pass it over to John, and this is a huge opening. If John could find a Boss's Orders or a Guzma to deal with that Dracloak before it becomes a Dragapult, that would set Luke back even more than he's already, even more behind than he already is.
Yeah, that would be absolutely terrible for Luke. And Luke is valuing the Wobbuffet, saying, I'm not going to retreat into Wobbuffet if Luke, but I guess Luke didn't have the retreat option in order to do so. It's tough because Wobbuffet would have decreased the odds that John was able to pull off some sort of gnarly gust play this turn, but with John having access to Octillery's Abyssal Hand, that is an option that we could see. Verse Seeker is in the hand right now for John. I'm not sure what supporters he has access to in the discard pile. Rare Candy also in the hand as well. So that's not going to be a card that really sees any play for the rest of this game, considering that Wartortle's already here, and Blastoise is probably not too far away from getting set up. I don't think that you could always see a Sobble, Rare Candy into Inteleon. This hand does seem a little jammed, and I think that John probably won't be able to dig for a boss play.
Won't be able to dig for a boss play, but at a minimum, Hydro Pump will still get a prize. You go up on the prize race, and that's all John can do.
Yeah, didn't really want to burn any of those cards to try an Abyssal hand. There really wasn't anything worth burning. I mean, like a Super Rod for 1 water or something.
Sometimes it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I think you'd rather save your resources, and I think that was correct for John to make that decision.
Luke chooses to send up the Wobbuffet, so maybe feels like it's unlikely to draw into the Dragapult, and we see that Blacephalon come into play. The Fireworks Bomb, an incredible attack when your opponent has only 3 prizes remaining, and if John takes 1 more knockout, that's the exact amount of prizes that he'll have.
Yeah, the Blacephalon coming down with the Psychic Energy really makes you, start to see that Luke still has a route in this game, despite things, kind of starting off a little slowly for him. That Blacephalon is really capable of wreaking havoc on an unprepared board state. Mysterious Treasure, discarding Tapu Lele from Luke's hand, and going to search out any Psychic Pokemon from the deck. A fantastic card for Psychic in Gym Leader Challenge because it's a get anything card. I mean, where Water has access to Dive Ball, which is arguably a little better, but getting cards in the discard pile is actually pretty good for Psychic. You can put cards like Lost Thunder, Giratina in the discard pile to use its Distortion durability. You can put Psychic Energy in the discard pile in order to recharge them into play with Malamar. A lot of options and combos you can pull off with discarding cards. So Mysterious Treasure, definitely one of the best cards in Psychic, and one of the first cards you're going to put into any Psychic deck if you're building a Psychic type Gym Leader Challenge deck.
I'm a little surprised to see Luke pitch the Tapu Lele promo card. That's one of the strongest cards in this strategy in this deck. Maybe Luke being aware that if John throws down a rough seas, it kind of can mitigate the strength that Tapu Lele has, but its Psywave attack is honestly not too bad. For just a Psychic Energy, it can deal 20 damage to the opponent's active for each energy that they have attached, and all of John's Pokemon are pretty energy hungry.
Not grabbing Dragapult makes me think that maybe Dragapult is not an option for Luke right now.
Must be the case.
Yeah, not grabbing Malamar either, or Curlia. Makes me think that these might be some gnarly prizes for Luke right now.
That could be the situation we're seeing. The Curlia, or the routes did, I believe, just come down this turn. I'm pretty sure because that took the spot. The Wobbuffet was in that spot on the bench. So I think the Curlia did just get bent, or the routes did just get benched. So maybe not going after Curlia for that reason. But even then, it is one of the better Pokemon to be able to set up. Gardevoir drawing you up through your deck, and also could potentially provide energy acceleration, which could be valuable, especially if you've prized Malamar.
So no abilities from John, but John is going to draw a massive 10 cards.
Oh, this is the dream.
Off of Colorless. I mean, what an absolutely monster hand to work with. Plenty of water energy. We've got a Brooklet Hill to counter the stadium, so John doesn't need to take any residual damage for attaching his water energy anymore. John is going to be a little bit short of this knockout, unless he retreats to the White Kyurem on the bench, and I don't think that John actually wants to do that. I mean, it's just a lot of energy to sack without a Starmie in play.
Yeah, no Starmie in play, but I guess if you're taking out the Wobbuffet, you would turn your Frostmoth back on. You got a couple energies in hand, but John thinks better of it. Just attacks into the active, wants to go for the 2-hit KO. Wobbuffet does have 2 retreat. It's a little hard to move out of the active, and unless Luke could find a Psychic Energy and a Dimension Valley, Wobbuffet, while it's turning off John's abilities, it's really not doing anything else for Luke.
I agree, and I think that John also, by not moving the Wobbuffet, by knocking it out and preserving some resources, gives him one more turn to potentially find Rough Seas to help with the damage spread from Blacephalon. Right now, the White Kyurem has 60 damage on it. The Lapras has 40 damage on it. By giving himself maybe one more turn to find Rough Seas before John unlocks the what is it, Fireball Circus turn from the Blacephalon, then John gives himself more time to even find a Blastoise, right? Which is going to be out of range of the Blacephalon spread damage.
Luke, with a really low hand size, does get the Malamar with an Ultra Ball. So, well, low hand size,
Had
one
a
card
research,
in hand, research.
chillin'.
No high five, but that's okay. We'll let it slide this time.
Oh, man, Chip. With all the high five propaganda, you're trying to make it a thing. High fives aren't going to be a thing, Chip.
Stop trying to make high fives happen.
Stop trying to make high fives happen.
We will see Town Map, and there. Oh, Gardevoir and Dragapult are
but
in
with
the prizes.
Town Map, at least there's a chance that maybe Luke can grab them.
You got to take prizes in order to, you got to take knockouts in order to get things out of the prize cards. John going to take a moment to read up on the Gardevoir, figure out exactly what it does. And it is really strong, and maybe John recognizing, oh, this is really unlucky for my opponent to have prized both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, you really hate to see it, especially in a best-of-1 situation. But, deck building has to be versatile in order for you to succeed in Gym Leader Challenge format. If Plan A is prized, got to go with Plan B. Plan B is prized, got to go with Plan C. And decks that have, Plan C's, D's, and even F's are going to be the decks that end up doing better in GLC format.
Luke has a Float Stone in hand and has a Psychic Energy on Golbat. We could see a Swoop Across come in, and that puts a lot of damage in play. With Counter Energy in hand, the Rescue Stretcher is prized as well, though, so there's no way to get back that Tapu Lele we were talking about. Swoop Across can lead to easier KOs on your Fireworks Bomb turn, which is pretty nice. And that might be what Luke opts to go with here.
Yo, I love me a Swoop Across, okay? Swoop Across. Me and Swoop Across go way back. Right?
The regional championships that you won, you played Golbat and Crobat in your deck. So I know you have a big fondness for both of these guys.
I do. Swoop Across for 1 colorless energy does 10 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon. Did you know that if you put a muscle band on that thing, whew, you're doing 30 and 10 to everything. You can really help set up some numbers, especially with other spread Pokemon in your deck. Obviously, you would ideally like to save the Golbat to evolve into Crobat, but when the time is right, we could see a Swoop Across. That's exactly what we're seeing. I do think that this is going to lighten the load on some numbers on Luke's side of the board. With John having just 4 prizes left to take, Luke does need to get some damage counters on board. Now, Luke does not know that John probably is playing Rough Seas. It's always a threat. It's always something to keep in mind.
You gotta assume the water deck has Rough Seas, right?
Not every single list plays Rough Seas because it's a tech card for spread. I mean,
sure.
Outside of that, you don't need to play it. It doesn't help you set up consistently. It doesn't help you do damage. Is the water deck what's the identity of the water deck? Is it a tank and heal deck or is it an aggro deck?
Right.
It's not every list plays it, but it is a very good card, and many lists do. So I'm sure Luke just hoping that John is not playing the water deck. But we're going to see a retreat into the Kyurem. Is this maybe a boss play?
It must be, and that is exactly what it is. Lysander is the choice from John, and that brings up Blacephalon. Luke was ready to go with the Fireworks Bomb turn, and John puts an end to any of those plans, taking a KO. And Luke has Rescue Stretcher in the prize cards, so the only way Luke could possibly pull it off would be an Ordinary Rod.
Yeah, Ordinary. Oh, wow. Ordinary Rod gonna chuck the Crobat and the Blacephalon right back into the deck with Malamar on the bench. That means that Psychic Recharge could put an energy back on to the Blacephalon if Luke is able to find it, but with teammates. That means that the play is guaranteed.
And John can't even believe it. And Luke's just going to show, hey, these are the cards I'm grabbing off of teammates. And now Crobat's coming into play as well with Surprise Bite. That's going to throw 30 more damage in play. Luke really has a lot to play with here with the spread options.
It's 150 damage placed this turn between Fireworks Bomb and the Crobat's ability. It's 150 damage. That's so much damage. And the White Curum's already got 90 damage on it. The Lapras has 50 damage on it. Things are really starting to to heat up for the Psychic deck.
Big time indeed. And Luke is going to go ahead and throw the counter energy onto Blacephalon since he is behind on prizes. Surprise Bite will damage the White Curum, and Fireworks Bomb will take at least one prize, and I kind of feel like we're going to see it take two.
I do, and you know what? Luke has got two very key Pokemon in the prizes.
Yes, absolutely, and 2 stage 1s set up ready to evolve into those Pokemon, so as long as John does not disrupt Luke's hand, Luke will instantly be able to evolve both Gardevoir and Dragapult. Luke wisely targeting down the Frostmoth in addition to that White Curum to take 2 knockouts.
Yeah, this is huge. John only has 3 prizes left, but Luke taking 2 prizes this turn and eliminating John's energy accelerator from the board.
And takes those stage 2s out of the prizes right away.
And if there are any Pokemon in Luke's deck that can swing the tides of this match, it's that Dragapult with the spell tag already on it.
Yep.
The Dracloak is all ready to go for Dragapult to get pulled out of those prizes.
John plays that dive ball we were talking about and finds Blastoise with the Deluge ability, allowing you to attach as many water energy from your hand as you like every single turn to your Pokemon. And John is really pressured to find the knockout on Blacephalon here, because if John doesn't knock out Blacephalon, it gets to keep using Fireworks Bomb and spreading 12 damage every single turn.
It has to happen right now, yes. And that is the intimidating thing about Blacephalon, is that the counter energy is still activated, right? Because Luke is down by 1 prize. If John does not answer the Blacephalon right now, 12 more damage counters, and 12 more damage counters is something that I don't know that John can deal with, especially if he has not built up another attacker. There is the potential for another 2 prize turn to occur if John doesn't answer this Blacephalon immediately.
John has Wishy-Washy in hand and is going to go ahead and bench it. 180 HP, the biggest on any basic in the GLC. And Deluge will attach 2 water energies. John now needing to find just 1 more. And Wave Splash will deal 30 damage, which is enough, and has Reset Stamp. And that puts those Stage 2 Pokemon into the deck for Luke.
Yeah, Reset Stamp is a huge card in Gym Leader Challenge format. Not every deck plays it. In fact, many don't. But with Water having the ability to search it out at just the right time with Inteleon and its Shady Dealings ability, Reset Stamp is a great tool for this Water deck. Now, Luke has shuffled his hand into his deck. It's just going to have 4 cards to work with. Both of those powerful Stage 2 Pokemon back into the deck. And I do see Ball Guy, I think Luke has set up and used quite a few of the Ball Search cards, and Timer Ball is there in the prizes. Yeah, it does seem that way, and I think I remember. Oh, maybe I think I remember an Ultra Ball seeing play. But yes, Luke is going to have to see what cards he has access to with Ball Guy. Teammates for John will guarantee a response attack with this Wishy-Washy. Blastoise's Deluge ability, laying that energy down into play. And then we do see John looking at Rough Seas as an option for this turn to start to heal damage off of these Water-type Pokemon.
I think Rough Seas seems pretty good. Also eyeing up the Super Rod, though, and with Brooklet Hill in play, that kind of is a nice combo where you can put a basic Pokemon back into the deck and then instantly grab it back out. So that makes sense as well, and I do think that John did decide to go with the Super Rod and the Capacious Bucket.
Yeah, that's a really cool combination, and we'll see who John decides to fetch with the Super Rod. I think, maybe the Curum going back into the deck's not bad, but the Fire Energy now is in the discard pile. Could get that back with the Rod. There is no Starmie set up, so maybe it's just going to be a couple of Water Energy and one Pokemon. It is tough. With Blastoise in play, you don't need Moth. So we'll see what John chooses.
Yeah, you don't need to get the Frostmoth pieces back at all here, really. And Drizzile's a decent option as well. No Sobble in play just yet.
You could
but
fix
with
that with the Brooklet Hill, right?
Well, it hasn't come down yet, so I almost wonder if it's even in there. Have we seen it yet?
Yes, because he was considering
Oh, that's right, yeah.
putting it into play, I think, and went for the Snom instead.
So, yes, John does have that option and does, because of that, choose to put Drizzile back, which is great.
I like that.
Inteleon actually becomes a great attacker for this deck as well,
It
in
really
addition to becoming a great support option. Aqua Bullet, 120 damage to the active for 2 energy, incredibly efficient. And then you could spread a little damage back on top of the spread deck,
Yes, even just a 20 damage poke with the effect of Aqua Bullet does help to soften up threats that you might be just out of range of being able to KO, which is nice. Helps bring those 130 hit point Pokemon down into 120 range, which is just, much easier for most decks to deal with. Wishy-Washy making its way into the active spot. Now, Wishy-Washy's got
here he comes.
A really interesting ability, which would seem detrimental, but actually makes it a really good card and a unique card in the Gym Leader Challenge format. It's got the Scatter ability, which reads at the end of your opponent's turn, if this Pokemon has any damage counters on it, flip a coin. If tails, you shuffle this Pokemon and all cards attached to it into your deck. So it's good at avoiding knockouts. I mean, the Wishy-Washy has got 180 hit points, which is massive for a basic Pokemon. And if it gets hit, it's a 50% chance of running back to the deck.
Exactly. So it is a little annoying to have to try to reset up an attacker, but when you're denying prizes, I think it is pretty worth it.
Okay, so Luke does find Gardevoir, and with Gardevoir can use its Shining Arcana ability to accelerate Psychic Energy into play. He's able to draw any off the top of his deck. Also, just going to give him more draw power in general, which is very important at this time. So uses Shining Arcana, finds 2 cards off the top of the deck. Quick ball.
I almost feel like he was looking for an energy there. You could get in there with the Brainwave. Brainwave does a ton of damage. Would be dealing 150 right now at a minimum, and you can ramp up. That's one of the few things that can actually one-hit KO Wishy-Washy.
Yes. 2 Psychic Energy on the Dragapult. It might just be working towards the Brainwave. Goes for Ball Guy. I'm not sure that there are any balls to get. Maybe 1. Yeah, Nest Ball is 1 left, and I'm thinking that that's probably it. So just burning this card out of the deck, saying that I won't need it. And I think that this could be a turn where Luke goes in with a Dragapult and is saying, all right, we need a heads. Let's get it.
We need to hang on.
Infiltrator. It's time to infiltrate.
Do your work, Infiltrator. And Luke might be relying on that at this point. Debating off of this Nest Ball if he wants to bench the Azelf or not. It does lock your bench up. But with the spread damage of Dragapult, it's possible that it could come in. But we actually see the good old Hoopa from Steam Siege. Pretty interesting card. I actually remember this card was played in decks at like NAIC one year. I remember people running around the vendors trying to find this card because it's a psychic Pokemon with a easy colorless attack, Hyperspace Punch, 20 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm actually incredibly impressed that you were able to just bring that hoop and its set to your mind. I cannot say that I would have been able to recall this one. It is,
dude, I remember people digging through bulk boxes at all the vendors looking for this card specifically.
And the Wishy-Washy goes back into the deck with its Scatter ability. So this is what we were talking about. Yeah, it evades that 130 damage, but at what cost? But that being said, with Octillery and Blastoise in play, it is going to be pretty easy to accelerate more energy into play.
Blastoise comes up with the Float Stone, a few energy in hand. We see the Starmie in hand now, so that, excuse me, the Staryu, so that must have been in the prize cards, because otherwise, that's one of the more important cards in the deck, I feel like, and John has not been able to set it up yet. Interesting thing, we've seen 2 games from this deck now, both from John and from Jesse earlier on, and both players have had their bench kind of clogged up by the fact that this Pyukumuku is just stuck in play. It was so good for them in the early turns, but now what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, I do really like Scoop Up Net in these lists.
Right.
And I think that that's a card that should be considered in almost all water decks because of the bench situation. And it's just really it's really a crazy problem to have. I have too many good support Pokemon and not enough space for them. Not every type can say that. Fighting.
Water's one of the few. Fighting, yeah.
Fighting, yeah.
Fighting gets Lunatone.
Yeah, dark, these guys who would love a crumb of support, a crumb of bench support, please. No, don't get hardly any. They obviously have some good attacks to help make up for their lack of support, but the water deck has got just support Pokemon out the wazoo. So making room for those support Pokemon as well as attackers is sometimes difficult, and Pyukumuku is just kind of vibing here on the bench. Yeah, not really contributing anything at this stage of the game.
John, needing some more energy, plays Versus Seeker and is actually eyeing up a Lysander play. Could bring up this heavily damaged Wobbuffet. Interesting. And 40 damage from Lapras's Hydro Pump for 1 energy will be enough to take this knockout, and that actually sends John down to just 1 prize remaining, only needing to find 1 more knockout to close this one out.
Yeah, good catch on the prize counter there, Chip. Yes, this is going to be a KO and just 1 prize remaining. Can Luke pull off the comeback? I think that, John rightfully does not want to try and deal with Infiltrator. That makes sense.
Right.
There's a Wishy-Washy on the bench now.
If you can gust around the Infiltrator, that's always ideal.
I am curious as to what John's gust count is in the discard pile. I do feel like, okay, we are seeing the Azelf.
I think Luke's just thinning here, wants to get this card out of the deck so that he has higher odds to draw better cards off of the Shining Arcana. Azelf's not really going to come in and do much. Actually, not 100% sure what that second attack does. I guess that could be relevant, but most likely no. And get a good little cut of the deck, and so let's see if Shining Arcana can find something. Maybe an end to 1 would have been good.
Right.
I don't see it there, though.
With Octillery in play, N does always feel pretty bad.
True.
I am, curious with the Verse Seeker having been played. All right, Rosa can at least maybe get some sort of disruption for the following turn, which might be nice. Rosa gets a energy out of the deck, gets a Pokemon, and a trainer card. So maybe the trainer card could help next turn. But John will need, in order to guarantee win, the Wishy-Washy only does 130 damage. Actually not going to be enough to knock out this Dragapult, even if a Tails is flipped on Infiltrator. So John's easiest path to victory will be with a Guzma. And I'm pretty sure it has to be Guzma since Verse Seeker and Lysander have already been played. I don't think that John has got an easy way to really be able to deal with the Dragapult or an easy way to get those back.
And Luke says, John, you might be wanting a Guzma, but here's mine ready to go for next turn. Grabs that off the Rosa. No Pokemon and no energy left in the deck to grab. And a Horror Psychic Energy gets attached as well. And this could make for some interesting interactions depending on if Pokemon
and the Wishy-Washy might scatter.
Oh, it stays in play.
It stays in play. All right. So targeting down to Wishy-Washy, try to get rid of that attacker to say, okay, hopefully, if you don't have a Pokemon to accelerate energy onto, maybe you can't win. But the Wishy-Washy sticks.
John needing to find an attacker here, something that can deal 150 damage.
I think his hand is jammed. I think it's too big and too filled with nonsense to be able to actually draw cards with Abyssal Hand.
Non-playable cards that can't be thinned out. No Abyssal Hands. You could bench the Staryu. It's only got 40 HP. That goes down super easily against a spread deck.
Do not want to do that
No.
At all. Yeah, 30 hit point Pokemon against the spread deck, kind of a nightmare.
I wonder, John used his Versigre last turn on a Lysander. It makes sense to get around the Infiltrator, but if you knew your hand is this clumped up, maybe
it's got to be a
Colress
Cynthia
or something would have been good.
Yeah,
it has the Cynthia now.
It's got to be a Cynthia.
Okay.
But that's not going to help him win the game. There is not an attacker on John's board that can do 150 damage.
Oh, Blastoise can get in there, but there is not enough energy left in the deck for that.
No, there is not. There's no superior energy retrieval in this list.
Oh, that would be pretty sick, though.
Which would be insane. But yeah, that Blastoise can do, 100 for 4. It would need 9 energy to do 150 and then have to get through the 50% chance of
listen,
failing.
I'm a dreamer over here, okay?
Yeah, so no, John does not have any way to adequately deal with.
Oh, this is a huge draw. Scoop up net, rough seas, all this damage just cleared out of play. Drizzile in hand, water energy, Ultra Ball, can thin the hand out as much as he wants to, and then still has access to Abyssal Hand this turn. I mean, Cynthia put a lot of more than 6 cards back into the deck, but these 6 cards are much more playable and workable than that previous hand draw.
That rough seas draw was everything. It, Luke has got to feel like, wow, my win condition just got swept away by the tides, huh? Drizzile, very good. Yeah, I like that one, Chip. Drizzile is capable of maybe finding Evolution Incense for maybe, I think it's time now is being called, but I do not anticipate that this game will take longer than 3 more turns. I think that...
I don't know that Luke can win now.
I don't think that Luke can win, especially with the rough seas play.
Right.
I think Luke is out of it and maybe hoping for a tie. John, on the other hand, this is his game to lose, and he has a chance to be able to capitalize on this situation. 2 turns remaining. This turn now is going to be turn 0, and then he'll have 1 more turn to take a game-winning knockout. And his safest way to do that is going to be by using Guzma to get around this Dragapult.
And you can see he's eyeing it up here, maybe thinking about putting it in hand with the Shady Dealings. That does kind of, tell your opponent what you've got access to. But, can Luke really even do anything about it?
It's tough. I almost feel like John should have just saved the... I feel like John should maybe save the Drizzile.
I guess maybe then you run the risk of because you just saw your opponent Rosa for Guzma, right?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Theoretically, your opponent could gust and knock out the Sobble to limit your access to the Guzma.
It's true. He does have Ultra Ball in hand, so he can get whatever Pokemon or thin his hand down however he needs in order to try and pull off this game-winning play. I do think that we are going to probably see Wishy-Washy get in there for game. Not this turn, but next turn.
I wonder if it's even worth attacking with the Wishy-Washy here.
The problem is that no matter what, because of the ping damage from Phantom Force,
you might have to flip, right?
You're going to have to flip for that Wishy-Washy no matter what. Mm-hmm. John has the Ultra Ball in hand, though, so I think you could just slam the energy down on the Wishy-Washy and swing. Right. And just go for it. It's got 180 hit points. It's going to 50% chance of going back into the deck no matter what. You might as well just go for it, right?
Yeah, reasonable. John's going to send up the Pyukumuku. Just kind of let the prize be taken. John kind of aware at this point. Luke's only got 2 turns to work with. Yep. John's turn 0. Luke will be turn 1. John will be turn 2. And Luke will be turn 3. And in 2 turns, even though Luke has this spread deck, it's not possible for him to take 3 prizes across those turns.
Isn't it, though? I mean, it could be with Spell Tag.
Also, I guess
if John goes for win, it goes Sudden Death on Spell Tag.
It could, yes. And it also, I guess, depends if Luke has the ability to bump this stadium. That would also be huge because more damage could stay in play.
I mean, he could put, yeah, exactly. That is certainly a possibility.
We know Luke has access to Guzma here, so knowing that,
the Blastoise could get knocked out. I'm telling you, John had to put the energy in play.
Yeah. Okay.
Because Luke has got Guzma on the Blastoise, which means that John might not be able to win, which then means that Luke is going to force the tie. And that's on John because John has the energy in hand and could have just preloaded the Wishy-Washy to at least make it a 50% chance. But then if Luke were to then gust up the Wishy-Washy, or if Luke attacks with the Dragapult, the Blastoise not get knocked out. So I think not preloading that energy could actually have opened a door for Luke to get away with this one.
Shining Arcana will draw 2 cards. And a Dimension
and the
Valley
stadium
bumps
goes.
the rough seas. Okay.
And Luke is really grinding this one out, figuring out, okay, what can you possibly do this next turn? Can you possibly take a knockout? Luke's only got 2 turns to work with. It is kind of possible, I think, for Luke to be able to, if Luke like scoop up netted the Crobat this turn, it would be totally possible.
Sure.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's in the cards.
And I think that might be what Luke is figuring out here. He's got the Guzma play to knock out Blastoise.
Yeah.
But if he's got a realistic chance to win the game with some spread damage,
he might want to take
that's the line he might want to take. Go for the win or take a tie.
But
what do you do in this spot?
He has to go for the Blastoise. He knows John just got Guzma. He saw it
Oh,
off the
true. Yeah,
shady dealings.
right. Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you know that your opponent has Guzma to get around this Infiltrator, to go for a weak Pokemon on my bench and potentially take game. John does not go for Guzma unless he's also got the energy to attach to the,
Sure.
Wishy-Washy.
But maybe Luke's like overthinking it here because John chose not to attach the energy. Maybe he's thinking like, surely John would have put energy in play if he had it. So maybe he's trying to make decisions based around that. What a weird situation. And
I know.
Luke is just having a hard time deciding what path to take.
And I can't blame him. I mean, after playing some games last night, and it is going to be the Blastoise off of the Guzma. Luke is making it happen. Here comes the Gardevoir with, 4 energy attached, and this is going to be
180
an attack
damage
for knockout. Can John cook up a win with just 1 turn left to play, or will have Luke successfully forced a tie game?
I don't think John can attack. He does not play Raihan in his deck like a lot of other GLC decks. Really relies on those energy accelerators. You can attack with Smack on Staryu, I guess. 20 damage, that's not knocking anything out. You're 1 energy short of being able to attach for turn and Gust knock something out with the Wishy-Washy. I think that this might just be a tie, Andrew.
And I think that actually, if this game were brought to its natural conclusion, I think Luke's winning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it wasn't for the time, I mean, things are really coming down to the wire. This is a fantastic match. I mean, so much back and forth action. I think that John is just going to have to pass. I mean, and that is crushing because if he had just accelerated 1 more energy onto the Wishy-Washy, but he just didn't foresee that line.
What a weird spot. And it's just, that's it. I mean, John can Ultra Ball and check the deck, see maybe if there's something else. Does the Kyurem's first attack, can it be used for 1 energy? Does it do reasonable damage? Like, what other Pokemon could there be?
I don't think that John has any options right now.
He's eyeing up the Starmie off this Ultra Ball.
1 energy punch. There are no 1 energy punches here. The closest thing, there's nothing, right?
Yeah,
because John's just like, you could tell how upset he is that he did not attach that water last turn. There's really no reason to hold it. You could have drawn back into it with Octillery, if it got shuffled back into the deck. It really didn't matter. He had Ultra Ball in his hand to thin his hand down.
And Ultra Ball to get Starmie as well.
And to get Starmie, right. There was just no reason to hold that extra water, and he had it. So I think that they just accept that it's going to be a tie. Luke acknowledges that he's got no way to actually take 2 prizes on this turn.
What a weird end to that game. A really, really close one. And honestly, Andrew, I think you're right. If that game had kept going, I feel like Luke was going to come out on top.
Luke was definitely poised to just take that game down with a massive Gardevoir using Brainwave, but both of these players will now advance to 3-1-1. Their top 8 dreams still intact.
Still alive.
Both players advancing to a classic win and in scenario. Doesn't get more exciting than that. Hang tight. We are getting ready for the 6th and final Swiss round of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event in just a moment. Pairings are going up shortly, and we will be right back. Round number 6 is getting kicked off, and we have got Luke Shepich back on the left versus Jesse Parker back at it again. These players are in a win and in scenario, and Luke is going to have to go up against this water deck once again.
Yeah, it's going to be the same 60. So this is going to be interesting to see if Luke can make some decisions based on his knowledge now of what Jesse's list looks like. Knowing that John and Jesse are playing the same list, he has a little bit more information. It'll also be interesting to see for Luke if the Gardevoir and the Dragapult are in the prizes again. And if they're not, if Luke can have a little bit quicker and more explosive of a setup.
Now, Luke is finding himself right back where he was yesterday in a win and in scenario.
On stream once again.
On stream for everybody to see. Yeah, just, it can't possibly go south twice, right? That would be the thought. That would be certainly a heartbreaker. But Jesse fighting for his spot back in top 8 after finishing in top 8 of the last Gym Leader Challenge 1K. I know Jesse is hungry for more and knows that he can take this water deck all the way to a championship title.
Jesse's hand is sick, by the way. He's going first, and he opened up with Quick Ball, Nest Ball, Brooklet Hill, and has Level Ball to find Octillery next turn. Like, what are we looking at over here?
Oh, wow. Yeah, talk about popping off. And the Puki is back. And I think that this list actually is playing Scoop Up Net, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it does play one Scoop Up Net. We haven't seen either player utilize it, but it is here in the deck.
Yes, because we keep talking about, well, you got to play the Scoop Up Net. They actually play it. They just have never gotten to use it on the Puki yet, which I think would be a great use of that card to help clear the way for some other stuff. Jesse starting with the Brooklyn Hills, a power start for sure, just giving him the option to go get other Pokemon out of the deck and into play. Luke, on the other hand, did start one of the best starters in the Psychic deck.
Yeah, the Mew with that bench barrier ability. Not great in this matchup, but it's a one prizer with a Psi Power attack, and Luke's list is built around spreading damage. So Psi Power can spread 3 damage counters however you like on your opponent's Pokemon, and a few turns of Psi Power really start to add up quickly.
Yes, this is the Mew from Unbroken Bonds.
It's actually Mew
Sun and Moon promo 215, yes, but Mew promo, Sun and Moon promo 215 is actually just a reprint of Mew from Unbroken Bonds that we have here. Psi Power, a great way to kick off the game, spreading 3 damage counters to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. The tough thing is going to be that Jesse has Rough Seas at his disposal, and Rough Seas can just completely reverse that Psi Power attack. But if Luke is able to maybe Psi Power a couple of times while Jesse starts to set up, that damage could stack. And something that's really interesting is that Psi Power also goes through Squirtle's bench barrier ability, which prevents any damage being dealt to it on the bench. So
that is a good point, because
double Psi Power would take the knockout on it.
Yeah, if Jesse can't find War Turtle quickly, that is a realistic thing that could happen.
Now, Old Cemetery, coming straight down to counter the Brooklet Hill. And something that I like about the Old Cemetery getting slammed into play is that it might bait out the other stadium from Jesse's deck, right? Because Jesse is not going to want to put 20 damage on every single one of his Pokemon that he's attaching an energy to.
Mm-hmm.
And since I think that Jesse's only playing 2 stadiums, that would be my suspicions, just 2 stadiums, right? Brooklet Hill and a Rough Seas. That means that in order for Jesse to get around this, Jesse is going to have to counter the Old Cemetery with his Rough Seas. And since Luke has a Dimension Valley in his deck, he could then win the Stadium War. So I think this is an ideal situation for Luke. And Luke's opening hand is no slouch either.
Absolutely. Ball Guy, we talked about it last time. One of the best supporters to see in your hand when you're going second on your first turn. You can utilize this card in order to get 3 different cards out of your deck that have the word ball in their name, which is key for setting up your board, setting up your bench, and trying to help you advance your game plan. Now, Ball Guy does actually only find 2 cards, it looks like. Nest Ball and the Level Ball. it makes me wonder if potentially Luke has prized Ultra Ball. I think there are a little less ball search cards in this deck, maybe prized Timer Ball as well. That's kind of unfortunate if that's the case.
Yeah, and that's, one of the reasons why I think Ball Guy for me is a hit and miss card in certain decks. I think it's an absolute hit in the Water deck because Water can play Dive Ball. Just having that extra ball search card is very good. It's good in Grass decks who can play Net Ball and go get a basic Grass Energy. Then Ball Guy can now search up Grass Energy, which is a crazy option as well. But in some decks where, Psychic has Mysterious Treasure, which is not actually a ball card.
Right.
So, some of the good search cards that you might want to get with Ball Guy.
Fog Crystal.
Yeah, Fog Crystal, you can't actually get. So, Ball Guy is better in some decks and not as effective in others, as we're seeing here.
Jesse will attach a Water Energy to Squirtle, and it's ready to retreat. Has Level Ball, and with this can find either Drizzile or Octillery, both of which can get some extra draw power, some extra support going. And Jesse did choose to set up Sobble right away in this game. Maybe telling of the strategy here, wanting to get Blastoise out quickly potentially and start swinging with these big basic Pokemon.
I really like this strategy. I mean, that's how I like to play the Water deck setting up. Getting the Sobble allows you to really smooth out your early turns because you're going to be able to hand select whatever trainer you want out of the deck, which in the opening turns of the game, there's almost nothing better you can do than just go get exactly what you want to progress your board. And as you evolve Sobble, you're also progressing your other Pokemon, right? Because you could use Sobble to go get Wartortle. You could use Inteleon to go get Blastoise. Or you could use Sobble or Inteleon to go get Rare Candy Blastoise. It's just such a flexible card. And the Inteleon is a great early game attacker. If you can get a turn 3 Inteleon, you don't even need to have Blastoise up or Frostmoth. They could just do 120 damage and start poking 20 around.
Jesse has a Ball Guy of his own in his hand, and I think Level Ball has already been played, which does mess this up a little bit. Otherwise, it would be pretty easy to just get Drizzile and get Ultra Ball and set up your Blastoise this turn. And you could even go in, if you have enough energy, with the Pyukumuku. Its second attack, dealing 60 damage, which knocks out Mew and takes the first prize for you.
Yeah, I did not, anticipate that I would be talking about Pyukumuku taking a prize, but here we are, and it is a possibility. Also see the White Kyurem on the bench, which can also take a knockout.
First Timer Ball's a Tails. Second one's a Heads, though. This can get either Blastoise or the Drizzile.
And I think Drizzile for Rare Candy is the play. And the Rare Candy is in the deck. Just saw Jesse scan past it with Dive Ball in the hand.
Yeah.
This is a Blastoise play that we are looking at. So absolutely amazing. I mean, this is why I think that the Sobble early on is so good because it pieces the Rare Candy play together. And once Blastoise is set up, this deck is in cruise control. I mean, you really are able to just draw through your deck with Abyssal Hand, accelerate energy into play, and stream attackers no problem.
Jesse's going to go ahead and get the Wartortle. You could have pulled off the Blastoise play, but after looking at Jesse's hand a little bit more, he's only got one Water Energy there, so wouldn't have actually been able to pull off the attack with the Pyukumuku here. So playing it a little slower is totally fine. You can still get Wartortle in play, and that makes it even easier to get Blastoise the next turn.
Yeah, it's a little weird because now Pyukumuku, who is here for, calling for family, actually is just completely wasting a bench space now.
Pretty much,
There is absolutely no reason for the Pyukumuku to be in play. You could even Drizzile for Scoop Up Net just to get it out of, the way. But here we go. Jesse actually just going to prioritize Drizzile to go get the Rough Seas, heal the Squirtle. But now Luke has seen the Rough Seas drop,
right?
Which, not a prize has not been taken yet. And I think to see the Rough Seas this early is actually ideal for the Psychic deck.
It's going to come in play at some point. So the earlier it's in play, that means that it'll be out of play for the rest of the game so long as you can counter it. So if Luke can find his Dimension Valley, then any damage that he spreads onto the bench except for that's put on Wishy-Washy with the scatter ability, will stick in play.
Yeah, so this is playing out, I think, in Luke's favor with Jesse playing his stadium down the Brooklet Hill. Obviously, if you open Brooklet Hill, you're just slamming.
You got to play it.
You got to slam it down, so it's solid. But that does open the door for Luke to be able to win the stadium war, and we'll see if Luke has access to that Dimension Valley quickly enough to be able to get this Rough Seas out of the way. On the other side of the coin, if Luke can't find that Dimension Valley, this Rough Seas is going to stick here, and Luke's not going to be doing hardly any damage.
Right. Luke draws for turn. Has Curlia. Has an in as well. This will shuffle that dive ball back into Jesse's deck, which I'm sure Jesse did end up playing it right to get the Drizzile. So now Jesse will have a new hand to work with. Both of these players getting 6 cards. Luke would love to find the Dracloak here. Go ahead and get that evolution up. Curlia being in play is nice because now you're 1 turn away from Gardevoir. Luke is yet to attach an energy card, though, so I'm sure Luke would love to find some of those cards soon.
Yeah, and an energy would be great. Maybe a split sleeve. That would be unfortunate. Just take a card out of the discard pile and make it happen.
Prizes.
Yeah, or
usually
the
like the top left prize.
Yeah, last prize. It looks like he's got a replacement.
Or if you've
there.
got extra sleeves, that works too.
Yeah, it does. It does. But a little handy trick for anybody maybe attending one of their first IRL tournaments in the upcoming season. If you do happen to split a sleeve and you don't have replacements on hand immediately, which another tip, keep replacements on hand immediately. But if you're in a dire situation where you can't afford to re-sleeve your whole deck and don't want to play with a marked sleeve, you can just replace a card that you cannot retrieve from the discard pile and put that card in a broken sleeve and fix it after the game, or the last prize card, the top left prize card.
Yeah,
those are 2 options.
Yeah, those are usually the best ways to do things. In GLC, I think you got to do the prize card, right? Because otherwise, Lysander's trump card.
You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to do the prize card.
Luke does find Evosoda here, so he'll have the option to get either Dracloak or Malamar set up here. And both of these Pokemon are very powerful in his deck. Malamar will provide energy acceleration through Psychic Recharge through the rest of the game. And Dracloak gets into the Dragapult on the next turn, which we've talked about at length at this point, but it's the main attacker.
Oh, yeah, Dragapult is the real deal in the Psychic deck. And I do really like the construction of the Psychic list from Luke. It is a nice, solid list. It's got all my favorite Psychic dudes in it. I love Gardevoir. I feel like Gardevoir is the best consistency option for the Psychic deck. I mean, and it's just an insane attacker. But a miss off the Evo Soda, that can't be good.
That is not good. That means Malamar and Dracloak are in the prize cards. I'm pretty sure that Inkay was in play last turn.
That or they're in hand.
They could be in hand, but they didn't get evolved there.
Yeah, okay. So that is tough. And maybe Luke just waiting to see if he can't find his town map and find some of these valuable Pokemon.
Luke is having a hard time on the stream today with prizing key Pokemon.
Yeah. Jesse looking like he's just going to Verse Seeker for a ball guy again. How many balls can really be left in this deck at this point?
Yeah, I think the Dive Ball, okay, it ended up not being played. Okay, so Dive Ball will be able to search out a Pokemon. And what water Pokemon seems best? Probably going to be that Blastoise.
Blastoise with the Deluge ability. I mean, some players may be familiar with the Archie's version of Blastoise, which did end up winning the 2015 World Championships. Let me tell you, okay, back before that, we used to evolve this Blastoise from Squirtle using rare candy, the old-fashioned way, all right? Which is obviously the way we play it in Gym Leader Challenge as well. And Blastoise was good even back when you did have to rare candy into it in standard formats, paired with various Pokemon EX like Keldeo and Black Kyurem EX.
Yeah, it's had, in 2013, it had some really strong finishes at the World Championships, top 8 finishes. It actually got second place in the seniors division by Alex Croxton. very good deck that, even though you had to get a stage 2 guy in play in a format that was dominated by big basics, it was still able to succeed.
Yeah, so a really strong card just throughout the history of the Pokemon at TCG. It is getting to the point where it is starting to get outclassed in expanded format, but expanded format's a format that needs a little bit of help right now. But in Gym Leader Challenge, oh, baby, Blastoise fits right in.
Oh, and Jesse, Abyssal Hands into the Wailord, into the Professor's Letter. We're going to see a ton of energy coming into play this turn. And now Jesse is setting his board up for the future. Wailord is here. This is actually, we've seen this exact water list on display twice now. And then the third time, we finally see the big bad of the deck, Wailord, come into play.
Wailord, and is this the first full effect Hail Prison? Oh my gosh, Hail is not Hail Prison, it's the other one. Freezing Flames. Yeah.
Freezing Flames.
Is this the first full effect Freezing Flames that we will have seen on stream so far?
I think John got it off last match.
I think there was one Freezing Flames, yes. That we saw, but for 2 water and a colorless, 80 damage, 80 more if you got a fire attached. So the list plays the 1 spicy fire energy just to unlock the full potential of Freezing Flames.
Luke plays Rosa, and if Dracloak is prized, Rosa can find a couple of key pieces to get that Dragapult set up. Rare Candy, Dragapult, and a basic Psychic Energy could be the grabs here. And that is one way to mitigate having to prizing some of these important Pokemon.
Yes, and Jesse taking the first prize of the game with the White Kyurem. I think that Luke's got some time. I mean, Rare Candy into Dragapult will get that Infiltrator online. It is tough that I don't think Luke will be able to pull off the attack this turn unless he's got Counter Energy in hand, which would be sick. But I don't think that is something that he's got available to him. So instead, may just have to leave the Dragapult in the active position and just be like, I'm going to Infiltrator and flip heads.
Maybe with a couple of energy hit on Gardevoir. That's a way you could do it too.
Did not see the Gardevoir in Luke's hand. That is wonderful news. If Gardevoir could just find a Psychic Energy, then we could see a Phantom Force this turn. Or an attack from Gardevoir.
Yeah, Gardevoir is a good attacker in and of
itself.
And
it finds a Psychic Energy.
He hits the energy.
That is huge. Now Gardevoir is coming in for 150 damage with its Brainwave attack.
Brainwave.
Yes, Brainwave. And Luke will tie this game up 5 prizes to 5. The action is just getting kicked off. This should be a really exciting match to watch back and forth. And where did the Gardevoir go? Okay, here it is.
Judge reading it, just checking exactly. How did all these extra energies get in play?
Yeah, wait, what? Yeah.
So Jesse actually chose to deluge the water energies last turn onto Drizzile. Now, we've talked about Inteleon being a really good attacking option, but it is damage capped. It only deals 120 damage, whereas something like Wailord just does not have a damage cap. It can really knock anything out. And with 2 energies on Drizzile, Jesse probably plans to go with Inteleon, but now at this point, Wailord seems like a good option. Jesse's actually looking up the Wishy-Washy and is going to get a pretty big Colress here for 8 cards.
Colress for 8. Very solid draw. Jesse doesn't have any attacker outside of Wailord that could do 140 damage this turn. So interesting to see the Wishy-Washy get the water energy when Wailord is the one that can actually do 140 damage necessary to take the KO.
Because Gardevoir's Brainwave can kind of get out of control.
It really can. It ramps up so fast. I mean, 3 energy for 150 is obscene damage output in Gym Leader Challenge, especially since it accelerates to itself, which is what we just saw happen. Was able to skip ahead from 1 to 3 instantly and get in there with the with the Brainwave attack for 150. Now, with 140 hit points, it is on the low end of the HP spectrum. I do like that the game design team is kind of opening up the stage 2s to have anywhere upwards of 170 hit points and then anywhere downwards of 130. I think that just gives the stage 2s a lot of character. Used to be that almost all the stage 2s just had like 140 hit points, 130 hit points. Now some of the bigger dudes like Grimmsnarl got 170.
Yep.
140 just pretty par for the course as far as the stage 2 Pokemon goes. Does feel like the balance is very nice, and then with your gigantic whales at 200 HP, this Gardevoir is going to be tough, though. 120, 130, those are the magic numbers in Gym Leader Challenge format, with almost all of the most popular Pokemon falling in that range. If you can put forth an attacker that's got more HP than that, there's a decent shot your opponent can't respond to it.
So Jesse's trying to determine exactly how best to navigate this spot. Has water energies in hand to accelerate. I think it's going to be pretty much impossible to thin the hand down enough for you to draw anything else with Abyssal Hand here. So it's going to be up to the attack, and maybe Jesse's thinking like, I can do some like Aqua Bullet Boss's Orders plays next turn, but the Inteleon's just going to get knocked out.
This is really brutal, actually. I mean, yeah, having to soften up the Gardevoir, that's the thing. Is that Gardevoir going 2 for 1 is going to be able to take 2 knockouts before it goes down. But if you take a look at the rest of Luke's board, oh, yeah, if Jesse wants to target down the Dragapult, it's a flip.
Yeah, it still has to flip.
It still has to flip.
I think
100%.
that's just what's being discussed
but
here.
That is what's being discussed. It's a flip for sure. Anytime you damage that thing, you got to flip. I remember
no damage.
I remember Whimsicott being protected on the bench from Tag Bolt GX. My opponent would try to Tag Bolt for 200. Yeah. No.
Oh, that's just mean.
Yeah, I actually have done it twice. With an active Whimsicott at a bench, double heads, no damage.
That's just mean. Oh my goodness.
So it's the it's the same effect. But if this Gardevoir can go 2 for 1 and take 2 knockouts before it goes down, that's going to buy Luke some really important time to develop his board a little bit more, because right now he doesn't have a fleshed out board. I mean, Jesse's is looking much stronger, but Luke is only got an Inkay and a Zubat on the bench. Looks like judges are fully analyzing the Dragapult. We could making sure that the correct rule is applied. It is.
Yep, it has been damaged by an attack, and now that damage does not happen because Luke flipped heads. So
yeah, but I'm sure that they're just wanting to make sure that nothing embarrassing happens on stream, because 20 damage is 20 damage and could definitely make a difference, considering that the Wishy-Washy does 130.
Oh, it's very relevant math.
Yeah, it's extremely relevant math. The Wishy-Washy does 130. Dragonbolt's got 150 hit points. It's just really important to make sure that the correct ruling is called. But we'll make sure that flip was a heads. We'll make sure that the right call does get to stand. That I'm pretty sure there wasn't like an illegal game action or anything that happened that we're waiting for it to be resolved.
I don't know what is taking so long with this discussion, to be honest.
I don't know. The Dragapult,
maybe something else we're just not aware of, or
a sleeve situation. Is this a potentially marked sleeve? Don't like a sleeve. All right, a certain sleeve is looking sus, so we're gonna fix it. Okay, that's fine. Everybody hates a sus sleeve, that's for sure. As Mikey coming over to talk to us about what's going on. I have no idea.
Well, they're discussing it at the table here. Jesse seems to be talking to the judge right now. I can't imagine that this is only about this interaction with the Dragapult and the Inteleon. So who knows what else has been, we don't have ears on the table, so we don't know exactly what's been said by any players, any judges. So they know better than us, and these judges are great. They've been handling everything excellently over the course of this weekend. Of course, the 1K standard tournament yesterday, and then today's Gym Leader Challenge tournament.
All right, carrying on.
There we go.
And Luke hits another Psychic Energy off of Shining Arcana
Huge.
to accelerate an energy on to Dragapult, and things really are picking up for Luke, evolving into Golbat, gonna place 20 damage onto the Inteleon, making it, and just dumping a whole bunch of Pokemon.
Who needs them?
With Juniper. Who needs them? Yeah, see ya, friends. I am all about the Dragapult Guardy lifestyle right now. Don't need any of these losers. Like Dracloak, Malamar still MIA. But who needs Malamar when Luke is just hitting every single Shining Arcana?
Yeah, no kidding. Energy Excel to the max and a Let Loose as well, putting Jesse to just 4 cards in hand. I believe right after the turn that he Colressed for a big hand. Huge swing of events. And Luke has got both of his stage 2 set up and honestly is looking like he's in a pretty solid spot. There is one thing though, and that is the fact that Whale Lord could come in and it's got 200 HP, which is very tough to deal with.
It is. And looking at Luke's list, Luke just has 7 Psychic Energy in the deck. So hitting
twice?
Yeah, hitting back-to-back Shining Arcana does feel really good if you're Luke. Getting those bonus energy attachments is no joke at all. Wishy-Washy making its way into the active spot, and I think that's correct from Jesse. It's got to finish what Inteleon started on this Gardevoir. And if Wishy-Washy soaks a hit, it can bounce back into the deck, deny a prize. I like that. I think the scatter ability is actually going to play to Jesse's advantage, just denying the prizes. I do really like that Luke is kind of veered into the Gardevoir path in this game, considering that the Rough Seas has stuck the entire time, but it hasn't mattered because Luke has been going on the aggro with Gardevoir and Shining Arcana. It does look like Luke is starting to pick up his pace of play a little bit, maybe acknowledging that he went to time last round, and part of that was because the play was a little bit slower. So being cognizant of the time and making sure that you are just not unnecessarily taking too long to think out your routes. Gym Leader Challenge format is a format where there are a lot of routes to consider, but being a good player means you have to consider them quickly and make judgment calls in a fast-paced manner.
I think Luke hit a heads on this timer ball. I think that his Crobat might be prized. It might be in the discard pile. He did discard a bunch of Pokemon last turn, but Luke has a Guzma in hand, and if he could have pulled off a Crobat plus Guzma play, he actually could have knocked out Blastoise this turn.
Oh, and that would have been absolutely devastating.
But
for
there
Jesse's
is
board.
no Crobat there in the deck.
Yeah, that is tough. Crobat is so good, placing 3 damage counters on a Pokemon when you evolve Golbat into Crobat. The Golbat still nice as a pivot guard, but Luke is starting to lose these backup attackers, okay? I mean, Gardevoir's down now. The Dragapult's got 150 hit points. Obviously have to worry about that Whale Lord situation because the Whale Lord is going to be... All right, what are we seeing? Gust up, Octillery, Blastoise. It is going to be Blastoise. Maybe trying to stick the Blastoise for a turn. The Crobat is not in hand, not available.
I don't think it's there in the discard pile. So
I think just softening this thing up. It is going to heal instantly with the Rough Seas, but Luke just hoping that Jesse doesn't have a way to get this thing out of the active. I almost feel like just gusting up the Octillery and taking the guaranteed knockout would be good.
Taking the prizes here.
Taking the prize, keep your advantage, maybe find your Crobat, right? Other things you could do. Also, you could put 2 more damage counters onto the Wishy-Washy to guarantee. I actually
flip for the scatter. Make sure we flip for the scatter.
Flip for the scatter. Yeah.
He drew a card first, so you have to flip for scatter first because
he does have to flip for scatter first.
Has to flip for it because if it goes back into the deck, he might have to draw the card.
And game state preserved. Oh no, game state not preserved. So I guess that card was the top of the deck.
Yeah, it was certainly the top
So
card
here's what's going to happen is that like So Jesse right now has unfairly revealed a card. So I think it's just you reveal that card to the table, or I guess just asking what to do with the judge. But you can reveal the card, put it back, and play ball. That's kind of like what it is. You have to. I think sometimes you have to reveal it to your opponent, put it back, and then just play on. But it looks like the judges have that figured out. You do have to flip for the scatter ability before you draw the card. So this will be Jesse's draw for turn now, off the top of the deck, now that it's been sufficiently randomized.
There you go, and it is Scoop Up Net, which we haven't seen utilized yet, but is a key card for this deck to clear some bench space now. Jesse not struggling with the bench space in this spot, has 2 open spaces, and has Capacious Bucket in hand. Now, Jesse does need to move this Blastoise.
He's got Scoop Up Net, but
you
don't.
Do it, yeah, exactly. You could do it with the Scoop Up Net, but Scoop Up Netting your Blastoise and needing to wait 3 turns to put it back in play just feels so bad.
That is suboptimal. Yeah, not what you're going to want to do. This is such a tough spot for Luke to be in. Jesse, on the other hand, I think is probably going to be able to route this to have a shot at this Dragapult. But that's all it is a shot.
Just a shot.
Yeah.
Infiltrator, make sure of that.
Yes. So Jesse does have a letter in hand, going to be able to use that letter to search 2 water energy out of the deck and accelerate them onto the Wailord with Blastoise's Deluge ability. I actually saw the bucket get played.
Yep.
So plenty of ways. And a Bird Keeper, actually. So Jesse is chilling.
Yeah, Jesse can get the switch through the Bird Keeper. But if you're needing to draw energy, I feel like you got to play the bucket after the Bird Keeper, right? Because Jesse needs to find 4 energy to attack with Wailord.
I think Jesse has bucket letter in hand. So
has the letter still?
Yeah. So
okay.
The issue might be, are there enough water in deck?
Might need to find the Super Rod here.
Yes.
Okay.
Which would be why Jesse is thinning.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense.
And also not going straight to Wailord. Because, okay, here's a water. So I don't know. A weird route. But here are the 3 cards. And why are we not going in with Wailord?
Well, he has the Scoop Up Net in hand.
Right, so he's probably going to pick up the Pyukumuku.
But needed to get 1 more energy. Only has 3 energy, so...
I thought I saw 4 now. Yeah, there's 4. I think there was 3 previous. And with the water off the Bird Keeper, he's got 4. So he's chilling.
Nope. There's 3.
Is it 3?
There's 3.
No.
Yes.
All right, I guess so.
1, 2, 3.
No, I thought I saw a 3rd or 4th.
There's some other blue card in there, but there's parts of the card that are not blue, meaning it is a trainer.
No. So Jesse does need 1 more energy, and is actually, I assumed he was going to be able to find 4 energy, but without Starmie in play and the Space Beacon ability, he doesn't have that guarantee. And
he's left just short.
You could see Jesse taking his time. I mean, there are so many different routes and plays to consider and resources to consider in Gym Leader Challenge format, which is part of what makes it so fun to play. But then being able to make those decisions quickly is, of course, tough. So with 4 prizes apiece, these players are going to need to, keep up the pace of play. But Jesse just going for a pass.
Wow.
Doesn't have it.
Just passes, and this will mean that if Luke takes a knockout this turn, he'll be in the lead for going into the end game here. Luke has Mystery Energy in hand, has Tapu Lele.
Yeah.
There's 90 damage on that Blastoise.
I kind of like dropping the Mystery Energy on the Lele. It seems reasonable. Taking a prize. Could find Crobat or Malamar, which is totally MIA. And the knockout is taken, and Malamar, I believe, off the prizes.
Okay.
Jesse promotes Wailord. Top deck looking for another out to an energy, but I feel like Jesse might be a little energy dry right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not able to find the waters to get these KOs. Did draw Sonya for the Bird Keeper last turn and has Teammates in hand, so Teammates could work to get the Super Rod if there really are no basic energies in deck. And also can grab Splash Energy, which Splash Energy is a great option because if this Wailord ever did go down, it would come back to the hand. But honestly, we're at a point in the game where if this Wailord goes down, Jesse might just might not be able to win the game.
Yeah, it kind of seems like all the chips are on this Wailord. No backup attackers have been established, which
he's still got time, but he needs to find another thing to power up pretty quickly.
Right. You could assume that Wailord might go 2 for 1.
Right.
Maybe. Okay, maybe. And if Jesse, I guess, doesn't bench anything crazy, here we go.
Big flip.
Infiltrator flip. Wailord, can he take the knockout? Yes! The Dragapult goes down, and this game just got a whole lot more interesting.
That could be the deciding factor of this game. That flip right there was huge. Luke is left with just Tapu Lele. Now, Tapu Lele can get in there with Psywave and hit this Wailord really, really, really hard, but it's not knocking it out. And Wailord can heal damage with the Rough Seas and just keep on trucking with its attack as well.
And we talked about the effects of this Rough Seas. If this Rough Seas were to stay in play the whole game, and we said if Luke can just find the D-Valley early,
Right.
Luke is going to be able to pave the way to a pretty easy win, getting all that damage to stick for the whole game. But instead, the opposite has occurred. Jesse's Rough Seas has stuck the whole game.
And Luke is struggling here with what to do. It's a tough call. Now, Magical Swap could knock out the Octillery. Something like an N plus Magical Swap. But then you've just got a Blastoise with no damage on it and a Wailord with no damage on it. And
Whaler going to go knockout game.
yeah,
Yes.
so
There's a whale in the room that needs to be dealt with.
Luke's going to take this knockout and maybe try to muster something back. But honestly, Jesse doesn't need to put anything else in play probably this game. He could manage with just these Pokemon.
I mean, is this not the dream?
Yeah.
You've got Blastoise. You've got Wailord. They are both at full health now, right? Because of the Rough Seas. So with Tapu Lele Magical Swap, move the damage counters off of the Blastoise. Now they're fully healed. Luke at best has a Crobat maybe to deal with this, which could do 60 damage, which the Wailord will just simply laugh at. And Blastoise will also laugh at it. They're big blue boys. They got nothing to worry about. Yeah, and I think Jesse is just saying, okay, yep, here we go. Wailord, Hydro Pump, Golbat, things really not looking great for Luke. And with just 2-2 prizes, has this Psychic deck run out of steam coming down the finish line. These decks are going toe-to-toe, trade for trade, but Luke's board and hand is looking really sparse.
It's really not looking great. Those two Stage 2 Pokemon that he plays, the Gardevoir and the Dragapult, are the backbone of this deck. And if they only take 1 or 2 prizes each, you gotta find a way to muster up those last 2 prize cards. And that's the exact situation Luke's in. Those 2 Pokemon have gone down. They each took a couple prizes. But how do you find these last 2 prizes to close out the game?
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Ball at this point, we are well past. You would have loved the Fireball Circus turn.
Yeah.
What is it? Fireball Circus? I feel like I missed it. It is Fireball Circus.
I get it confused with Mind Blown, the Blacephalon GX. Like I go back and forth between them. But it is Fireball Circus.
Then what's the one on the fire one?
It's Mind Blown.
It's Fireworks Bomb. It's not. No.
Oh.
See, I knew we were doing it wrong, Chip. It's Fireworks Bomb.
I'm talking about the Blacephalon GX.
I'm talking. Yes, you are.
Yeah.
And Fireworks Circus is the fire type one.
Man, it seems like there's not been Blacephalon's kind of a new Pokemon. It's only had 3 cards, and all 3 of the cards it's had have been insane.
Yes, they have been insane. But anyways, it would have been nice to get Fireworks Bomb the turn previous, is what I'm trying to say. But was not able to do that, and now we got Blacephalon down, but only doing 4 damage counters when Rough Seas is in play is effectively nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing at all. I mean, you could go for Swoop Across, but that literally does nothing because they just get Rough Seased away. You send up Malamar for a turn. Luke discarded the Wobbuffet, which you could have technically sent up, and it's just going to have to be a Lysander stalling play. And Jesse's going to need to find either Tayton Liza or maybe Versus Seeker for the Bird Keeper.
Oh, this is so tough.
Oh,
0
Luke has
card
no
hand.
cards.
Luke just completely revealing, I ain't got it, man.
Devastating.
And Jesse's like, yeah, no, those are going to go. And Luke is just right here at the finish line, winning in to top 8 again, back-to-back days, and just coming up a little bit short right now.
Does Jesse still have the scoop up net?
He does.
There it is.
I
in
think
hand.
that this is the play.
That's all you need, really. Wailord's got It's too much
Guzma.
HP.
Nah, yep. Guzma definitely better than the scoop up net the Blastoise. And then
Sure.
if you need to, if it gets stalled one more time. Sonya, Avibud, is there anything that can live to the Wailord? Is this just going to be scoop? I think Psychic Energy and the hand gets extended.
There it is.
Jesse Parker taking the win and able to punch his ticket to another top 8 at the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K once again with Blastoise. Great game from both players. Luke's Psychic deck was firing off at first. We saw Dragapult. We saw the Gardevoir really dealing a ton of damage, but I think it all came down to that Infiltrator flip.
I think it did, and that was the big swing turn. If Luke hits a heads there, Dragapult doesn't go down. Jesse has done no damage that turn, and that resulted in Jesse ultimately winning this game.
Absolutely. We're going to get Jesse Parker back here for a winner's interview in just a moment, so hang tight. And then we have the top 8 players, which we are going to discuss the meta breakdown, discuss which decks have finished in the top 8, and which match we are going to feature from the top 8 of the Full Grip Games GLC 1K in just a moment. Hang tight. We'll be right back. I am here with Jesse Parker.
What's up, man?
Hot off his win and in to top 8 of the Full Grip Games GLC 1K. Running it back for another top 8 with water. How you feeling, Jesse?
I'm feeling really good. Let me tell you, I was down in the dumps after that last stream game. I was like so tilted because half of me thought the half reason I was tilted is because I played horribly, and then the second reason I was tilted is because I played against John in the 60 card mirror in the next round.
Oh my god!
Which I thought it was going to be whoever. If I had beat him, he would have been out of the running. But since he beat me, that was my first loss. So I was 3-1-1 or 2-1-1. So I needed to win out from there. So
yeah.
It gave us both the opportunity to make it in. So it ended up working itself out. But yeah, that last stream game was horrible. But this stream game, way better. Way better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, were you worried at all about that Dragapult turn?
A little bit.
Yeah. I think obviously having Wailord out is great.
Oh, yeah.
You can't be feeling bad about that.
But yeah, the thing I was worrying about that whole game was you usually prize at least 1 or 2 of your like Pokemon pieces. That game I had Staryu prize, so I had limited energy.
Yeah. So
I really had to be careful. I didn't really want to put any energy on Wailord in the early mid game there because I just didn't think I had enough. Because so that's why I started stacking. I started putting energies on the Drizzile just to get that ready, just because I knew I was playing with limited energy. So I utilized the 2 energy attacker. It ended up working out the Wishy-Washy going back to the deck because that gave me 3 more energies to work with.
+3,
so I got +3. And yeah, the coin flips were not going my way, have not been going my way today at all. So I was really glad to hit that last one. So.
Yes, for sure. That was the big one. Now, back-to-back top 8 appearances with the water deck at the GLC 1Ks. Obviously, had a little bit of a heartbreaker at the last one, losing in top 8.
That was rough.
We hoping to be able to make it a little bit farther this time.
Yeah,
Are you familiar with any of the decks that are, I think making top 8 so far?
I know there's a lot of control. I know that's
there are at least 2 world-renowned players. Yes, with
and
control.
I think like I don't know much about their control list in general, but I'm pretty sure like water's probably their worst matchup in general, just because I have like unlimited resources, and as long as I don't like play myself into like as long as I don't like get my Frostmoth out, I think I'll be okay. Or like bench a high HP guy. So I think if I just play it
high
slow,
retreat guy.
Retreat, that's what I meant. High retreat guy. I should be okay. I feel pretty good about that matchup. So
yeah, I mean, the tough thing is the streaming of the Hex. Yeah, so
is that what they do? Okay.
That is the tough thing.
Oh yeah, that would be rough actually. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to deal with that, but
yes.
I think I just get out my Inteleon. It's my only a 2 energy attacker. I think that's my best attacker in that matchup, and I just try to lean into that. And yeah, I honestly have no idea how it's gonna go because I'm sure they have thought about the water matchup and they know exactly what to do.
Oh
so
yeah,
have they played against water before?
It's a brutal deck.
Have they played against water today yet? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know what their matchups have been.
Okay.
It's a brutal deck to play against.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And I think that these 2 players are really starting to hone in on what control can do in Gym Leader Challenge format. Yeah.
I liked one of the reasons I like Gym Leader Challenge is because it's not expanded and I don't have to worry about control, but maybe I do need to worry about it. Oh jeez, man.
Oh jeez,
Control
man.
always finds a way, man.
Always finds a way. Isn't there like a Wailord can't be affected by a special condition or something?
Yes. So the Wailord, I saw someone playing Shocklock.
Yes.
Connor Fenton's playing Shocklock, and I was like, the Wailord does have that ability that when you attach an energy, it heals from special conditions. But you know, I only have so many energy in my deck, so
right.
I don't know how often I'm gonna be able to do that. But yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. Well, I'd be really fascinated to see how it ends up playing out.
We'll see how it goes.
We're back in top 8. There were some key changes to your deck from last time that we saw. I think you and John must have been working on your deck
Me and
together.
John are playing the same 60, except I have a different War Turtle because I couldn't find the 90 HP one. I got the Paralyzed one. But we wanted
the Paralyzed one, I think, is the better one.
Really? Okay. I thought the Paralyzed one was better, but he likes the 90 HP one. I don't know. I'm playing so I guess I'm playing the optimal list.
80 hit points, paralyzed. Dude,
but
paralyzation wins games.
It's I mean,
straight up.
It buys you a whole nother turn, which sometimes all you need.
Plus one turn.
The list went through a lot of changes. The core engine of the deck is the same as I played last time. Like I got the list off you, but we put in the white Curum with the fire energy.
How did you like the white Curum?
It's really good. I really didn't like it at first, but it actually pulls its weight a lot. So you have a lot of ways to get your fire energy. If you discard it early, you got the Starmie to get it back. You have Professor's Letter. You can search it out with like Drizzler and Teleon.
Yeah.
It's also the main reason I like it is it's not weak to lightning. So,
that's nice.
Again, with that and the Lapras, you use those two against lightning to usually lightning has a hard time one-shotting those Pokemon.
That's really good.
So I really like that. Also, Field Crush is pretty busted. You're trying to win the Stadium War against Psychic. So if you can discard their Dimension Valley or their Old Cemetery and just keep your Rough Season play, that can just win you the matchup single-handedly.
Absolutely.
So Field Crush is a great attack. Some of the trainers changed. The Avery, I love the Avery.
Oh, the Avery plays were pretty nuts.
Has been so good. Not on stream. Against Psychic, it's not that good because they have guys that don't mind discarding. Against the Mirror and against decks that love setting up their bench, I played the Water Mirror and I used it twice in the Water Mirror, and he had to discard Thighs. He didn't want to discard. He had to discard a Lapras full of energy because he didn't want to get rid of he wanted to keep his Blastoise, Octillery, and his Starmie, so he had to get rid of his other two guys. So the Avery has been insane, and that was John's
really good.
Yeah, that was John's inclusion. We cut the Marnie for it.
That seems fine. I mean, you already draw a lot of cards.
Supporter, so the Scoop Up Net's in there too. We cut the Tate and Liza for that.
The Scoop Up Net's so good.
I love the Scoop Up Net. It's a retreat, and
get the Pyukumuku out of there.
The Pyukumuku has been pretty good, but honestly, that was the one card I wanted to put Bridget. We cut Bridget for it.
Yeah, you put Bridget back in there.
I know, but
you already got Alolan Vulpix.
That's true, but here's the thing, though. Alolan Vulpix.
Every stream game has used the Pyukumuku with this deck.
That last game, I would have got Alolan Vulpix, but it was prized because that game I had a handful of Ball Search, and the Vulpix is better if you can fill your bench. If you can't fill your bench, the Pyukumuku is better because then they just go straight to your bench. So between the Pyukumuku, the Alolan Vulpix, the Lapras, and the Staryu, you have 4 really good starting Pokemon. Yeah. Because the Lapras can just take early knockouts. Yeah. And just take early knockouts.
Yeah, it's true.
So you have so many good starters, and prizing Alolan Vulpix is the worst. So having Pyukumuku as a backup is insane. Plus, I used rock paper scissors. I used rock paper scissors today to do 120 to knock something out. And
you didn't.
It was relevant. Yeah.
No, you didn't. That's so.
I played rock paper scissors, and I won rock paper scissors, and yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah,
well,
the deck's been great so far.
Congratulations, Jesse. Obviously, the deck has performed very well in the Swiss rounds. 4-1-1, moving into top 8. Congrats on another top 8 appearance, and good luck in your top 8 match.
Thank you.
Okay, we are graphic a little big, but other than that, we are getting ready for the top 8 of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event. And the top 8 is ready to get kicked off with my very wild and wacky graphic that we have here in the middle of the screen.
Bro, transitions are crazy.
The graphics,
the way it just slid in, nobody even noticed.
The graphics design team here at Tricky Jim is literally off the charts. Yeah. So, anyways, we've got the top 8 players here. Azul, Garcia, Griego, top seed 402 with Colorless control. We've got 2 Colorless control decks in top 8. Grant Manley also playing Colorless control. at the 6th seed for 1-1. Mike Gibbs playing Grass. This is Mike's, from our interview, only second day ever playing Gym Leader Challenge.
Let's go, Mike.
Yeah, let's go, Mike. One of his buddies handed him the Grass deck. It was like, yeah, this is the only other deck we got lying around. Mike picked it up, started playing. It was like, this is literally broken, and took it to a 2nd seed at the GLC event.
Yeah, I played Mike in the top 8 of the 1K, the standard tournament last time, and seems like a super nice guy.
Yeah.
It seems like he's having a good time, so that's good to see.
Exactly. Here for the standard event, stuck around for the GLC event.
Yes.
So, yeah, definitely love to see that. Isaac Bowers with a water deck, and we got those 2 White Curum water decks at 4th and 8th seed. John Mostowy back at it again with back-to-back top 8s from today and yesterday, and Jesse Parker with back-to-back top 8s in both Gym Leader Challenge 1Ks that we've hosted so far.
Yep.
Andrew with a amazing rare Kyogre deck that we're actually going to get to see featured on stream, and I'm sure
Amazing
you know, you actually know how to pronounce Andrew's last name, don't you?
Wisniewsky.
There we go. Excellent. Wisniewsky. And Trevor, of course, our champion from yesterday, seeing if he can't go back for the repeat. These players are getting ready for their match now. We'll be right back in just a second with the top 8 game.
And it is time to get underway with the top 8 of the Gym Leader Challenge 1K tournament. Trainer Chip Ritchie here, joined alongside Andrew Mahone. And I'm very excited, Andrew, to see this game. We've got Mike Gibbs on the left. Second day only playing GLC, a newcomer to the format. And he's made top 8 in his first ever tournament here with the Grass deck, which I know is one of your favorites. It's one of my favorites too.
I love the Grass deck, Chip. I think that Grass is just such a cool archetype in Gym Leader Challenge with all the different search options that you have available, being able to just get the Pokemon into play consistently with Sunshine Grace ability on the Grovyle. Really nice to see this deck pop off. And maybe have the spelling correction on the. Okay, yep, cool. I'll get that fixed up on the on Andrew's name. And someone looks like Mikey. I texted Mikey to tell these guys they could start, and Mikey doesn't seem to be forwarding that information. So yeah.
Well, we'll get that figured out here quickly. I can go run and tell Mike to let him get started, and Andrew's going to get some spellings fixed up. And I guess while you're at it, Andrew, we should, I mean, I believe Andrew is actually 411, not 402. So
that's cool. Yeah. Listen, man, it's been a long weekend, man.
Oh, man, we just giving each other a hard time.
Yeah, it's been a long weekend. These guys are getting kicked off. Let's get it started. They're going, Chip. Yeah, you can come back. All right. These guys are getting underway with top 8 of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge. $1,000 cash prize event. Andrew
Wisniewsky
on the right against Mike Gibbs on the left. And Andrew has brought a very cool amazing rare Kyogre deck that I'm excited to see in action.
I'm really excited for this deck. I think it's one of my favorites to play in the format. I honestly feel like I could say that about most of the decks in the format, but Amazing Kyogre is incredible with its amazing surge attack. It requires a ridiculous combination of different energy, a water, a lightning, a metal, and a colorless, but it deals 80 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon. And if you can just attack with Amazing Rare Kyogre 2 times, 3 times, you can just totally sweep your opponent's boards. And that's what the goal of the deck is. There's not other attackers in this list. It is Amazing Kyogre or nothing.
Yeah, and I think that strategy is super wild, right? I mean, obviously, if you could just Amazing Surge a couple of times, you're going to be chilling.
Yep.
Having a great time. 80 damage to all of your opponent's Pokemon. I mean, not many Pokemon have more than 160 hit points in Gym Leader Challenge format. And that's all you need to completely board wipe somebody. So really the entire strategy of the Amazing Rare Kyogre deck is going to be to try to Amazing Surge twice.
Yep. As many times as necessary. And usually twice will just about do it. Now, Mike does have some Pokemon that can withstand 2 Amazing Surges. If you can get all the way up into Rillaboom, then Rillaboom has 170 HP. That would hang on. It wouldn't quite go down. But the thing about Andrew's deck is it's built to be able to do this as quickly as possible. It's streamlined around this exact strategy. So Mike's got to be able to get up into the Rillaboom to even be able to withstand that hit. And if 2 Amazing Surges get pulled off and all you have left in play is Rillaboom, that's probably not going to be enough.
Now, it looks like Andrew went first and just Vulpix passed, right?
Yeah.
All these supporter cards in hand, just top deck the Remoraid. So Mike able to have a nice explosive start, getting all of his necessary basics onto the board with the help of Sonya. Got Zarude in the active position, who is arguably the best starter for the deck, and Andrew immediately playing down the Gladian, which is going to allow him to take a look at his prize cards and replace the Gladian with one of the prize cards and bring that card to his hand. So I think opting for a Brooklet Hill, which is going to allow him to get any basic water Pokemon he wants out of his deck and put it on to the bench. Just give him a little bit more setup. I know that there are other draw supporters I think I see in Andrew's hand, which will allow him to play out of this position next turn. But with Alolan Vulpix in the active position, I think we're probably just going to see a beacon and start to set this, this machine in motion, right? I mean, this is like a Kyogre machine. That's just all this is. This is not your typical deck. This is just a deck that's trying to churn out Amazing Surges. And Amazing Surge is not exactly the easiest attack cost to pay in any format, let alone Gym Leader Challenge.
Oh, absolutely not. 4 energies, and 3 of them have to be different types. It's a lot to make happen, but this deck plays, several different types of the basic energy, but it's got things like Rainbow Energy, it's got Aurora Energy, it's got Blend Energies, plenty of ways to satisfy multiple different energy types at once, so no matter which ones you draw, you can kind of make them work as much as possible.
And looking through Andrew's deck, we see all these different cards that could bring the Kyogre back. Rescue Stretcher, Revive, the Splash Energy, right? So if the Kyogre ever manages to get knocked out, Andrew just plans on putting it right back into play and starting to charge up that Amazing Surge attack again.
Now, you'll notice Andrew hasn't attached energy yet, hasn't even gotten Kyogre in play, and that's really fine. This deck doesn't need to attach energy turn after turn. It's actually just aiming to get energy in play via the Flashfire Melodic's Energy Grace ability.
Wow.
In order to knock itself out and then accelerate 3 basic energy from the discard pile to your Pokemon in any way that you like. Players from recent expanded events will remember this card not so fondly, most likely, as it was utilized in that devastating Trevenant and Dusknoir combo deck where you would leave your opponent with 0 cards in hand and just kind of knock them out and run them over. And that's really why the card ended up getting banned in the expanded format. But it's still got itself a place here in GLC.
Yes, Mike is going to ruin that beacon from Alolan Vulpix by sending the Pokemon to the bottom of Andrew's deck. And Mike has,
Whoa.
Okay, the Grovyle Shiinotic, the dream. Literally, turn 1, Mike gets all these basics into play. Turn 2, we're talking 4 stage 1s in play. Mike is setting up like a champ right now. Just got everything that he could possibly want and more, thanks to the Shiinotic's ability. Mike can go search out the Venusaur from the deck, put it in his hand for next turn. Grovyle Sunshine Grace can search out a Pokemon, put it into his hand for next turn. And then Zarude can use its Pack Call attack to search out a Pokemon. It's, suffice it to say that, all 3 of these, just doing it all at once. Like, yeah, let's just get it done, okay?
Yep.
I'm gonna get 3 Pokemon out of my deck and put them into my hand.
And this is, the dream for Mike. He is set up actually just perfectly.
I don't know that it goes much better than this.
Not at all, and especially when you consider that this was off of a Marnie. When you're wanting to limit your opponent's draw, now you've done all of this, and your opponent only has 4 cards to work with.
Yeah, it is wild to see, and this Zarude is definitely going to be diving in for a repeated whip attack next turn, so long as Rillaboom is in Mike's deck. Rillaboom is that primary attacker. I mean, even without Rillaboom, Venusaur just doubles up your grass energy, right?
Right.
So with 2 grass, that's 4 grass. And then with 4 grass, you're doing 140 damage with repeated whip. So that's 2 energy, 140 damage. It's absurd.
The damage ramps up very, very quickly. And then inevitably you can try to go into the Sceptile, whose attack deals 20 damage for each energy you have in play. And each grass energy counts as 2, so it's effectively doing 40 damage for each energy that you have in play, which can just hit for incredible numbers and effectively one-hit KOs anything that you could be going up against.
Yeah, this Venusaur's Jungle Totem ability is just completely unhinged. I mean, what a cool card, right? Attack is pretty awful, 4 retreat cost. Artwork is looking, kind of like some sort of 3D.
Hey, don't be hating on Venusaur like
some
that.
Crazy 3D artwork from from some defunct Pokemon video game. Looks like is Venusaur in like a back alley somewhere? Like, what is this backdrop? It's not in the forest, it's in the city, doing something. 160 hit points though. Great. Jungle Totem, broken ability in Gym Leader Challenge format.
Andrew's played his own Marnie. He says, Mike, anything you can do, I can do it just like you. And Aurora Energy will discard Articuno. Articuno is actually a really interesting card in this list. A little unfortunate to see it hit the discard pile. Andrew must have some other really strong cards in hand. But its ability makes it so that your opponent can't play supporter cards to bring up your benched Pokemon. So Boss's Orders, Guzma, these things do not work whenever Articuno is in the active spot. And that allows you as much time as you need to set your board up. So it hitting the discard pile tells me that Andrew's got some important other pieces to work with.
Yeah, or that he's just going to forego putting the Articuno into the active spot.
Sure.
He's also got, right now anyways, maybe, for Kyogre number 2, might need to throw the thing into the active spot. But with Vulpix already taking that position in the active, I think that Andrew is maybe just saying, maybe revive that later. Octillery's in the hand now. Floatstone, definitely don't want to get rid of that. Guzma, definitely don't want to get rid of that. So I guess I see where the Articuno was the weakest link in that hand.
Andrew's actually going to forgo putting the Floatstone in play. Just draws 3 cards off of the Abyssal hand and finds Drizzile, which can get him anything else he may want this turn. We see the Peonia in hand. This deck plays Peonia and Gladion because you only have one Pokemon that you're trying to attack with. So if it's prized, it becomes Operation Get Kyogre out of the prizes.
Like instantly. There is no plan B. We talked about that. Most really good Gym Leader Challenge decks have a plan B, a plan C, and maybe even D or E. This Kyogre deck is plan A is Kyogre. Plan B is maybe get Kyogre a different way. And plan C is maybe I'm going to go get Kyogre this other different way. Those are the different plans.
So off of Drizzile, Andrew can grab any trainer card in the deck. And Energy Spinner is a decent option. It'll allow you to get any energies out, though those usually like to function best in the discard pile. I do think I remember noticing in Andrew's prizes, though, he prized his 1 copy of Battle Compressor.
He did.
Which is a really important card to get those energies down in the discard pile so that you can bring them back into play with the Melodic.
Well, consider the following.
Yeah.
Next turn.
Okay.
Andrew plays Peonia and
Sure.
gets it. and then can attack with Kyogre.
Okay.
It's just that simple, right? Because this turn, Andrew is going to be able to use Beacon to get the Milotic and maybe an Inteleon, to the hand. And if Mike does not knock out the Kyogre this turn, Andrew knows that the Battle Compressor is in the prizes, so Peonia could be a 50% chance of being able to find it and then send 3 energy to the discard pile to then accelerate into play with Milotic.
So there are those Pokemon grabbed. Andrew's setting up his master plan. He's not done anything yet as far as damaging attacks, but he's just setting up this board position. And speaking of board position, Mike's got a pretty good one. Though those Pokemon all got shuffled into the bottom of the deck last turn, he'll be able to grab them back out thanks to Illuminate and Sunshine Grace. And Sure enough, Rillaboom with Voltage Beat is ready to go. Venusaur's Jungle Totem will boost the amount of energy that each of these energy cards provides, and 2 more energy get added to Zarude. This attack is doing more than enough damage to take out poor little Vulpix.
This is the dream. Turn 3, right? Everything. Turn 1, all the basics. Turn 2, all the stage 1s.
Yep.
Turn 3, all the stage 2s. And at this point, with Rillaboom and Venusaur, I mean, these attacks are so incredibly juiced that there's no question as to whether or not Zarude's going to be taking knockouts. Zarude's going to be taking knockouts. It's just on who each turn. Now, Mike does not appear to have the Gust, so I think it's just going to be a Marnie situation. That is tough for Andrew. I think Andrew now has Beacon twice, and 2 times had those Pokemon sent to the bottom of the deck. So.
Yeah, that can be the problem with Vulpix, is it makes your opponent really chase after those disruption supporter cards. But I mean, there's a reason that people play the card. It's incredibly good, and especially if your opponent just doesn't happen to have either their In or Marnie in hand, it really can stick and help you just develop your board so much better.
So off those 5 cards, I do see a Floatstone in Mike's hand. Not that he needs it. Does he need anything now? I mean, this is it. This is the dream. All the Pokemon are here. They all have over 80 hit points. So what's crazy is that the Kyogre will not be taking any prizes when it uses Amazing Surge. It's all going to be about that second Amazing Surge.
That's right. That's right. Now, Mike has knocked something out, so it opens up some plays for Andrew. He's got teammates in his deck. He's got Raihan in his deck, but I don't think there's any Pokemon in the discard pile. Another card that Andrew plays that's not really utilized that much in GLC, but it's very good in Andrew's deck specifically, is Ace Trainer. If you're behind on prize cards, you can have both players shuffle their hands into their deck. You get to draw 6, and your opponent will only draw 3. So that can be a really devastating blow. Andrew is going to use the Rescue Stretcher on the Articuno. Needs more time, and that's really kind of how this deck functions. It needs time to get more set up. You don't mind sacking a few prizes. You're going to sack a few prizes. It's just how it's going to be. And then you have turns where you pop off, get the Kyogre in play, start spreading damage, and Mike should be able to deal with the Kyogre pretty quickly when it comes up because he's gotten himself fully set up. But if Andrew can get it back and then pop the Milotic, he's in a great spot.
I did misspeak. Yeah, the Kyogre would take 1 prize. The Grovile's only got 80 hit points. That did slip my mind. So that would be 1 victim to the Kyogre machine if it were to make its way into the active spot and actually attack this turn. But I think that maybe it might just be like a slower kind of burning turn, maybe a retreat into Articuno and chill kind of turn. The Articuno does have that awesome ability, which
Blizzard Veil.
There you go, the Blizzard Veil ability, which makes it so that none of Andrew's Pokemon are going to get gusted, right? Because whenever your opponent plays a supporter card from their hand, you prevent all effects of that card done to your benched water Pokemon. Doesn't block cards like Pokemon Catcher or Cross Switcher, but Cross Switcher is not a card that could be played in Gym Leader Challenge.
Well, you can play 1.
You could play 1 for nothing. And yeah, Pokemon Catcher is not a card that really sees it much high-level play. So the Supporter Clause is going to effectively block all these bench Pokemon from getting gusted.
Colress will draw a solid 8 cards here, and there's plenty for Andrew to work with. Fighting Fury Belt is a great card. That and Cape of Toughness are key tool cards you want to get down onto your amazing Kyogre, giving it more HP, making it harder to KO. It's a pretty big boy with 120 already. Boosting that up to 160 makes it hard for Pokemon to KO. And this matchup specifically, Zarude's going to be able to handle it still, but it is still very, very strong.
Shady Dealings Intellion now coming into play. I think Andrew was discussing earlier with the judges, saying, with the Evo Soda the term previous, like, okay, so if I use Evo Soda, can I Shady Dealings? Definitely not. Shady Dealings only activates when it comes from the hand.
Yep.
Evo Soda comes from the deck, and all these kind of things matter when you're talking Pokemon cards, right? When you bring something from the hand, it comes from the hand. When you bring something from the deck, it comes from the deck. When you bring it
Right.
from the discard pile, it comes from the discard pile. And things and abilities that activate when certain things are fulfilled, it all matters where it comes from and what it says on the card. So Andrew decided to get the melodic with the Evo Soda, finds the Shady Dealings Intellion, and will grab Lieutenant Surge and Guzma off of that Shady Dealings.
Prepping for the next turn, and I think Andrew's at this point saying, surely Mike doesn't have another disruption card, right? There's no
Right.
way we could see. I mean, Versus Seeker's down, Marnie's down. What are the chances Mike has his one copy of in hand?
Yeah, there's no way 3 turns in a row I'm going to get to hold this hand for sure. It's sticking around. Articuno is going to be the sacrifice this turn, letting that thing go down
Goodbye, Articuno.
just to get one more turn to hopefully get some energy into the discard pile so Melodic can use the Energy Grace ability and get some energy into play.
Mike reading the card, making sure he's totally aware of exactly how it works. I can't tell you the number of times that I've been playing a deck with Articuno on PTCGO and my opponent just plays their boss's orders and
Denied.
it gets sent right to the discard pile because it does not go through.
It feels good, man. Feels good. Love it. Love to see Articuno putting in work. Love to see those various barrier abilities put in work. Someone tries to quick shooting your Pokemon with a fusion energy on it. Denied. Yeah, just not happening. Try to dark asset under Path to the Peak. Not today. But
Mike does decide now's the time for Sceptile. Gets it in play. That powerful storm attack can really deal a ton of damage. For just 1 grass energy, 20 damage times the amount of energy attached to all of your Pokemon. Usually you want to be careful about how early you put it in play because you want to be able to utilize Grovile's Sunshine Grace as long as possible, but Mike's got that Shiinotic chilling over there, Illuminate, and all of his grass boys are already pretty much here.
I think literally the whole deck is in play. I mean, what
Well,
grass?
Shining Genesect at some point.
There's,
Does he play Pheromosa in his list?
It's just gonna be Venusaur. It's just the broken guys. Yeah, we got literally. This list slaps. I love this list. It's just like, give me only the best grass Pokemon, and they're all here in Mike's list. I think this is awesome. Yeah, you got the Zarude and the Shining Genesect, no other attackers, because those are the 2 best ones. So we're just gonna bring them back, right? With cards like Revitalizer, Rescue Stretcher, and you can attack with Rillaboom, Sceptile. I mean, you got other guys to swing with, right? And they all just deal so much damage. I mean, this is literally every single Pokemon in Mike's deck is in play except the Shining Genesect.
So Articuno goes down. Andrew does need to start attacking here pretty soon. So he's kind of feeling the pressure at this point, if I had to guess. But he did get to keep those cards he grabbed off of the Shady Dealings. So it's Lieutenant Surge time.
Surge, teammates, I mean, who knows what kind of shenanigans are about to happen.
Counter energy sounds like the grab to me.
At this point, Andrew is definitely down enough to...
he doesn't play counter energy?
Yeah, no counter energy. It's just the grace. I guess the energy grace. That's the main way to do this. But with the Battle Compressor prize, how are we going to charge this thing up?
I wonder if he could get like a Raihan or something like that and, quick ball away 1 energy Raihan and then use the Raihan to get another energy, something like that. I don't know the rest of the contents of his hand exactly.
It seems like not having access to Battle Compressor is really not helping his situation right now.
Right.
He's got a Hex. I don't really think the Hex does anything, though. Like,
it can prevent Mike from putting more energy in play, but Mike, interestingly enough, has not been putting energies in play with Voltage Beat. I wonder if he's...
wouldn't.
Yeah, he's maybe playing around the fact that, he doesn't want to have energies in play for later in the game whenever Andrew does get off multiple amazing surges and they go to the discard pile unnecessarily.
Or what if you just get stuck? Like, what if Andrew's plan is to gust something and just say, all right, I'm going to try and get in 2 amazing surge with the same Kyogre without you responding, right?
Sure.
So that could be something that happens. Escape Rope Hex could maybe stop. Is there something happening that I don't foresee? Because I don't, the Kyogre coming in the active position There are definitely no energy in that discard pile. Okay.
Yeah, not yet. And Andrew does have Sycamore, so maybe that's what Andrew is doing with the Hex, saying it wasn't useful, and is just going to plan to Sycamore. So he's just thinning a card out with the shady dealings, potentially, I guess.
That could be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, and plans on attempting to still attack with the Kyogre this turn would have to get some key energy into the discard pile. And
Yeah, well, if he discards the lightning that's in his hand with this Sycamore, he just needs to draw one off of the Sycamore, and then he's getting in there.
Because he's attached for turn.
Right.
Yeah.
No, he's not attached for turn.
I
don't believe so. So this is turn 4, right? And so he missed attachment turn 1, and then he attached Aurora energy, and then there's a water energy. So I don't believe he's attached yet.
Okay. Well, that would do it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is interesting. Now I'm very curious to see how this amazing Kyogre gets powered back up, right?
Yeah.
Because without counter energy, how is it happening? Like, yeah, Raihan counter energy seems like
Well, you got to get the Kyogre back, and then you also got to get the Milotic back.
You just got to do it twice.
Yeah, you got to do it a couple times.
Yeah, makes sense.
So Andrew will play that Sycamore.
Right,
and
second supporter because of the surge.
Right, and we'll draw 7 cards here. I think the main card he's looking for is Splash Energy. That is probably the key piece. And he whiffs all energy.
Nah, he's got a spinner.
Oh, spinner. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's very close. But he does have the spinner, can go get the metal energy he needs in order to attack with the amazing Kyogre, but he does need to sack the Milotic in order to do it.
And only getting 1 energy back with Milotic does feel a little bad here.
Yeah, that does not feel great. In fact, I think that is what we would call suboptimal. That
certainly.
Yeah, you really want to get the full effect of Milotic, but if it means the difference between attacking and not attacking, then I think you do it. Yeah, here comes the Energy Grace. Sack that Milotic. Get the 1 lightning out of the discard pile.
And Mike does get a prize from that, so that is also worth noting because Mike is now down to 3 prizes.
Right. I mean, I don't know if there's any other way for Andrew's deck to ping damage because some of these guys have 170 hit points. I mean, the Rillaboom's got 170.
Right.
So if the Rillaboom just gets powered up with grass energy, it can just kind of finish the game all by itself.
Yeah, theoretically. It can't knock out a Kyogre that's got a belt or a Cape of Toughness on it, but belt number 1 is going to go down with this Kyogre. That means Andrew's going to have to find the Cape. He does play the Scoop Up Net on the Inteleon, which will reset that line, which is great because it'll give him access to all of his trainers, but it's probably going to be another turn off next turn, which is not ideal.
And there it is. The first amazing surge of the game. 80 damage to all of Mike's Pokemon. But Mike has taken half of the game's prizes now with that first amazing surge. And assuming that Mike can take this knockout, which he definitely can. I mean, he could just take the knockout with Sceptile right now, I think, with as many energy that are in play. Because he's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, like 200 damage he's doing with with the Sceptile, thanks to the Venusaur's Jungle Totem ability, doubling up the effectiveness of each of those grass energy.
And Mike's been very smart here, not benching the Shining Genesect before it was necessary, because Shining Genesect has 130 HP, and Amazing Kyogre caps out at 90 damage pretty much with the Fighting Fury Belt hitting the active is the only real option there. So now, because Mike has chosen to stagger benching his Pokemon, Andrew has to attack 3 more times, and with Mike at 3 prizes and taking 1 more this turn, it's not looking great for Andrew this game.
No, it really isn't. Mike seems to be playing very heads up. I mean, I think Mike has really taken to this Gym Leader Challenge format, despite saying
Super Rod and Stretcher in the discard pile already as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Mike saying that he played his first games of Gym Leader Challenge last night. Seems to be navigating this grass deck just like absolutely smoothly. Is like, oh yeah, I see what's happening now with the amazing Kyogre. I need to stagger my Pokemon just a little bit, and not even a ton. And actually, you see Andrew just scooping it up like, okay, you have staggered a new attacker into play. I'm going to scoop this up. We're going to go to game 2. Since this is a best of 3 and players only have 75 minutes to complete their best of 3, you can't spend all day on a match you're going to lose.
I think a really smart decision there from Andrew to just go ahead and scoop it up, recognizing I'm not going to win this one. It's not happening. And just say, let's move on to game number 2. I think that's something that a lot of players will struggle with, is determining the right time to scoop. Andrew maybe could have scooped a little bit earlier, but he still left himself plenty of time for games 2 and game 3.
Just see, like, maybe Willie benched a new attacker.
Sure.
Benched a new attacker. Let's get out of here. You know, I think, it wasn't looking good. The battle compressor being prized. I think just a little bit too long until that first amazing surge hit. Also, Mike set up like a champ.
That is probably the biggest thing to take away from that game is, Amazing Kyogre is going to be really strong against a little bit slower of decks that also need a bit of time to set up. Something like water, you need multiple turns to get your Frostmoth in play, Blastoises, all of those things. Finding your Wailords can be hard. The grass guys just kind of find each other. Once you set up Shiinotic and Grovyle, you can just get your field set up very, very quickly. And especially if you can pull off a Forest of Giant Plants play. We didn't see that from Mike in this game, but just in general, the grass deck has the potential to do that pretty regularly.
It really does. And all the grass guys are huge.
Oh, yeah, so much HP.
Venusaur, 160 hit points. Rillaboom, 170 hit points. The Zarude, 130 hit points. Shining Genesect, 130 hit points.
30, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are monsters. They're absolutely gigantic. And they evolve themselves into play. There's really no sitting around waiting to find your evolution incense. You just go get the guys, and they set themselves up very quickly. We're going to see if Andrew can turn this series around in game 2.
Andrew's taking a mulligan here, it looks like. So Mike will have a little bit extra to work with on turn 1, which is always a welcome sight in the Pokemon TCG. And I think we just saw Mike's deck function at its best, but we unfortunately saw Andrew's deck kind of function not really very well at all compared to what it is supposed to do.
Yeah, I think that Andrew is hoping to maybe, get the turn 2, turn 3 Amazing Surge. That's really ideal. Maybe use Articuno to buy a turn or two after the first Amazing Surge. You don't really want to. Or, early on is fine too. Opening the Articuno is certainly not a problem for this deck. Probably one of the best openers you can have because it means that you're not getting gusted. That being said, Trico, and Andrew choosing to go second in this match. Trico is one of the best openers for the grass deck because it evolves into Grovyle, which can use Sunshine Grace to just spring all those grass Pokemon into play. Also, because it can find a friend.
Trico's out here looking for a buddy, and that's really a great attack, especially against a deck like Andrew's that does not attack very quickly. It needs a few turns and usually is going to go behind on prizes.
Yeah, so it looks like just an energy drop onto the Trico and a handful of supporters. Good ones. Sonia, Bird Keeper, some cool stuff. Sonia certainly is very good, and I suspect that Mike is going to go for Sonia next turn and potentially find a friend to get an evolution into play.
Andrew actually had Escape Rope in his hand. I think he was thinking about playing it there for a second. That could really kind of mess with what Mike is trying to do. And we actually see the Splash Energy go down onto the Articuno, and I'm about it. That's not too bad. The Cold Crush attack deals 70 damage, and then it'll move both energies from the Articuno back to the bench. So you get your attachments, you get some damage in play, and then you move those energies back to the Amazing Kyogre.
Yeah, this play rocks, actually. I didn't even really think about that. The Cold Cyclone is perfect because it moves those water energies back to the Kyogre, makes it easier to power up. And it's going to move the Splash Energy back, which means that the Kyogre will get saved when it gets knocked out.
This is so good for Andrew. Found Brooklet Hill, found the Phoebus. He's getting set up very nicely. This is probably going to go for Remoraid if I had to guess. Octillery is there in the deck, so as long as he's got Remoraid, that is a good option. Actually goes for the Sobble, which maybe I like a little bit better. Getting up into Drizzile and then eventually into Inteleon on turn 3. Shady Dealings is just so good. We see it in Standard, no different in GLC.
This is the kind of play that is going to make for a turn 2, turn 3 Amazing Kyogre because Drizzile could just go get the Battle Compressor. Right. And the Battle Compressor is the hinging card that allows you to Milotic into a turn 2 Kyogre. the Battle Compressor searching out the 3 basic energy. There's not a ton of basic energy in this list, but when you get to search them out and send them directly to the discard pile with Battle Compressor, makes these plays very easy. Mike does have Sonya, which he will use presumably to get 2 basic grass Pokemon, slap them onto the bench. And then this Articuno is threatening the Trico with a knockout potential. And something that is really cool is that Andrew has this Blend Energy in hand, and the Blend Energy also satisfies the lightning requirement on Amazing Kyogre's attack.
Or the metal requirement.
Or the metal... Dang, that's busted. and the Articuno can send it back with Cold Cyclone.
Exactly.
So that is so cool, since it is all water, it is lightning, and it is metal. It can Cold Cyclone and move on back to the Kyogre to fulfill a different role back there.
I just love stuff like that. Kyogre, a card that came out in 2020. Blend Energy, a card that came out in 2013. And it looks like these cards were made for each other.
Yeah.
Because the Blend Energy just matches up with Kyogre's energy requirements perfectly.
Right, which is really cool. Sometimes you see these combinations in Gym Leader Challenge format, and you're like, are you sure there isn't somebody at Creatures who's had this as their plan all along? Like, what's going on here? You know, how do these cards jive so well together if they were printed, 8 years apart? So I think that Mike just gonna pass. No
finding friends.
No finding of friends.
No friends for Trico.
No, just energy onto the Shining Genesect.
And uses that energy reload ability to move the energy that was attached to the Trico back to the bench.
I like this play.
Yeah.
I think it's good, aggressive play. If the Kyogre does come out quickly, then Mike will have something to knock out the Kyogre instantly. And I think that is important. Even if there is an Amazing Surge this turn, Mike is prepared. And the reason why is because of the second energy on the Genesect. And I really like that. The Shining Genesect can really correct your energy attachments throughout the game. And I find myself using this energy reload ability all the time playing this deck.
Oh, definitely. It's very strong. And especially sometimes when you put energies in play with Voltage Beat on Rillaboom. Sometimes you put an extra energy in play because those energies have to go to the same place and you want to split them up. Well, with Shining Genesect, it's kind of a cheap way to be able to move those energies around. Now, I do expect Andrew this turn to go for the Cold Cyclone with the Articuno. It keeps Articuno in the active spot. It moves the energies to the Amazing Kyogre. It's effectively accomplishing everything Andrew really wants to be doing. And with the Level Ball, Andrew did find that Octillery. For the next turn, I do believe Rimray did just get benched. Evolution Incense is in hand, which can find the Melodic. But Andrew not playing those cards, this scares me and makes me wonder if something important like that is prized again.
Yeah, Andrew taking the knockouts and moving to 5 prizes, not getting any damage on board, but still taking prizes is good. And kind of pressuring Mike into taking this knockout on the Articuno, since Mike cannot gust around it with Boss's Orders or Guzma. So is that a Fury Belt or a Cape of Toughness on the Genesect? I didn't quite see the tool that got attached.
I can't quite tell. It looks like it's either a Fury Belt or a Muscle Band, if I had to guess. I'm trying to look at, it's really hard to look through lists here in GLC because everything's a one-of. He does play a Muscle Band.
That's probably a Muscle Band.
I think it is a Muscle Band.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, maybe somebody with better eyes.
Enhance.
That is a Muscle Band, definitely. And the Genesect is absolutely taking a knockout on the Articuno. Brooklet Hill, Mike just going to use it to shuffle the deck, reorder the deck after marnying some cards to the bottom. Maybe
Very
saying,
smart.
I don't necessarily want that card at the bottom of my deck.
Yeah.
So just give it a good old shuffle. And it means that, you have more chance of drawing it than you did when it was definitely at the bottom.
Yeah, that's a super smart play for Mike. You definitely love to see good decisions like that.
Just the little things. They add up.
They definitely add up. Now, there is a little problem here for Mike is he's not able to evolve his Grookey or his Bulbasaur.
This is sus.
And Andrew could very feasibly pull off the Amazing Surge this turn. He just needs to find a way to get an energy compressor
he's
and
got
then
Ball Guy.
Raihan or something like that.
So he could just do it if he uses Ball Guy to get Milotic and Drizzile, then he could do it. You could also teammates for it now, which
Yeah.
is like the big one. That's like a very clear path to do it. Go get Battle Compressor, Milotic, and you're in there, right? All these different ways to make this play happen. Andrew plays the teammates and it's going to search out 2 cards from his deck since a Pokemon was knocked out during his opponent's last turn.
Now, the question is going to be, is the Milotic in the deck? Because Andrew did not play Evo Soda last turn, so it almost makes me wonder if he's unfortunately prized it this game. And if that's the case, I'm looking through here, Andrew. I don't see it yet.
I don't see it either.
Oh, no.
And these are the problems with like the one-track strategies,
Yeah,
you know?
a big combo deck like
we
this.
talk about obviously the combo is extremely strong, but
a lot of moving pieces.
you're playing a singleton format, you know, and when you have certain pieces that are prized or not available during a game, it is going to make things a lot more difficult to piece together. So Andrew knows that his card that he needs is prized, so he can grab the Gladian, but you can only play one supporter a turn, so he's going to have to wait till next turn to fish that Milotic out of the prizes. And if Mike has a Gus card, things could get ugly.
That is definitely a little sketchy. I almost wonder if Andrew should try to get Articuno back to hide for a turn and try to protect his Kyogre, because if Mike does have a Gusting card and can take this out when it's got 2 and potentially a 3rd energy on it.
Yep, here's the revive.
Yeah.
And Articuno on the scene.
Definitely seems smart to me. And Andrew can also bench the Vulpix and is going to use the Abyssal Hand. Wants to find an energy to attach for turn. Has not done that yet, but
Ooh.
does miss. That is... Oh, that's really unfortunate, because if you attach an energy for turn here, then you can just Amazing Surge next turn without having had to use your Milotic.
Right. And then you could save the Milotic for the next Amazing Surge and then pull off back-to-back Amazing Surges. Andrew is like right on the cusp of being able to pull this, you know, play off, but without an energy drop this turn, that is really tough. I do think that Andrew's going to have it with Battle Compressor potentially this next turn off of the Milotic off the Gladian, and then maybe find a Battle Compressor, but it is tough.
Very tough indeed. Mike is going to play Quick Ball, which will allow him to, Netball, which will allow him to search his deck for either a basic grass Pokemon or a basic grass energy and put it into his hand. And he's eyeing up that Morlul or Shiinotic Jr. and debating putting that in play. Getting that Illuminate ability is very strong. We saw that how key that is to setting Mike's board up in game number 1, and it's something he hasn't been able to do in this one, especially since that Trico went down right away.
Yeah, Mike knows that the Bulbasaur and the Grookey are not long for this world if they don't get evolved pronto.
Yeah.
So he's gonna need one of those Pokemon that allows him to search out other Pokemon, be it Milotic or not Milotic, be it Grovyle or just ditching these guys and saying I'm gonna draw my evolutions the old-fashioned way.
More who?
Yeah, more what? Yeah, no. Just looking for cards like Ivysaur and Rillaboom. And there's the Ivysaur off of the Professor Sycamore.
And that is a huge hit because Bulbasaur was going to go down to a potential Amazing Surge this turn, but Ivysaur has 90 hit points.
The one from Dark Explorers. The correct Ivysaur.
It is the correct Ivysaur.
Yes, the optimal, you might even say.
And that's one of the things that's been the most fun for me about GLC is like discussing with friends. All right, this Pokemon's definitely optimal. No, this version of this Pokemon is definitely optimal.
Right. I know there have been some discussions about the Grookey. I mean, the free retreat one's like really good. I mean, I like Taunt is good, man. Sometimes you can win games with Taunt, bro.
I've seen the free retreat one come into play many times.
Yeah.
So.
That is true.
Just
probably
getting
better
that
than
pivot,
Taunt.
especially if you're not playing Pheromosa in your list,
Right.
which most people have decided to cut from their grass decks at this point.
Yeah.
Andrew has Evosoda and Ultra Ball and Timer Ball. Plenty of ways to search Pokemon in his hand, but the Pokemon that he wants I think are in his prizes.
Yeah. That is not great. We'll take a look
The double heads on the timer ball.
Okay, you'll see who's in the deck. There is the Shady Dealings Italian, right? Is that the only Pokemon in the deck? Surely other pieces aren't prized, but that might be the case. Let's see, double heads, and that is the only evolution card. Yep.
Wow.
Okay, so that means no Milotic, no Drizzile.
They're both prized.
Yeah, they are both in the prize cards, and that is gonna really hamper Andrew's ability to pull this combo off. The Drizzile Shady Dealings is key. Can go find the Battle Compressor to get energy in the discard pile. The Milotic is key. It needs to be able to use the Energy Grace ability to get energy into play. So Gladian, we'll see what Andrew decides to grab, but I think there are 2 targets that Andrew wants.
Yeah, can I just take a couple of these, maybe swap some cards from my hand? Are you cool with that, Mike? Is that? No, I don't think Mike's going to be down for that. And Andrew recognizes that he needs to start attacking, and Milotic is his best way to do that. Now, he has not discarded any energy cards yet. So Energy Grace can only get activated if you discard energy cards. And, with none in the discard pile and, a hand that's not that good.
I missed energy drop last turn. I mean, it's like, okay, he needs to Abyssal Hand and draw an energy right now.
Right.
That's it.
One.
Boom. Oh.
Close.
But
he does not have a supporter to play for turn.
No.
Guzma
he played
and Ball Guy.
Yeah, nah, he played,
played the
Gladian
Gladian
already.
Right.
He needed to hit 2 energy off of the Abyssal Hand in order to have it. And one of them, one of them had to be a Lightning Energy. He had to hit 2. Then he could have Ultra Balled them both away, which is why he didn't play the Ultra Ball to thin his hand down more. So now he has to go into a Alolan Vulpix and he'll Beacon, but there's no Pokemon in the deck. There's literally no Pokemon in the deck. It is just going to be here's my deck, and then I'm going to shuffle it. That's it. That is it.
Oh, and there were like 2 energy on the top of his deck, too.
I know.
Oh, so close.
What's crazy is that, and I'm sure Mike is like stoked about this, that the Kyogre is just not, gotten in the paint yet. That's been great. Giving Mike plenty of time. And you imagine if this, amazing surge had happened just a turn or 2 earlier, then there would be no Ivysaur in play. Right. There would be no Thwackey in play. So, and, maybe if the Kyogre had a Fighting Fury Belt on it, then Genesect might not be taking a knockout.
Right.
And now, you're seeing how this Kyogre deck can craft wins. But the thing about Amazing Kyogre is that this thing is really tough to get up and moving.
It really is. 4 energy, and 3 of them are different types. It makes me wonder if because Andrew's playing Grant's version of this Amazing Kyogre deck, and Grant and I have tested a good bit of GLC, and Kyogre's a deck we've worked on a little bit. I definitely remember playing counter energy in my list. Grant must have deemed that unnecessary, and I can't help but feel like that would have been so helpful to Andrew in both of these games.
In literally both of these games, it was like, okay, I need a double energy that provides, all these different colors all at the same time, and only works when I'm behind on prizes that I could grab off of teammates. It's the counter energy. The counter energy would have been huge, but it's I'm sure there's some deck building reason as to why that card is not included or necessary right now in the list. And I think that Andrew is having a little bit of bad beats getting set up.
Oh yeah, he's had bad prizes in both games, having both a lot of Pokemon prized in this game, and then in game number 1 prizing like Compressor, and he played the Gladian on turn 1. There was a couple other important things in there. Just really kind of tough, and it's a little sad because the Amazing Kyogre deck is so cool. I feel bad we haven't gotten to see it shine at its full potential.
Yeah, so Rillaboom hitting the board, and we've got Ivysaur, so that Genesect going to take a knockout and put Mike down to just 3 prizes remaining. Mike is only 3 prizes away from a top 4 appearance now, and really just hanging on with the same strategies. Got that Shining Genesect in the active position, and very intelligently not benching anything unnecessary. There's no reason.
Right.
Not overextending his resources. He knows that Andrew is not knocking out that Rillaboom, and since the Rillaboom is definitely not going anywhere. There's no reason to just slap energy all over the board and potentially waste those resources in ways they don't need to be used.
So Andrew actually does technically have a way to win this game, and that involves him using Amazing Surge to set up the damage on all these guys, right? And then Mike doesn't bench any other Pokemon. And then Mike does knock out the Amazing Kyogre. And then Andrew has a turn where he can bench Kyogre, attach to it, Energy Grace onto it, Fighting Fury Belt onto the Kyogre, and Guzma or Boss bring up the Rillaboom. And that would be enough to wipe Mike's board completely.
Okay, here's the Guzma now.
Okay. And this is actually smart because Mike failed the Evolution Instance or the Evo Soda on Venusaur. So I think Andrew's playing off of, hey, there's a 1 in 4 chance that you took the Venusaur off the prizes. If you didn't take Venusaur off the prizes, you're going to have a hard time moving this Rillaboom this turn, and he might just get 2 turns of Amazing Surge right now.
Which would be game-winning.
If he can find the Fury Belt. He needs the Fury Belt as well.
And he doesn't need it this turn. He can get it next turn.
Next turn, right.
Right, so he's fine. He's going to do his first Amazing Surge, and Mike is getting those damage counters out to place them on the board. I mean, really only 3 Pokemon in play. 2 of them are going to get knocked out if Andrew can Amazing Surge one more turn, though, and all 3 of them will get knocked out.
Oh, he's got the
floater.
The
floater.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, that is tough. But Andrew does have the Lieutenant Surge strategy in hand, so it's possible to, Surge Boss's orders up the Rillaboom again, and then maybe teammates or something like that. I mean, it's possible, right?
It really could happen, and especially because the Kyogre's going to just come back to the hand. Oh, but Mike has benched Zarude, so Andrew won't be able to win this turn.
Not this turn,
and I guess he could make it so that the Kyogre can't be KO'd by the Zarude. And if you can do that, put enough energy on it, if you're, there's no Venusaur in play, Zarude's damage output is quite limited. It's still possible. It's looking tough, but it's possible.
Yeah.
And Mike still hasn't even played a supporter, so
No, yeah. Mike is just holding his hand and biding his time. He's not dead drawing, or anything like that. He's just holding his resources like he had Floatstone in the hand, and he knows that, okay, Mike is playing very heads up I was going to say heads up ball. He's playing real heads up cards right now, He's playing some real heads up cards right now. There's no reason to, to play a shuffle draw supporter if you've got Flowstone in your hand and you recognize that one of your opponent's only win conditions is to Guzma or Boss, then you just hold that Floatstone indefinitely.
No reason to play it.
There's no reason to play it. There's no reason to draw cards. There's no reason. Just keep doing what you're doing, and the game will come your way. And it looks like that's exactly what Mike did. Waited for the Floatstone's time. And Andrew's, on the ropes trying to craft a win condition. Mike going to play the Flowstone down, retreat into the Genesect, and take another knockout, going to just 2 prizes remaining.
And the Kyogre does come back to hand because of Splash Energy there, so we got to make sure that Andrew realizes that. I do think it's a mandatory effect, not something like Experience Share, which is a choice. So I do believe we should have a Kyogre in the hand that's not there right now.
I am getting word that apparently Azul is down a game right now. And Azul is paired up against Jesse Parker, right? So with the water deck, Jesse was able to take game 1 off of Azul. And it looks like Trevor, a.k.a. Tankman, is up game 1 against John Mostowy. And Grant Manley is up a game against Isaac Bowers.
A little bit of update for you guys on exactly what else is happening in Top Cut. And yeah, it looks like Kyogre has been brought to the hand now. And Andrew can bench it. Andrew can use Energy Grace. Set Mike to just 1 prize card. Imagine if we saw like Surge pop the Energy Grace in Boss's orders. And hey, listen, it could happen.
It could happen. That's what I'm saying. Never want to say never, but we'll see. This should be exciting. Abyssal Hand for
2 cards.
Super Rod and Silent Lab, I guess, just to tech for the Psychic decks.
Yeah.
So you can get through the Mew from Unbroken Bonds. Pretty cool card because you can teammates for it and just slap it down. And as soon as you do, you knock out the Mew. and then you don't have to worry about it anymore unless they, bring it right back.
This is a little bit of an awkward spot for Andrew, and it feels really bad because he's only got 2 basic energy in the discard pile. He needs to have the basic water in there as well in order to make this play work. So Colorless will be the first supporter that he can play after the Surge. He'll still be able to play 1 more this turn, but is going to really be needing to find a water energy or, some basic energy, a way to discard it, and then another energy that he can put down onto the Kyogre.
And a Cape of Toughness.
Right.
And he has to hope that Mike doesn't have any more energy. And he has to, there's quite a bit going on here.
Yeah, it's looking really rough.
It's not good. He needs to find Battle Compressor, Boss, Fury Belt. That's it. Right here. That would have to be the combo.
Well,
but
he
without
does have
the Drizzile in hand,
Yeah.
In deck, it's going to be very tough.
He does have Energy Spinner plus Aurora Energy, so he can at least get the Amazing Surge off. Aurora Energy does discard the energy, make you discard a card when you attach it from your hand to a Pokemon. So kind of good synergy here. But all for what, Andrew?
Yeah,
All
because
for naught.
because if the Melodic gives up a prize, that's going to send Mike to just 1 prize remaining.
Yeah.
And he has got Knockout on Amazing Kyogre on board right now. So if Andrew sends the Amazing Kyogre into the active spot, then the game is over. So it's looking like, what seemed like a promising start. Mike has just been able to play some real steady Pokemon and make sure that he doesn't overextend himself. I really like how Mike has been developing his board state throughout this series, and I think that if Mike pulls this one off, he's definitely earned it.
Absolutely, and I think Andrew just reading the Zarude and kind of realizing that if he uses the Amazing Surge, if he uses the Melodic, then he can't do that. He can't use the Melodic. The game will be over. So he's just trying to craft some other possible way to win the game. Super Rod has been played, can put back the Articuno, has Dive Ball to get it back, but it buys you 1 more turn, and then you can never use Melodic because then Mike literally just wins the game.
Right.
Back against the wall here for Andrew.
Yeah, I don't know that there's enough time for Andrew to be able to board wipe. I don't think that there's any route in his deck, especially with the Drizzile prized. He does have access to 1 more supporter that he could use this turn because of his Lieutenant Surge.
He does have to get 3.
Yeah, he's going to get 3. He's going to keep the energy in the discard pile because I'm thinking he's hoping that maybe he, gets the Cape play this turn. Or, I mean, the dream is Fury Belt Boss off of this Abyssal Hand.
I do believe he already used Abyssal Hand this turn, though. Andrew.
Oh, well, then there is no dream.
Yeah, he used it before the Colorless because he was Colorlessing for 6, right? And you're not super guaranteed to be able to draw cards that let you play your hand down.
Right. Yes.
He's going to use the Energy Grace.
Right.
Gets the energies. I mean, hey, respect. Go down swinging at least.
Right. Show everybody what your deck can do.
And you can see, kind of how the combo is meant to work here. Andrew's just been kind of 1 piece too far away.
Yeah, it just a couple turns too slow.
Yeah.
And it is just going to be an Amazing Surge. And then Mike will just be able to promote the Zarude. Rillaboom hanging on by 10 hit points.
MVP Rillaboom.
And that will be game retreat and repeated whip for 120 damage. And that will be the match with the Flowstone on it, right? It's got a...
Oh, he's thinking about, Air Balloon, right?
Not Flowstone.
Yeah.
Yep. And that will be the match with Mike Gibbs being the first competitor to punch his ticket to top 4. Wow. I mean, Mike really just ran a clinic with that grass deck. I think he did exactly what he needed to do, and I've been impressed with Mike's play all day because he just started playing this format yesterday.
Yeah, he's killing it. He made some really good decisions there about managing his bench, kind of recognizing the matchup and being able to adjust. Normally with the grass deck, you're just throwing your guys in play, flooding your board with energy and just popping off. But he recognized the matchup, realized he could slow things down a little bit, and also managed his bench wisely by not putting too many guys in play that could easily be KO'd by the Amazing Surge.
I really love this grass deck too. Just straightforward, consistent, no nonsense. No fluff really. It is all just straight business.
All gas, no brakes,
all
baby.
Gas, no brakes. We've got the Pokemon, the search out Pokemon, and then we've got the 2 best attackers and the 2 best support Pokemon. That's it.
That's it.
And no other cards required. Just made his way to top 4 of the GLC 1K here at Full Grip Games. We're going to get Mike back for an interview to see how he's doing with his, with his tournament so far and how he feels to be in top 4. So hang tight, and we'll be right back.
There we go. Mike, I am here with Mike Gibbs, the winner of our top 8 match. How are you feeling? Great win there. Great game against kind of a unique deck.
Oh, that deck was sweet. I really liked its strategy there. It was just like that matchup, like it's not too great for it there.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Especially game 1. Game 1, you just absolutely popped off. You set up perfectly.
Mulligans out, and you just gave me everything, like double, quad stage 1's turn 2. Yeah, it's tough.
When you're setting up like that, it's going to be hard for any deck to be able to handle that. So, from what Andrew tells me, you're pretty new to the GLC format. Just started playing last night. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you just you borrowed the deck, and you're rolling up, and you found yourself here in the top 4.
Yeah, I just made 8 to 10 changes. I was like, this makes more sense. I'm just gonna change out these cards. Just make this more consistent. I'm just gonna try to roll the game plan here. Play it like Eggrow would, just get that Rillaboom up and just start attaching. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, and it has worked out very nice. Both Zarude and Shining Genesect kind of being the workhorses of the deck, the big basic attackers. So going into this game, you're playing against a little bit of a unique deck, the Amazing Kyogre. Did you know what Andrew was playing before you guys sat down at the table?
Not really. So I actually checked Twitter, and I was like, it said Amazing Rare Kyogre. I was like, what's that? and I was like, okay, well, I think it does some spread stuff. So that's all I knew, and I didn't know it was like Kyogre or bust. So that was a cool thing to see there.
Yeah, he has a very streamlined strategy. Kind of just one path to take, and it is spreading and knocking out multiple Pokemon over the course of the game with Amazing Kyogre. So learning what you did about that Amazing Kyogre, did you have to adjust your game plan throughout that first or second game from what you would normally do?
Oh yeah, I definitely try to limit my bench a little bit more, make sure there aren't Pokemon that can be 80 HP, give them free prizes, give them more tempo, and also I didn't bench Genesect and Zarude together.
Right.
I just I put a Genesect, one of the amazing things, what it's called,
Amazing Surge, right?
Amazing Surge, yeah. Then I can power up the other guys, so you have to do 3 Amazing Surges. And the whole game, once I got set up, I pretty much, if I had a retreating out in my hand, because I know his game plan is I got to get that Rillaboom up and install it. And I got to do anything I can to do that. So I held on the float zone the whole game, the game 2. And I played a lot of switching outs, but yeah, I just got to make sure he doesn't, just get away with 2 attacks on one Kyogre.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I played quite a bit differently. I had to adjust to the matchup.
Well, and you adjusted excellently. Andrew and I were pointing out some of the good decisions you were making, talking about staggering, benching your Pokemon, and then also holding on to that Floatstone, not playing a supporter you didn't need to because you had everything you needed at that point in that turn.
Got teammates in Floatstone, what more do I need?
Exactly. Yeah. So heading here into the top 4, I believe all the other top 8 matches are still playing. You're the first one done.
Really?
So
those control players out there.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how do you feel? There's 2 players with control, a couple of water decks as well. How do you feel about the rest of the decks in Top Cut? How do you feel about your matchups?
I'm not 100%. I know what all the cards do. I'm not sure how good control. I know control is good, but I don't know if it can deal with just one Rillaboom inactive plus attacker. I think it has options to deal with that, but I think that might be tough for us. That's probably my game plan going into it.
Sure.
But I think that's what I gotta do against control. Then against water, I'm just gonna try to get attackers rolling and same thing.
Do your normal things, right?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Mike, on top 8 at your first ever GLC tournament. And we're going to be rooting you on here through the top 4, and hopefully we'll see you back potentially later on in the tournament for the finals.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
I am live with Grant Manley, who just won his top 8 match of the Gym Leader Challenge, $1,000 cash prize event here at Full Grip Games. How you doing, Grant?
I'm doing great. It was a close one.
It was?
I was worried I was going to time out. I mean, the game wasn't close, but I was worried I was going to time out because he actually managed to take game 2 there. So the 90-minute time limit definitely helped me out for sure in that one.
You were definitely turboing through you had everything. It was like watching a machine work. You knew exactly the cards you were gonna play every turn. You're like Chinchino this, and I'm gonna Rangaroo this, and I'm gonna tell everybody at home what kind of deck are you playing. You're playing Colorless Control. What does that mean?
Okay, that's a great question.
And how do you win?
Yeah, so the monotype I went with Colorless because it has access to some pretty good draw cards like Chinchino and Pidgeotto. And then, of course, a Rangaroo can put cards back into the deck. So ideally, the whole plan of the deck is to turbo through your deck with like Sycamore, Sightseer, and Ingo and Emmet are like mini Sycamores. And you turbo through your deck with Draw Supporters, Chinchino, and Pidgeotto. And then once you get down to a few cards left, you put together this hand lock combo. So once your opponent takes 3 plus prizes, you can hit them with Reset Stamp, plus Surge, Hex, and Delinquent all at once. And you can control their top deck with Chip, Ice Axe, and Trick Shovel. And you can scoop up in that Delcatty so you can get a Hex every turn and then a double supporter every other turn, like Bellaba, to mill them out. And so there's a lot of pieces. You have to build this like 6-7 card combo for the turn where you hit them with everything at once. Then they're hand locked and they're ability locked. And you just slow burn them through the rest of the game. And yeah, so it's a pretty crazy combo deck. It's kind of like an Exodia combo, sort of.
Which is insane because it's in a limited format. But it's honestly one of the gnarliest control decks that has ever existed in any Pokemon
Thanks.
format. Yeah.
I had a lot of fun working on the deck and putting it together with my friend Chip, obviously, who you guys have seen casting.
Who Azul is actually out there fighting for his top 4 spots
right.
with Chip's cards right now. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we played the Pidgeotto control deck back in the other one in August.
Yeah.
I didn't go that great, but I only changed.
I think
2
you
cards.
said it was a miracle of God that you didn't.
It was some
didn't win the whole event.
It was some pretty bad luck, but that's okay. Here running it back, so had to get some redemption for the control deck. But yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces, and you have to make like several actions per turn in a very specific order, or else you just automatically lose. So you can't mess up any of the ordering of the cards, and you have to play very fast as well. So
you do. It is not a deck for the lighthearted. Like, this is not a deck that you just pick up and are like, oh yeah, I'll take this to locals.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, I'll take this to the tournament. You really have to know what you're doing. It is not like a beginner-friendly deck by any means, but it is gnarly and it is very good. And I think the skill level, has to be up here to really navigate it well. And it's not just a matter of playing the right cards in the right order. Like you said, there's a whole like, how do I navigate a best of 3 with this, and how do I navigate my matches within the time constraints? You said this one went to game 3, and you still managed to win. Control decks don't just simply win game 3.
Yeah.
And I saw your opponent was trying to. You said that the Surge and Stamp and all of this is part of the win condition. I think in game 3, your opponent was trying to not take a prize in order to deny that.
Yeah, I think my opponent tried a different strategy in game 1. However, if he chooses to not take knockouts, I can sort of stop spread damage with Sky Pillar, and I also have Shining Arceus, but I didn't need to use that yet. But yeah, I can just mill them out with Bellaba, even if I don't get the whole combo. So my opponent actually didn't take a prize on purpose in game 3. He thought that might help him out, but I mean, I can still mill with Bellaba anyway. So
yeah, you
that's
just
what I
were
went for.
looping. You were just looping Bellelba. Yeah, there were no abilities in play to worry about. So Hex wasn't really going to do anything at that point anyway.
Right. You do need Hex for Octillery later if you're trying to hand lock them, but if you're just going Turbo Mill, which you don't really normally do that, but it worked out in that last game.
Absolutely. So, is there any deck that you feel like might be one of your weakest matchups? No Lightning in this top 8, which is definitely a surprise considering there were 2 in the last top 8.
Right.
A lot of water and grass.
Which is good, yeah.
Which is good. Is that good for you? Is
I
that good
do
for
like water and grass. Random trump cards are a little bit annoying, but the main problem is item lock plus trump card, which of course the Lightning deck can go Luxio trump card, and it's a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
You can win that matchup, but it's certainly a relief not to see them in top 8. And of course, Azul's mirror match is a very close list to what I'm playing. So that matchup, we discussed that we don't know if we can actually like win the game in the mirror.
Yeah.
And then the Kyogre deck that my friend was actually playing that I think was on stream last round. That can be a bit scary because they can go Milotic, Surge, Ace, Hex, and then attack with Kyogre for 80. And that could
Ace
be
Hex.
yeah,
Oh,
that could be a little bit concerning as well. But I wanted him to win because he's my friend. But it is more favorable for me to play against the grass deck in the top 4 match.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations on a top 4 appearance already, and good luck in the rest of your games, Grant.
Yeah,
and,
thanks so much. I hope you're enjoying the GLC games.
Oh yeah, it's been really it's been awesome to commentate over so far, and hopefully we get to see your control deck in action in top 4.
I'd be down for it.
And where can they find you? Just started streaming.
I did, yes.
Where can the people find you, Grant?
Thank you. Yes, evenings on weekdays. Find me at twitch.tv/trickroar. I do stream
There it is.
TTCGO.
Yes.
And so yeah, evenings, weekdays, twitch.tv/trickroar for some competitive Pokemon content, and occasionally me being a potato and goofing off a little bit. But yeah, so check me out there, and also on Twitter at Trickroar. And thank you so much to Tricky Jim and Fulgur Games for the events. It's been a ton of fun, and I really enjoy getting to play some competitive GLC. It's truly a blast.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much again for making the trip out, Grant. Really appreciate it, and best of luck in your top 4 match.
Thank you so much.
We're all set up and ready to go for the top 4 of the Fulgur Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K. My goodness, the rest of those matches that were just wrapping up were really nail biters. Grant Manley was in game 3 of a control versus water matchup where he was barely able to squeak out game 3. And then Azul, did you see the finale of Azul versus Jesse Parker? Really a tough scenario for Jesse Parker. Azul able to win a game 3 in time by taking a prize with a control deck.
Yeah, that's right. And it's really interesting how the time rules work when we get to top cut. Once time is called in game 3, you go to the normal +3 turns. And then if the game continues past those +3 turns, it becomes whoever is up on prizes. And if both players are tied in prizes, it becomes the next player to take a prize. And Jesse and Azul were just getting set up when time was called for game 3. So they started the game knowing, hey, whoever takes a prize is going to win the game. And Jesse started with a pretty much unplayable hand with a Remoraid in the active and a Squirtle on the bench.
Rare
Plays
Candy
his hand out a
Blastoise in
little
hand,
bit.
but nothing else.
He got the Rare Candy Blastoise, but he didn't have any energy cards. Played down to a 1-card hand. Azul found his Chip Ice Axe, made sure that Jesse had a bad top deck for the next turn. He had to leave him with an energy, though. And Azul had hit this Remoraid that was in the active spot with Delcatty's attack, which does 40 damage. Remoraid has 60 HP, so it's a 2-hit KO. Then Jesse gets the energy that Azul had given him for turn, retreats into his Rare Candied Blastoise, and passes. Azul has one single card in his deck that can get him the win, and it's the Escape Rope. It would force Jesse to send up that Remoraid, and then Azul would be able to get his Delcatty back into the active spot. And Azul starts digging through his deck. He plays a Pokegear. In the Pokegear, he sees the Escape Rope, but has to take a supporter, of course. And the only supporter he can grab is Winona. Winona gets 2 colorless Pokemon out of the deck, plus Pidgeotto, and Pidgeotto will evolve from the Pidgey on Azul's bench. Airmail sees 2 cards. Those 2 cards, there's a Trainer's Mail. Azul plays the Trainer's Mail, and the 4th card off the mail, the game-winning Escape Rope.
Insane to knock out a Remoraid, a 2-hit KO on a Remoraid with Delcatty to advance to top 4.
It was honestly one of the craziest, I've watched a lot of Pokemon. It's truly one of the craziest Pokemon things I've ever witnessed.
Now, we decided to feature Grant Manley for this top 4 match since he is the creator of this control deck. So it felt only right to give him an opportunity to show off what this control deck can do. He's going to be playing against Mike Gibbs for a shot at that $400 grand prize today. Let's head down to the table and get some hype going in the chat for these players as they compete for a spot in the finals.
And it looks like they are drawing the opening hands. Grant Manley on the right, and Mike Gibbs on the left. We've gotten to speak to Mike a couple of times now. Of course, new to GLC, but making it to top 4 with this grass deck that he brewed up from an initial list that his friends gave him. He wasn't even here to play GLC. He was here to play in the standard event yesterday, but finds himself now in top 4. Already secured himself a little bit of money, but is got his eyes on that $400 prize, but has a pretty tough mountain to climb first.
Now, Mike seemed like he had a pretty good understanding of what he was going to try and do to take down this control deck. He's like, all right, I gotta not like overbench for sure, because the control decks typically try to trap things in the active, right? So he's like, okay, no liabilities. Let's just go real straightforward, and we're gonna just try and get out like Rillaboom and just start swinging with Rillaboom and go from there. So I think that is what Mike has in mind. Maybe a Rillaboom and an attacker, not much else, and hopefully just be able to play from that. Now, Morlul is one of those Pokemon that could definitely get trapped.
Yeah, not the best thing to start. And I guess it's important as well that we kind of specify exactly what Grant's deck aims to do, because there's been many types of control lists over the years in the Pokemon TCG. Some decks like to run your opponent completely out of energy cards, and then they're left with nothing at all. Grant's list is built to lock the opponent's hand, to leave your opponent in top deck mode, delinquent them to a no card hand through the combination of reset stamp your opponent to 3 cards, delinquent away a stadium in play, and then for the rest of the game, use Chip, Ice Axe, Trick Shovel to control the top card of your opponent's deck, leave them with bad cards that are not playable, and then throughout that process, mix in some Lieutenant Surge's strategies with Belelba and Bryson Man and Hex Maniac.
This might be the gnarliest control deck I've ever seen. It really has. It's like it's the best of control, since Black and White. All of the control dream cards, Grant was talking to me after his player interview. He's like, in what other circumstance can I delinquent and hex somebody in the same turn? Like, it's just like this format's a dream come true for me.
It really is.
To give you an idea of the kind of player that Grant is.
Gives you a great idea of exactly what is working through Grant's mind. Now, something to take note of is this is a 90-minute best-of-3 match, and time is definitely a factor. It's not uncommon for the control deck to lose a game every now and again. And if that's the case, if you lose a game in a best-of-3 match, it's really, really tough to win in that Game 3. Now, to Grant's credit, Grant was able to actually win a Game 3 in his top 8, but I'm sure he would love to just have a pretty long Game 1 and then maybe a situation where Game 2 just never actually even finishes.
Okay, so Mike just attacking with the Morlul. Not exactly sure what the Morlul... It looks like just 10 damage. That's just what we've got going on.
Yeah, I think it's got a sleep attack. It's like a stun spore type effect.
Yeah.
Or a flip for paralysis, maybe.
Flip for paralysis. The, I know that the Shinotic does have a more powerful attack, 30 damage for 2 and sleep, but
so strong.
This is not going to be more powerful than the Morlul anyways. This is not going to be the strategy that Mike wants to rely on to win this game. Grant is setting up phenomenally, though. Got the Make Do ability and the Horn going to the discard pile. I know that from talking with Grant, that Horn is going to be one of the key strategies in taking out any deck that tries to limit their bench. Any deck that tries to just put an attacker into play, Grant can mill a Pokemon and then use the Horn to bring that Pokemon onto the bench and then trap it in the active. I asked Grant why he decided to play the Echoing Horn instead of Target Whistle. He said he played Target Whistle last time and then he did poorly, so he decided that maybe the Horn would be more lucky. Yeah.
Well, and it has worked out. He didn't make top 8 last time. I think on Twitter he called it a miracle of God that he did not
what he called
make
it.
top 8. And, by some other miracle, here he is in top 4.
Yes, he said that his deck list is optimal and completely cracked. And what's awesome about commentating over Grant's match is that I will never have to remember the prize counter for Grant. So he's actually not going to be taking any
Mike's
prize
going to
cards.
take prizes at some point, then.
Yeah, well, that's the idea anyways.
So there is the Shiinotic in the active, and Illuminate can search Mike's deck for any grass Pokemon and put it into the hand. Now, Mike told us that he was going to really try to approach this matchup in a smart way, limit his bench as much as possible, not give Grant a target to gust into the active spot, right? Because if you're hand locking someone and they've got a Pokemon that's knocking you out every turn, that just doesn't quite work. So you have to have something in the active spot that can't attack, or at least can't attack very efficiently. And Shiinotic, Flickering Spores, only doing 30 damage. Putting your opponent to sleep actually could be pretty annoying for a Rangaroo, I'm not going to lie. But it does cost 2 energy, and Grant does play Team Flare Grunt.
So Mike going straight for the Grookey. I think that Mike's strategy is going to attempt to get Rillaboom into play and then start swinging with Rillaboom. Rillaboom does 140 damage. It'll knock out every Pokemon in this control deck. I do think that it makes sense for Mike to start attacking with the Flickering Spores. Sure. It just makes sense. And then in that way, oh, we got Pokepuff. Pokepuff does swing and miss.
Oh, Mike's hand is terrible.
Yeah, it's not good. But
but he's got Rare Candy Rillaboom next turn if he wants it.
He does, and I'm sure he does.
Oh,
Yeah.
Grant's hand is not great either. He actually Trick Shovels himself.
And he's going to Ingo and Emmett. That's fine, right? He's just burning.
So you look at the top card of your deck, and then you choose to either draw the top 5 cards of your deck or the bottom 5 cards of your deck.
No, Grant's chilling. He's got literally Airmail and Cinccino.
Okay.
How can
I
he
don't know why he Trick Shoveled himself, though.
No, he's just burning. He's just going further.
Yeah, but you might as well Trick Shovel Mike. Mike's got a bad hand. Don't give him a research on the top deck.
If he does research, that's one less card he has to mill.
All I will... I guess that's fair. All I'll say is Grant rarely, makes decisions without having sound reasoning behind them.
Even though he plays extremely fast, which
yes.
is the insane part about watching Grant play.
Right.
Is because even though he's playing fast, he is playing correct. For the most part.
He's not immune to making mistakes, but he is certainly someone who... He thinks through all of his decisions and is very direct with what he's doing.
Yes, he pretty much knows the routes as he sees the cards. He knows the routes that he needs to take, and he knows why he's playing each of the card that he's playing, even though it looks like he's just flinging the cards around on the table. This is the way of the control player. I mean, really, the best control players, which is funny because sometimes maybe players that are less in the know will say, control is all about slow playing and stalling and stuff like that. No, actually, the best control players play faster than anybody.
Right. They understand the clock is not their friend very often. Yeah. Mike actually did top deck the Tate and Liza for turn, so that'll provide some shuffle draw. And we knew he had the Rare Candy, and as long as Rillaboom wasn't prized, Illuminate could find that Rillaboom. So Voltage Beat has brought 2 energies into play onto that Rillaboom. Can't attack this turn, but it's ready to start getting in there on the next one.
Yeah, just another 30 and sleep, I think, going to be happening from the Shiinotic. And I am curious to see how Mike tries to navigate this matchup. I mean, this is not exactly the matchup that you want to see in top 4. It's probably not a matchup that I imagine that Mike has ever contemplated because he is brand new to Gym Leader Challenge and is just constructed this grass deck yesterday.
And what I'll say is Grant has tested against the grass deck quite a bit. Grant and I worked on this control list together before the last Gym Leader Challenge tournament, and we grinded out plenty of games against grass.
Yeah, so, Grant has that going for him because a lot of the other decks in Gym Leader Challenge have kind of been around, right? I mean, there's a general understanding of how the grass archetype works. There's a general understanding of how the water archetype works.
Right.
A general understanding of how the lightning deck works. So that makes it so that a control player can test against these various archetypes. But the control lists are only just now starting to get optimized and optimized for what the meta is, right? So with that, I think that Grant and Azul are both showing that control is a powerful deck in this format, and that this is how you play it. And if you want to test against control, this is the list you want to test against.
For sure. And this is a great card for the deck as well. Peonia from Chilling Reign. You get to put 3 of your prize cards into your hand, and then pick any 3 cards from your hand and put them back as those prize cards, which is vital in a deck like Control, which does not take prize cards, and it's a combo-based deck. You're going to prize some important pieces, inevitably. So Peonia lets you take those cards and put them back into your hand, get access to them, and you can put unimportant cards, like Grant just put a ball guy into the prizes. That's a card he's never going to need at this point. It's in here for consistency. He's set up. He doesn't need it anymore. It can live in the prize cards.
Right. And with both, I think there's Peonia and Gladian.
That's right.
In the deck, right? So the odds of you prizing everything that you need, you'd have to prize Oranguru, Gladian, and Peonia in order to be locked out of your strategy, right? Because the resource management Oranguru is one of the key pieces of this entire puzzle, right?
Oh yeah, if you prize Gladian, resource management Guru, and Peonia, the game's over.
Yeah, it's not happening.
You can't win.
Yeah.
Unless you're Azul, apparently.
Yeah.
And you can get in there with Delcatty.
Yes, Oranguru is the kind of infamous part of this deck, right? Banned from expanded formats because of its resource managing ways. You can put 3 cards from your discard pile onto the bottom of your deck in any order. It turns out the cards that allow you to extend your resources to abnormal levels are a lot of the cards that end up getting banned in the Pokemon TCG. Lysander's trump card, resource management, Oranguru. Pokemon wasn't built to have endless resources.
No.
It just wasn't. What occurs when you have endless resources is kind of this wonky, unnatural game that is not anything like Pokemon cards. But these cards, have existed, and with enough draw power, Oranguru can use resource management to create a pretty nasty lock.
So Mike's played this very well up to this point. Only has 2 Pokemon in play. One of them he had to start, obviously. And the other one is the Rillaboom. And Grant has both the Trick Shovel and the Echoing Horn in the discard pile. So he'll have to utilize resource management at some point in order to get those pieces back so that he can hopefully pin down something like, maybe a Zarude, something like that, that's a little bit more energy hungry. Bring up like a Bulbasaur and then throw your Galar Mine in play, give it a 3 retreat cost. Your opponent can't move it very easily, and just kind of go from there. I will say Grant probably does not mind Mike taking this first prize.
No.
It really doesn't matter how many prizes your opponent takes, as long as they don't take 6. If they just take 5 prizes, you can still win the game from that point, and that is just fine. And it's honestly better for Mike to take a prize, because now it'll turn on one of the important cards in Grant's deck, which is Countercatcher.
Countercatcher, Galar Mine. You're starting to see all these degenerate cards out here. Like, okay, bring the Shinotic back up. There's only so many times that you're going to be able to retreat that thing. And how many switch cards do you really play? How many energy recovery cards do you play? Here comes the Shinotic. Yep, nope. You're coming right back here to the active position. Countercatcher is a really good card for control decks.
Oh, yeah.
Without Countercatcher, things just get more difficult. Not impossible, but harder. Countercatcher is just a no-brainer in control decks because you never take prizes. So after your opponent takes the first prize, you're always behind. And then it just turns into a Pokemon catcher at this point.
And so this is how Grant has built this deck. We're on like turn 5 here at this point, turn 4, something like that. And Grant's already down to very few cards in deck. And this is the exact position he wants to be in. Limited cards in deck so that he can just resource management back the control pieces and then inevitably hit Mike with a delinquent play, Surge plus Mars, like those type of things. And from there, make it happen with the chip lock and keep bringing up the Shinotic if he has to.
Yeah, I think that Grant's discard pile is bigger than Mike's deck right now.
Oh, yeah.
Which is astounding. Yeah, it is. It's unnatural. Yeah,
It's not right.
It's just not right. In Gym Leader Challenge format,
6 cards in deck there.
Bottom of the deck already. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Now, Mike has to decide, how am I going to navigate this? Obviously, Mike does have the option to accelerate energy to the Shinotic. Mike could try to keep the Oranguru asleep. If Grant has access to cards like Scoop Up Net or things like that, it's going to be no problem at all to just wake that Oranguru back up and slam it back down into play. and kind of rinse, wash, and repeat. It is possible to deck out, the control decks if you were to play some card that could mill your opponent, which is kind of interesting. If maybe various techs you could include against control decks. What if you played your own Belelba? And kind of funny. I mean, obviously the hand lock is supposed to keep you out of cards like that,
right?
But
it's about I mean, that would be pretty devastating if you found it at the right time.
If you found it at the right time, that control player down bad. Resource management. Put 3 cards in the deck. Not Belelba. Yeah, the game's over, right? So it is. It's interesting. Control is only really starting to become, popular enough now that players would need to actually start, considering control and also trying to ask themselves, how am I going to beat control when building a deck for any tournament? I think there's only two colorless control players showed up to the event. They're both in the top 4.
Yeah,
it is a very strong deck, but it wasn't prevalent enough to really worry about teching against up until maybe this point.
Right, and I actually feel like the first GLC tournament, there was more people worried about control than at this one because, there's some murmurs about it leading up to the tournament. I felt like there was definitely more Lysander's trump cards in the room.
There was.
In GLC Tournament 1 compared to this one. So, that is a card that if you hit it in the mid-game against control, like if Mike had a Lysander's trump card now against Grant's deck is incredibly thick again, and he's not able to find those control pieces very efficiently.
Yeah, so maybe Lysander's trump card is good for the game.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but it is. I mean, it's definitely good against control.
It is definitely good against control. Mike is going to take a knockout with Rillaboom.
And thanks to that rescue scarf, Grant gets to put a Rangaroo back into his hand. An old tool from Dragons Exalted. Something that's been played before in decks like Trevenant in the expanded format. Now being very useful here for Grant Manley. Yes,
with the Force of Giant Plants in play, Mike does not have to worry about the Gallermine that turn to retreat the Shinotic. And as you can see, is trying to just play as straightforward as possible, trying to play as minimalist as possible, and just keep the Pokemon on the bench at a minimum and keep the resources utilized at a minimum. There was a big research this last turn, but that was necessary to dig into the deck and find a way to get the Shinotic out of the active position.
Right. So Grant is trying to set things up for future turns now. He is conceding pretty much that he'll either have something be knocked out here or just, potentially push the Pokédoll this turn, which probably seems to be best. And he's actually going to use the Delcatty's ability, Search for Friends, to use Peonia the second time. And it looks like some important cards maybe there in the prizes. Escape Rope is a good one for sure. Robo Sub, solid. Guzmahala doesn't need that, so he can put it back in the prizes. Sky Pillar, he's kind of just debating what the other cards are that can go back there. Gladian, at this point, you know that your prizes are nothing to worry about. And Grant's got an absolute book of a hand here to look at.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at a hand like that and looking at a board state like that is just dizzying for anybody not extremely experienced with control.
Oh, yeah.
That is going to be intimidating to look at, and especially since this control deck, if you just mess one thing up, the gig's up.
Yeah.
Because you are constantly walking this tightrope where you're saying, okay, I'm going to get very close to losing without losing.
Right.
Yeah, because you're going to give up maybe 5 prizes. So if you just mess one sequence up, it's over. If you, miscalculate one resource, it's over. The gig's up. So this lock is not.
Grant can't. Oh, he can't. Oh, he can play that Hexmaniac. That's his second supporter there off the Surge. I thought he was going to go with a Team Flare Ground this turn, but has decided not to because otherwise Rillaboom could just power up the Shinotic once again. So I think this makes sense, just doing this so that Mike can't pull energies out of the deck. Sorry to cut you off there, but I was a little worried that Grant had played an extra supporter.
Oh, yeah, that's allowed with good old Lieutenant Surge's strategy.
Grant's gonna resource management and put all the nice wholesome cards back into the deck, like
you love to see.
yeah, like Pokepuff, and he's got the Guzma actually, so could see a Guzma take the knockout this turn. Rillaboom would be back into the active position, and seeing you want to get the Genesect out of there, but then you just put the Genesect in the discard pile, which means that then it can get Echoing Horned and not Pokepuff. So it's like you're not in a great situation either way. Either way, that Genesect, but the Genesect's fine. If there's a Pokemon to get into play, it's the Genesect. It can move energy to itself.
Sure.
That's fine.
Well, unless you get Hex Maniac, like
Every single turn, which I
right.
guess is possible, huh?
That is kind of the goal of the deck against this specific matchup. You want to get into a state in the end game where you've got a Pokemon in the active spot that can't attack, has a high retreat cost. You've got Galar Mine in play as well, and you're using the Chip, the Trick Shovel, all that stuff. And every turn you can use Hex Maniac to lock them out of being able to do anything. In some of those turns, you're going to mix in a Lieutenant Surge's strategy plus Hex Maniac plus Bellelba Bryson Man. Some of those turns, you're going to mix in a Lieutenant Surge strategy plus a Lucamine to just gain more cards back into your hand. And that does become kind of an issue for this deck in the end game, is you need to make sure that you're being smart about having cards to actually make do away, because that is a big piece. Now, something interesting here that Mike has done by taking out the Pidgeotto, Grant's not going to have access to every single card in his deck. That bottom card is not something he's going to be able to draw.
Actually gets the Puff and not the Horn.
Yeah, the Horn is the bottom card, and I wonder if that's something Mike maybe took a little notice of and said, okay, if I do this, Grant's got 4 cards in deck, he won't be able to find that bottom card.
That's really interesting. And the Delcatty does get 2 supporters back from the discard pile, and the Delcatty is what allows that Surge Hex Lock to really take off. The Delcatty is an insane part of this combination, and a card that...
honestly, the MVP.
Yeah, the Delcatty makes it all work.
Right.
I mean, I think I didn't understand how the control deck was going to operate and do everything that it wanted to do. It's this card with Scoop Up Net. These cards never interacted or before,
right,
ever in any standard format, but in GLC, they're best friends. Yeah, Delcatty with the Scoop Up Net. This is fantastic.
Delcatty's searching for friends and has found itself a Scoop Up Net.
Yes.
Now, one of the cool things from the last tournament is we actually played a Ditto from Boundaries Crossed in our deck. Grant and I played the same list for that tournament, and that was a card Grant decided to cut from this event. He wanted to play the Shining Arceus in his deck, which we saw as his starter in this game. Really as a tech for the Amazing Raikou deck and the Amazing Kyogre decks, because those can be a little bit of an issue, decks that can snipe and take a ton of extra damage. So the Shining Arceus was put in the deck for that specific reason, but Ditto is really cool with its transform ability because it can actually let you get 4 supporters back in a turn with Delcatty. If you have both Skitty and Ditto on your bench, you evolve the Delcatty into the you evolve the Skitty into the Delcatty, search for friend for 2 supporters, Scoop Up Net the Delcatty, and then you can transform the Ditto into the Skitty and then evolve into Delcatty right away again.
It's one of the coolest cards that was never really played in anything.
Yeah, it's like popped up every now and again, I feel like people have... I remember like when Lost March first came out, people were trying to bring it to Expanded, and they felt like this card was going to be really good because you could transform into Hoppip and then evolve to Skiploom and then send all of them to the Lost Zone. But it didn't really pan out for Lost March.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, Birdkeeper in the hand. That is a nice switch out to have. I think Grant just used resource management again this turn. Timer Ball, just burning it, maybe shuffling the deck. I do think that Mike's deck is relatively low in size.
He's already been getting through the deck quite a bit here.
Maybe he's just trying to, cut the chase and just say, all right, when you do start handlocking me, I want to just have good cards left.
Right.
And you're going to chip me into good cards.
Yep.
And that's just what it's going to be.
And that is something you can try to do, but inevitably, especially in a singleton format like this, there's going to be some basic Pokemon left over. There's going to be some evolutions left over, some supporters like maybe a Bridget that's left in the deck that you didn't play on turn 1. Those type of things can just get left in your deck, and those are the type of cards that Grant is happy to leave you with because they don't help you attack, they don't help you retreat.
All right, Rillaboom taking the knockout, going down to 2 prizes remaining.
Yeah,
and
this is getting a little sketchy.
I think that this is going to be the point where we start to see Grant go for a pretty serious hand lock, I would have to imagine. Do you think it's going to be this turn or next turn?
It's got to be one of them.
Yeah, well, that's what I saw. Which one?
So he can definitely make it happen here. He's got Rescue, Stretcher. He's got Surge. He has all the pieces to try to do it in this hand. What is a little annoying is that energy on the Shiinotic. You kind of need to get the Galar Mine. You need to stamp your opponent. It's a big combo, but it's going to start first off with Grant playing the Surge and then using Search for Friends to get back the Surge and also grabbing Delinquent. And with that reset stamp, it'll put Mike at just 2 cards. And whatever those 2 cards are, they're going to get discarded.
Yeah. I really like Mike's play so far. I think he's been playing, very heads up. He seems comfortable with, the general idea of what's going on. It's like, okay, very strange deck. Oh, the Delinquent. Very strange deck to play against, especially for the first time when you're playing against this control deck. All of the plays come out of left field. You're like, okay, there's a Delinquent Air Balloon. That would have been a good card to have.
Yep.
Really unfortunate to lose that in that way. But now Mike is rocking a 0-card hand, and I think that Grant probably has the chip and is going to be able. I would imagine Grant has the chip.
Yeah, I'm looking for it there in his hand.
See it.
So he might not be able to lock fully this turn. It might have to be a next turn type of thing, and he might need to put those cards back into his deck one turn for one more turn. He does still have one more supporter to be able to play. So I wonder what that choice
Probably the
would
Hex,
be. Yeah,
right?
that seems good, of course, getting rid of the ability to just Voltage Beat.
Because then you just Voltage Beat to the Shiinotic and just be like, okay, knockout, and then, oh, it is the chip. Okay,
it is.
Those are 3 really good cards. Grass, Birdkeeper, Grass, right?
Those are pretty good ones, yeah.
So,
So if Grant's going to need to use the counter catcher here, bring up Shiinotic. If he's got it, that is the big thing.
he can retreat. So I think that, Mike gets the Grass, attaches to Shiinotic, and
I don't
and
see
then
the
attacks.
Galar Mine in Grant's hand either. I
It's
don't know
not.
where these cards are.
It's not. Mike is chilling right now. He's doing okay. I think Grant has to Hex, knowing that he's giving Mike a Grass energy. And this is the tightrope that I was talking about walking, right? Like, it's Grant is going to get very close to losing before he maybe is able to kind of get a very confident lock.
So it looks like he's deciding what to bring back with Resource Management. Scoop Up Net is one of the key cards that you have to bring back every single time.
Yeah.
Because it, allows you to reuse the Delcatty, which is kind of what makes the deck run. I'm curious where... Oh, he's actually not going to bring back the Scoop Up Net. That is interesting. So he's going to have to take a turn off of the Delcatty potentially. There are turns where you don't have to Surge, right?
He's
you can
got
play
a
one
doll, too,
supporter.
so he could potentially,
Right.
you know what I mean?
If he knows Mike isn't attacking,
Yeah.
he can send up the doll for a turn. So it's not necessarily something that has to be this turn, but the next time he resource manages, it's going to have to be a lock turn.
Okay, and Mike will go to just 1 prize remaining against Grant's control deck. Grant sending up the Lily's Polka Doll. You have to imagine that Grant is going to chip and Pokepuff saying, what is the card? It's a Muscle Band. Okay, that's just a dead card. Doesn't
Something
matter.
Grant needed to know, though. He needed to know if that was a card that is something that Mike's going to be able to mess with him with.
Exactly. So make do, discards the Flare Grunt, Airmail, gets the final card in the deck. It's
so
the
he
chip
is
chip.
resource managing this turn.
Bring
Echoing
up
Horn.
the Echoing Horn, counter catcher up, and here is the lock. Yup.
He's got it.
Is occurring, and Grant is, watching all the pieces fall together. It's like, what was the Queen's Gambit? Yeah, it's like Queen's Gambit. Did you see Queen's Gambit?
Oh, yeah. He's watching the pieces move on the ceiling.
Yeah, he's watching the pieces move on the ceiling right now. That's what's going on. Literally, Grant just lies in bed at night and watches the pieces of the control deck move on the move on the ceiling.
You're joking, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. So this is not a great place for Mike to be in, considering that, in the Genesect's the only Pokemon in the discard pile that he could get with the horn.
Right. And, that's exactly what Grant said he was going to try to make happen. Now, we do see 3 cards on the chip. That Bird Keeper there once again. But one of the key cards Grant just put back into his hand is that Belelba and Bryson Man. And so the idea now will become that Grant is going to try to mill some of these cards and hope to hit the good ones. And then if the bad ones are left over, he will be able to simply just lock Mike for the rest of the game. And this is it. This is the point Grant wants to get to. He has established the lock.
This is the lock. And now you're going to start to see Grant moving very quickly through the series of events. Yeah, Surge, Belelba. Let's see those 3 cards.
Grant's like, I've seen Birdkeeper 3 times, and there it is.
Birdkeeper, Flowstone, Ordinary.
Oh my
gosh.
God. Those are brutal hits.
Oh my! I just.
Those are brutal hits.
Oh man! I can't even seeing that.
And that was key for Grant as well. Off of the Trick Shovel, he knows that it's a Pokemon, something that Mike can't utilize. So he's fine to leave it. And he keeps Chip for a turn, and that means it gets him +1 card that he'll have access to make do away. And here it is.
Yeah, that is just the dream to hit off of the Belelba and Bryson Man and the Hex. And the scoop up net it doesn't even look like Grant is playing something called Pokemon cards right now. This is like, what is this?
It's solitaire.
It's solitaire.
This is it. Grant has achieved nirvana, some would say. He is in his final form. This is it. And Grant is feeling pretty good about this spot.
I think so. There's not a lot of ways that this can go wrong, especially since now I think Grant saw all 3 of the best cards that Mike could have got off of
and the air balloon got discarded off of the delinquent earlier on.
I know, right? The air balloon wasn't out. The float stone wasn't out. Is it at the point where Mike scoops and is going to try and run him off the run him off the board game 2, or we let this game go to its natural conclusion and then see, can I just donk him game 2?
Yeah, that could be the thought process. One of the best ways for Mike to win this best of 3 set is going to be stealing a game, pretty much. If Grant's strategy is able to be executed as we've seen him do in this game, no matter, Mike went up 5 prizes to 6.
Yes.
Or 1 prize to 6, I should say. And it was it was fine. Grant was pretty much in control the entire time, I felt like.
Yeah.
So the best way for Mike to win a game is for something to go wrong for Grant, things to be a little clunky. He doesn't thin through the deck very quickly. Gets his 6 prizes before Grant can establish the lock, and then in game 3, he will inevitably, most likely win if, based on the way the top cut rules work.
Yes. So Mike is not out of this yet. This is just obviously this is the control deck doing what it's supposed to do.
Right.
So it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. Yeah, it feels bad because
this is risky here. Let's see. Is there all good cards? Nope. There's a Pokemon. That's fine.
It is what it is. You win some, you lose some. This is control just popping off. Now it feels bad because Mike was so close, but Mike was so close while Grant wasn't doing anything.
Right.
Now Grant has got him to the point where exactly where he wants him. Grant actually was setting up fine the whole game, and the prize count is not actually an accurate.
Grant's actually 1 turn away from winning. With this deck, you don't actually have to get your opponent down to 0 cards.
Right.
You just have to get them to 7 cards in deck. Because once they get to 7 cards in deck, what you can do is just Lieutenant Surge, Belelba 2 times, and Trick Shovel the last card.
There you go.
Grant just counted Mike's deck. Mike has 8 cards left, so I think that next turn is going to be it.
Yes. So what has to happen is that, the prize counter versus a control deck, the prize counter is not an accurate indicator of like who's closer to winning.
Yeah, definitely not.
Definitely not, because the prize counter will never be in favor of the control deck. It's all about board state and resources. Will tell you who is in favor, right? In a matchup like this, and Grant was able to execute this strategy perfectly. So I think this is a longer top cut. It's a 90-minute top cut. So Mike is going to get another stab at this to see if things can't go a little bit differently And I think that is going to be fine for Mike, right? I mean, because if he can just squeak away one win, that's all he needs is just one win out of 2 games. And then he's in there. So
here it is. There it is. Grant, double Bell Elba, Surge, and the Trick Shovel is the last card. Actually goes down to 0 cards in hand to do it. And there Grant goes, winning game number 1. And I would have to say Grant was certainly in control that entire time.
In control indeed, Chip. In control indeed. That is control, ladies and gentlemen. You ever wanted to know? I mean, that's a picturesque control deck. Any control player's dream deck. I mean, it's got all the most degenerate cards released in the last 10 years, and they're all singleton, and then they're in that deck.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to watch if you just want to see, the general idea behind almost all handlock decks or control decks from the last, I would say largely from the last 4 years. All revolve around some of the cards that we saw there.
Oh, definitely.
Right? I mean, there's the Resource Management Rangaroo, the Chip Ice Axe. You've got the Recycle Energy now is like a big piece, with the Rangaroo, getting to just like bring that back over and over and over again. The Delcat is kind of a new thing. Chinchino and Pidgey. I've played against Chinchino Rangaroo decks. I think I played against one at Collinsville, actually. Pidgey Control was a big thing. I mean, Isaiah top-8 Worlds.
Grant got second place at Atlantic City Regionals with Pidgey Control.
Right. So these decks are not new.
No.
And this is not the kind of deck that, like, the Pokemon Company shies away from. They print these cards.
Oh, yeah. They're cards like Faba, cards like, Counter Catcher and Galar Mine. Like, they know what kind of decks these cards are going to be used in.
Going to encourage. Yes, they know. And so this is Pokemon. I mean, you like it or not, this is Pokemon.
Yeah.
And these cards are all printed for the Pokemon TCG. Now, of course, with any format, you got to monitor, right? We're going to watch and see how this goes.
I will say the amount of control cards printed in the Sword and Shield sets so far compared to the ones in the Sun and Moon sets, there's been quite a decrease.
Oh, yeah.
And I bet there's a reason for that.
You think so?
Control got to a point during the Sun and Moon era where I think it just got a little too strong. It was a little too oppressive. There were too many good cards. It was kind of at its perfect spot, I think, in the X and Y Black and White expanded era where you just had a couple of players who that was their jam. They were great at using control decks, and it took a lot of skill to pilot it to top 8 at a regional championships. But when we got to the point where, I think like at Collinsville this year, the last expanded regionals, like how many doll stall decks were in day 2 of that tournament?
There are 8 dolls, bro. Like, I played against versus John Mostowy in the top 8. I started a dead hand, and he was able to get 4 dolls in play and AZ up every other Pokemon, so that it was just like his board state was 4 dolls. Like, that's what it's crazy. But I'm really psyched to get into game 2 and see if Mike can't mount a comeback. So let's head down to the table and see what's happening.
And it looks like game 2 is already underway. Grant appears to have gone first, it looks like, because there's a Bridget in his hand and only 1 Pokemon on the bench. So
I actually love the start from Mike.
Yeah, Mike's chosen to go second and has this Zarude.
Oh, yeah. And this is going to be a lot better for him with just Zarude and Rillaboom in play. Zarude way better than that Shiinotic thing.
Definitely. And that was what Grant was able to kind of, because of that, not putting on that much pressure in the early game, Grant had time to kind of get through the deck. It'll be interesting to see now with the Zarude attacking potentially on turn 2, turn 3, what Grant will do to adjust to it.
Looks like Zarude is going to pack call, just getting the Sceptile and Thwackey and Rillaboom out of the deck. And Sceptile, I think, probably just too thin would be my idea. Grant gonna use Winona, searching for 3 colorless Pokemon. A great supporter for this colorless control deck.
So good.
Gonna get Chinchino, a Pidgey, and a Rangaroo. The Goon Squad.
The squad is here. Maybe not going with the Guru quite yet. And yeah, this is one of the better early game Pokemon in my mind for this deck. Snorlax with the Gourmandize ability. It's kind of like a poor man's Tropical Beach. It is a Pokemon, so it does take up a spot on the field, but it can be nice to be able to put that thing in the active spot and just draw until you have 7 cards in your hand.
It's like a searchable beach.
There you
know?
go, yes.
It's like a Pokemon
And
searchable beach.
Let's not forget, Grant does also play Tropical Beach. He's actually probably one of the few players in the room that has a real English Tropical Beach in their deck this weekend. And Grant's going to keep it moving with the Trainer's Mail, and it looks like a Milo is the grab. That's kind of one of the funny things about this control list. You play a lot of kind of quote-unquote bad supporter cards that never really see competitive play because you're limited. You can only play the one research. And so we saw in last game, Grant used an Ingo and Emmett. He's playing a Sightseer in this list, and now we see Milo in the hand.
Yeah, Milo. I mean, you gotta love it, right? The creativity in the deck building, all the different cards you get to see play. This Shining Arceus. I mean, just the creative application of Shining Arceus. This is not a card that was used for anything ever, except for looking pretty in binders.
Yep.
But here it is, and it's actually got a pretty neat ability that has an application in this deck. It just prevents bench damage. So if Grant needs to buy a turn against a deck with like Amazing Raikou or Amazing Kyogre or something like that, you can just send up the Shining Arceus and just chill.
And it's got 130 HP, so Raikou doesn't knock it out unless it's got a Fighting Fury Belt attached, so it can really just kind of soak up a hit and give Grant effectively 2 turns.
Yeah, which is great for this control deck, and it's very evident that there has been a lot of thought and consideration put into this colorless control deck, which is why it's so fascinating to watch, right? Because what's cooler than just watching somebody who loves the Pokemon TCG and has been playing the game for most of his life at this point. I mean, Grant's been playing
since he was a kid. He's been playing it.
Yeah, exactly. Just put all of that application, all that practice, all that knowledge to and be able to apply it to a format that has as much depth as this one, right? It's really fascinating to see all of these cards utilized in really creative ways. I mean, there's a fire energy there. You know why there's a fire energy there? Scorched Earth, baby, right? You gotta imagine.
It is. Well, we wanted to play a basic energy because of the control mirror, because what can happen is if your opponent plays Faba, they can just Faba away your only 2 special energy, the capture energy and the recycle. So you need a basic energy, and the optimal one to play, because of what you said, is the fire energy.
That's
because
what I'm saying.
Your opponent can throw down the Scorched Earth, the Giant Hearth, and it's a way for you to get the card out of the deck.
Exactly. So it's the fire energy that has the energy that has the most application with opponent stadiums or things like that. You could theoretically use it, which is really cool.
That's a pretty tough hit off of the Acrobike. Grant sees Reset Stamp and the Delcatty, both pretty valuable cards, but we don't see a Skitty in play yet, so there's a chance that that's actually prized. So Grant just opts to ditch the Delcatty and hold on to the Stamp for now, and we'll see Delcatty come back into play eventually once Grant can find a turn to use Peonia or Gladion to fetch Skitty out of the prizes.
Now, Mike is cruising this game. I mean, this is the dream for Mike's deck. We got Rillaboom in play. We got Zarude. I'm sure we're going to see some energy make its way onto that Rillaboom while we can. Mike wants to make sure he probably doesn't have any liabilities in the hand, doesn't have any liabilities in the discard pile. Just going to try and keep the hand and the discard pile clean. No Pokemon in them.
Well, here's Pokepuff.
Nope.
Does it hit?
Nope.
Not at all.
I'm thinking that, if that Pokepuff hits, you toss it onto the table. You're like, oh, yeah, fine. Okay, you got me. But no, nothing there. That's just like, all right, yeah, go fish. Yeah, nothing, nothing. Go fish, Grant. Go fish. No basic Pokemon for you here. So that is really good for Mike that he doesn't have a super big liability down on the bench this early, because that means that Mike won't have to burn resources in order to start retreating that thing as early as right now.
Yeah. I didn't looked super closely at Mike's hand. I really should have, to see if he had like things like Guzma and Boss's Orders, because these are the opportunities where Grant's got hand knowledge now. He knows what Mike has access to.
Yep.
And if Mike doesn't have those gusting cards, this is where Grant will be fine for a turn to go into a Pokédoll or a Robo Substitute and just pass. Mike's forced to take a knockout, and it just lets Grant get one card, one turn deeper into the deck.
Right, which makes sense. And the whole idea of this deck is to burn and get as deep as possible into the deck with as many aggressive draw cards as he can, so that he can start putting the lock cards back into his deck with resource management. And the deeper he is into his deck, the easier a time he's going to have with getting that lock, since if you have too many cards in the deck, you can't draw back into the same cards over and over and over and over again, and that's the whole idea of a control deck.
Now, Mike does at some point need to put some energies on this Rillaboom, because Rillaboom's actually not a bad target to lock in the active spot. If Mike, for some reason, forgoes putting energies on it, what Grant can do is just gust that up and spam Hexmaniac, kind of like what we saw last game, and Rillaboom isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going to be a big Gormandize. That hand is pretty sizable, and actually oddly has a beach in it. So it's like, do I beach? Do I Gormandize?
Well, the beach is probably going to get put in play at a minimum, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So then which one are you using? I need to know.
I think you got to go with the beach, because you spent the most money on it, probably.
I
get some value, right?
I think so. I don't know. That's classist, bro. Yeah. I don't know. What about the Snorlax? The Snorlax needs love too. I wonder if Grant... Now, I need to know, will Grant actually point to which one he's using so that we know which one he's using? Or will he just draw to 7?
Let's find out.
I need to know. All right, here comes the counter catcher. Which one is he using?
They're I just heard them laughing at the table.
Which one was it?
We'll never know.
Which one was it?
Now, Mike does have Floatstone in his hand. Grant did see Mike's hand last turn, so Grant made this play knowing that Floatstone was there. But Grant did add Field Blower to this list. That was something that was not in his list last time. He only had Faba as a tool removal option. So now Field Blower plus Faba are here as ways for Grant to potentially move this Floatstone and bring Rillaboom back up. Now, Mike has gone ahead and used Voltage Beat, gotten those energies on there, so maybe it won't be the best target in at all, and it's going to have to be on to Grant to find the Echoing Horn or the Pokepuff once again.
I mean, this is the crazy thing, is that, like, Grant's not milling yet. He's just trying to get through his own deck. He's not Belelbaing or anything like that, and Mike doesn't have a basic Pokemon in the hand, so the Pokepuff's not going to work. So Grant is not in a position where he can trap anything right now.
No.
And he's got no way to confuse or anything like that, so that's not an option either.
Skitty's attack paralyzes if you flip heads.
Okay, that's the one thing I guess. All right, Skitty's got a...
And Orangaru's attack, Profound Knowledge, confuses your opponent's active, but...
All right, Chip, quit playing with me, bro.
I mean, you said there wasn't a way.
Yeah, well, I guess, I would have said that there wasn't a way for Azul to take that game 3 off of Jesse either.
Oh, he made it happen.
I know, yeah. Attacking 2-hit KOing a Remoraid with Delcatty, absolutely absurd.
Incredible plays. Now, Grant has the Rescue Scarf and the Recycle Energy, which kind of just recreates an Orangaru for you on the next turn, because you can just pop the Recycle Energy back to hand, and Orangaru comes back to hand thanks to that Rescue Scarf.
And here he is. Resource Management Orangaru, the bane of many players' existence. Ultra Prism. I think the Sun and Moon era is now the golden age of control in the Pokemon TCG. Zoroark GX. You've got Cold Crush GX on Articuno GX. You've got Resource Management Orangaru.
Well, imagine if Grant could play like a Cold Crush type attack in there.
Lucario and Melmetal. Lugia GX. Man, yeah, the Sun and Moon era really was the heyday for control, wasn't it?
And there's a reason I think that we've seen a little bit less of that. Now, Mike is wisely going to go ahead and end here, I think, knowing that Grant put back that Pokepuff. Grant's needing something to target pretty quickly. So Grant left Mike with that Trico in hand off of the Chip a few turns ago. So Mike is ending that back into the deck now and hoping to not draw any basic Pokemon.
Yes. So let's see. What does Mike have off this 4-card hand? Really curious to see. Okay, searching the deck, going to Voltage Beat. I think just a couple more energy onto the Rillaboom. And you can tell Mike is playing quickly. I love watching Mike play. He's playing really tight. He's playing very well. And is definitely doing what he needs to do to give himself a shot in this match. I mean, things are going off without a hitch so far. His 2 Pokemon in play are the 2 Pokemon that he would ideally want. I think maybe ideally it's just Rillaboom, but this is fine. I mean, Zarude is not going anywhere, and he's definitely not a liability, so it's chill. 2 Pokemon, yeah, you need twice the energy, because you're going to need enough energy on Zarude, you're going to need enough energy on Rillaboom. You probably want to have 1 safety energy on both the Pokemon. I see that's why, these Zarude's got 4 on it.
Let's see it.
Okay, 4 cards. Go fish. Nothing. Swing and a miss for Grant again, and there are still no basic Pokemon in the discard pile for Horn.
And that is a boss's orders in hand as well, so Grant can't even run into the Pokédoll for a turn. I do think Grant needs to find a turn to Peonia, and he's going to do it here because he is, prized some pretty important stuff, it seems. I think that is the Pidgeotto for sure there. And Munchlax, that is a key card as well that with the Snack Search ability can bring a card back. It's not a necessary card, but it's a good option, especially if you're going to use a Pokédoll for a turn.
50% of the time, it works every time, man. Yeah, but I guess it makes sense. You can just sack a doll, and why not? It's like a resource management light that you can do with the Pokédoll active.
And this is smart from Grant. Using Reset Stamp on this turn.
Well, he sees that hand was pretty good.
Yeah, and it has played the Peonia, so Mike will actually have a turn to use the Tropical Beach. Actually, if Grant has a replacement stadium, he probably wants to use it here. But it's just going to be going into the doll, and it's going to be a Snack Search, putting a card on top of the deck.
If he flips a heads.
Or using Beach. Beach
okay, Beach. Okay, Gladian seems to be the card of choice. There is a Pokemon in Mike's hand now, so that is, but
that Pokepuff's in the discard pile, so it's going to be like Grant has to put the Pokepuff back into the deck. Okay. I mean, what a ridiculous situation we're kind of looking at here.
Excellent. So Mike is able to find a Colress off of the prizes. That's going to give him an out to maybe refresh his hand and be out of this situation. But I don't know, maybe Delinquent. Is Delinquent an option to just almost remove this hand? I don't think that Mike should play any cards out of fear of Delinquent. He's got a 4-card hand. Don't put it to 3, right? Just have to get through that doll and force Grant to make a play this next turn.
And Grant's draw for turn is a pretty good one. Lieutenant Surge's strategy will now allow him to play 2 supporter cards this turn if he so chooses. And he might actually not this turn. He might just wait and try to pull off the big combo turns like we've been talking about. And I think that's what he's thinking here. Can I just Hapu and look at the top 6, try to get through a little bit more? Or should I Surge plus Hapu plus do a few other things?
Yeah, and it is Hapu. And this is like, this is when we're getting into the real nitty gritty of the deck, right? Yeah. Like the play's got to be tight, you got to be right, you got to make sure that every game action is correct, that you're not being careless with any resources, that you are navigating this tightrope carefully, because Mike is halfway to a victory, and if Mike can win this game, it will be very difficult for Grant to be able to completely mill Mike out in a Game 3 scenario. And then, of course, there's always the possibility that Grant's deck maybe doesn't set up optimally in Game 3, or that Mike has another real strong showing. And I think that, we're seeing that this matchup can actually be close. I mean,
sure,
there are some things that are going really well for Mike right now. Of course, nothing is guaranteed in Pokemon, and we have to just wait and see if Grant can get himself into this position where he can instate the perfect block.
Recycle Energy comes on to Oranguru, and looks like Grant's going to take a turn to Resource Management here. Has Rescue Stretcher in hand so he can get the Guru back, and I fully expect to see these lock cards coming back in. Reset Stamp versus Seeker, Chip, Ice Axe seem like decent options. I do think the Skitty is still in the prizes, those top 3. So Grant is probably going to want to Peonia. I don't know what other. I haven't noticed what other pieces might be prized. I think he does have the counter catcher. I think we've seen Hex Maniac at this point and Belelba. So he's got the main ones available. The really important pieces are like the Chip, Trick Shovel, Hex Maniac, Surge. I mean, there's a lot of them.
Okay,
Scoop
so
Up Net
there's
is a big
Bird
one as
Keeper
well.
and Colorless are the options. Colorless for 5. He has to play it. He has to play it knowing that he had a basic Pokemon in his hand, right? And Grant just got back the Pokepuff. So he's like, okay, gonna see 5 cards. Let's maybe not draw into a basic Pokemon. That'd be great. And and then let's go down.
I was looking at Mike's hand at the time, but did Grant put back the Pokepuff?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
So Mike is going to be like, okay, let's just no basic Pokemon.
No, there's some basic Pokemon.
Well, yes, there is. Yeah, that is most unfortunate. But yeah, Mike's got to play ball. This is just where we're at.
Yep.
And that is a tall order. Mike has faded 2 Pokepuffs so far. He can't keep getting away with it.
No.
And inevitably, as he gets through his deck and his deck gets a little bit smaller, he is eventually going to have a Pokemon in his hand. Yes, and as he continues drawing prize cards as well. Eventually, Grant is going to catch him slipping. There are still no Pokemon in his discard pile. Grant has not played Belelba yet, and Mike is not going to discard any Pokemon. So he's just been, shuffle, draw, and chilling. Looks like he's put Puff to the bottom of the deck, and then we'll probably use Chinchino to make do for the final 2 cards of the deck.
Yeah, he went ahead and used Airmail first. Normally, when Grant and I have played this deck, he's always used the Make Do first. So I feel like there's something he wants out of these prizes before he kind of formulates how he plays the rest of the hand. There is the Skitty there. It looked like Ingo and Emmett. That's not too big of a deal. And, Trick Shovel was in the prizes, so he definitely wanted to fetch that out.
Yeah, that is a big one. Now, Mike's deck is pretty big, it looks like. He's got a lot of resources left to work with. I would imagine that these guys probably have somewhere in the ballpark of a half hour left in the best of 3 series. It is a 90 minutes best of 3 that they are playing. So Grant won, a reasonably lengthy game 1, and this game 2 is definitely starting to come down to the wire and should take them, I'd say, within 15 minutes of time. And with that, if Mike is able to squeak out the win, then Grant will most certainly not have enough time to properly mill him.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the way that it works is if, the Trico, you just throw it straight down. You're like, yep, you got me. Yep, it caught me slipping. Here it is.
But Grant notices that Bird Keeper there almost certainly, and
yes,
that is a really important thing to be aware of.
It is possible for a mill deck to win in time. It just would have to be a situation where the opponent took literally no prize.
Yeah.
Right? So, you would have to mill. You had the perfect mill without Surge. It's, not possible, really. I mean, but, that is, if you can somehow keep them from ever attacking, it is theoretically possible for us to have to sit here until turn 100.
Why would you speak that into existence? Why would you put that out there?
Yeah.
Well, I do think something I want to mention is off the Peonia. Grant did actually end up putting that Trick Shovel back into the prizes, which is normally a pretty important card, but it's not a necessary one. It's a nice thing to have, but you can function without it. So it just must have been a situation where all the other cards in Grant's hand were necessary, and maybe if he really needs the Trick Shovel, he'll go for a Gladion at some point later on, or a Peonia once again, but it's probably at the point where he's just going to have to try to maneuver the rest of this game without it.
Now, what's awesome for Mike is that the Trico is not actually a bad card.
No.
It's fine. Because as soon as he finds Grovyle can find Sceptile, and then he's just chilling, right? So, he can attack.
Unless he gets hexed, right?
Yeah, he can get the Sceptile. I still believe, I have pretty decent confidence that he would be able to, maybe set up a Sceptile.
Yeah.
I guess there's always the possibility that Grant kind of locks him out of ever finding Sceptile.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as Pokemon to trap, it's no Bulbasaur. Okay, Bulbasaur would be Bulbasaur is like your You know, that's the Pokemon you
For
really want
sure.
to trap. Or the like we saw in game 1, the Morlul was really a nice one. You know, Shiinotic ain't doing nothing, bro.
No.
Yeah, really nothing. So the Trico can evolve into something that can actually take big one-hit KO. So it's kind of fine. I don't know that Mike will play the Bird Keeper. I think you just keep it, right? Even though he would like to draw into Grovyle.
I actually think Grant's in a bad spot here.
I do too.
It's not looking great.
I think that Mike is chilling. I mean, look how many energy are on that Trico. Like, what are you doing? And Mike's going to 1 prize left. Like, this is the spot. Like,
Mike did have 2 Pokemon in his last prizes. I noticed that when he Gladioned last. So
that is very good for him.
yeah, well, but if I don't, did Grant put back the
Puff to
Pokepuff
try again. I mean, he would have had to have, because he's got to do something, because this is not good.
Yeah, he's got the sub for a turn, but if he wants to resource management again, and I think Grant's kind of thinking through it, like, yeah, maybe I'm just done here. Maybe it's not good. He can go reset stamp plus delinquent plus hope to hit a Pokemon and then echoing Hornet back into play. Technically, that's kind of a tough ask. He's got the Team Flare Grunt as an option as well. I guess he could bring up the Rillaboom with the counter catcher, but he would also need to have the Field Blower in combination with it.
Yes.
And I don't see it in his hand. Maybe he actually didn't end up putting it into the deck. I thought that was one card he said he wanted to add.
Surge. I have not seen a Field Blower once this entire set so far.
Okay.
I guess we are actually looking at their list.
Oh yeah,
bro.
yeah, we have his list.
Yeah, the list, they're right here, man. Yeah. Now, granted, looking
No,
through a
as you
GLC
look
deck.
through the 40 trainers.
Yo, chill, bro, chill. All right, I'm gonna find it. Okay, it's yeah, I'm not gonna find it because it ain't here, man. No, it is. He does play the Field Blower. Okay, it's in there.
Well, there's Delinquent. Oh, never mind. He makes do the Delinquent. Okay. And Stretcher brings back the Guru. Can't use it this turn. And maybe he's just gonna have to operate and hope that Mike doesn't have Boss off of this one card. Counter catcher brings up the Trico. Flare Grunt, Hex, and the Gallermine. Trico can't retreat.
But he's got Stamp to 1.
Okay.
Scoop up net.
This could do it.
Genesect. He gives him the Genesect. Okay, now Trico has a retreat of 1, so he has a retreat of 3, but he doesn't know what Mike's 1 card is.
He doesn't know what Mike's 1 card is.
If it's an energy, Mike wins.
If it's an energy or the Bird Keeper or a Guzma, there's a lot of cards that 1 card could be. We know he's top decking the Shining Genesect, and Grant has pretty much established his game plan at this point.
Yes.
If Mike does not win the game this turn, I think Grant's got it. But if Mike has the Boss or the Guzma, the Bird Keeper, any of those cards in hand, I think this is
No.
it. It's the Super Rod.
Okay, can put 1 grass back into the deck.
Oh,
no. This is... Oh my gosh, there's the Flare Grunt and 1 more energy on the Trico. Just anything. Trico can find a friend. That's... I mean, I guess it does thin the deck
It does.
of bad cards, but then also potentially... No, you just go get the evolutions, right? You don't ever put a basic into your hand, but you go get the bad evolutions out of the deck, and you hope that, I think at this point that, let's see, you find a friend for the Grovyle. No, because then you find a friend for the Grovyle, then you find a friend for the Sceptile, and then you go boom, boom. But I guess they could get delinquented out of the hand.
Mhm.
It's just like,
He didn't get Grovyle.
no, I think you have to get Grovyle, right?
Maybe he has to find a friend for a couple turns here
To get a bigger hand.
and then go with the find a friend for a Grovyle so he doesn't
Yes.
get delinquented.
Right.
And that might be his
Verseeker,
game plan.
good. Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, is it the 3?
I think it was Bird Keeper versus Seeker switch. Or Bird Keeper versus Seeker and Tate and Liza, I think.
Oh, I think that's it.
Well, it depends on what the cards in Mike's discard pile are. Versus Seeker could be an okay card to leave. It just means that Mike will be able to draw a bunch of cards.
Mike has a draw supporter. Yeah, I mean for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus
oh
Seeker.
my God. It's versus
it's
Seeker, Bird Keeper,
Erica's.
and Erica's. All
Erica's.
those are really bad for Grants. That is not what you want to see off the 3. He's got to give him the Ericas and be like, all right, you're gonna get +5 to the hand, and I just gotta hope it's not it, man.
Oh no! And Grant, it's so hard for him to put enough cards back here.
Yes. Yeah, Erica's Hospitality can draw him 4 cards. Is it 4, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It would draw 5 cards. It draws for each Pokemon in play.
Oh my gosh,
Yep.
yes. So it looks like he did put the Ericas on top, and there is no double chip. You know,
No.
in the Sun and Moon era.
And the Trick Shovel is in the prizes still.
Yes. So in like the Sun and Moon era control decks, you could double chip sometimes. You
Right.
know, if to re-roll it. There is no re-roll. It's a singleton format. So this is just like, those 3 are gotta pick pick your poison. And I'm sure Mike is stoked to see that Erica.
Yeah, I saw him kind of move his hands a little quickly.
He's
like,
like, "Whew, all
here we
right,
go."
all right, I'm in it. Okay.
And Erica's will draw
5 cards.
There's Rare Candy Sceptile. That's it.
That's
That's
it.
the game. Rare
That is
Candy
game.
into Sceptile, and that is G's. Powerful Storm is dealing more than enough damage. Mike has to play the cards, though.
He does have to play it. Yeah. Oh, yep.
Oh,
And that's
my
it.
gosh.
Mike takes game 2 with minimal time left in the set. And this is an incredible finale to this top 4. These players are going to shuffle up and get ready for game 3. Wow. I mean, just what can you say? That was an incredible match. Great play by both players. There's no defense against a perfect chip.
No, there really isn't. And it's unfortunate from Grant's point of view, but I got to give big credit to Mike there. He played as good as he could have.
Yeah.
He did everything right, put himself in the best situation to do it. I do think it is a very good matchup for Control, but Mike
You're
played
biased,
to the
bro.
outs. Mike played to his outs.
50-50.
He got him. Well, okay. Well,
Well, all right. Listen here, man. He did. He played to his outs.
yep.
You
And
know.
he ended up getting there, and it awarded him the win in this top 4 match.
Yeah. So let's see how this one goes. Apparently, Azul just won a long game 1
Okay.
on the other side of top 4. So Mike might have to run the gauntlet if he can pull this one out.
We'll see what happens.
Game 3 coming right up.
And I'll just say, if you guys think that Grant plays fast, just wait till you see his pace of play in this one. Grant is very aware of this situation, and he will play accordingly. And it looks like Grant's actually taken a couple mulligans already here. Mike will start the game with 3 extra cards.
Okay, and we'll see if the Rare Candy Sceptile. I was not expecting that. Maybe counter state something, retreat. Grant finds a basic, and oh yeah, he's got the ham hands. They're ready to rock and roll.
Oh, his hand isn't good. He's got Acrobike. He's going to be living on the Acrobike.
And
Grant's hand is totally unusable.
Mike has got the Shining Genesect. All he has to do is take a prize. And then if time is called, Shining Genesect is a good Pokemon to have. He could just set up Genesect and the Rillaboom, and that's it. That's all he needs.
All he needs.
So if Mike just keeps calm, I mean, he did the perfect game plan last time.
Yeah.
He did exactly what he needed to do. He just needed to watch the control deck go off the rails at one point, right? He's like, I'm going to just drive perfectly. I'm not going to give you any outs. I'm going to force you to have everything go your way. And if one thing doesn't go your way, I'm going to capitalize on it. And Mike is... and this is why it's so hard to win tournaments with Control, because if one thing just goes Mike's way, Mike has 2 chances.
Yep.
2 chances. If Mike can win one of 2 games, he wins the set, essentially. And I say essentially because Azul was able to win in game 3 earlier in top 8 in the most unlikely way.
Now, I'm seeing that there's about 20 minutes left, and 20 minutes means that we're pretty far away from time being called still. So Grant has the time to potentially, if he plays quick enough, he really realistically could lock and deck Mike out. And that was an incredible top deck. Grant finds the Professor Sycamore out of an otherwise totally dead hand.
Yeah, that is really great for Grant, because otherwise we wouldn't have been seeing much of a game.
No.
So.
Which that can happen, of course. It is Pokemon. No deck is immune to that. And we see the Pokebuff right away. Morlul, get down here. And that is awful for Mike.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, Chip. If you were the grass player, the Morlul is definitely a weak link. So Grant has got to be pretty excited about that. because that's not something he was able to have access to the entire game last time. Morlul got trapped game 1, and now it's looking like Morlul could be getting trapped in game 2.
Yeah, Grant needs to really pick up the pace, make things move, make it happen. He gets the Gormandized Snorlax. He's going to try to get through the deck pretty quickly here. I'm not really... Oh, is it Mike's turn already? I thought Grant had an energy in hand and he was going to retreat to the Snorlax, but it looks like Mike is already flying here. Grabbing the Force of Giant Plants, which is not bad.
Oh, yeah, just going at it,
and
Mike.
This is probably Mike's best chance at this point.
I think just run him off the table.
Yeah.
Like, listen, the Morlul's already down. It's not ideal. Let's just go. I am going to get Rillaboom and take knockout this turn, which is absurd. I mean, it's crazy that this is a play that's happening, but it's all possible thanks to Forest of Giant Plants. And what an absolutely exhilarating Game 3 we have got on our hands. This is what I'm talking about. This is as exciting as it gets, folks. Let's see if that Rillaboom is in the deck.
It's in his hand.
Oh, it's in his hand.
It's
so
here.
he's
He's
already got it. Timer ball, 2 coins. See if we can get maybe the Shiinotic in play too. You might as well. It's better, I think, than the Morlul. But we'll see. Maybe the Shiinotic is prized.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that.
Yeah. The Morlul is definitely just annoying, but that is the power of captivating Pokepuff. But this is certainly this is something that Mike can work with. I mean, Mike is teeing off right now.
Oh, yeah. Mike is setting up big time. He's kind of doing what he ideally wants to do. And even if he's not against the control, this would be a great start.
Oh, yeah, man. Turn 2, Rillaboom, attack with Genesect. This is turn 2, 110 damage, Chip. This is
the gas.
This is the gas, bro. This is the gas. And in a singleton format, it's just that much more impressive when you get set up like this. I mean, you just got to sit back and be like, dang, bro, that's sick.
Grant has to send up the Snorlax. Has the ball guy going to just try to set his board up a little more? He's going to have to sack the Snorlax for a turn. And ball guy actually only finding Ultra Ball, which is, it's because Nest Ball and Level Ball are already in hand.
Yeah, Level Ball will grab the Chinchino, and you can see Grant just churning through the deck, playing the cards as quickly as possible. And this is why this kind of deck is not, not for the faint of heart. Okay, you can't tilt. You can't, you have to know exactly what to do and when to do it when it's game time. Here we go, the world's fastest make do, right? Knowing exactly what to discard, exactly what to put into play, and a big Gormandize for 7.
Filling up the hand to 7 new cards. A key card drawn there is the Sky Pillar, not because it's useful in this matchup, but because it gets that Forest of Giant Plants out of play and maybe could, limit Mike from getting anything else going, though. I don't actually even know if Mike wants anything else in play. He's just kind of chilling.
I think he just accelerates Grass Energy onto the Rillaboom, and he has a boss. So, whether or not he wants to play it, I don't really see the problem in playing it. Just knock out the Chinchino and be annoying.
Targeting the Chinchino is very, very good. Yeah. Very commonly when we were testing this control deck, that was the best course of action for these decks, is to target down that consistent draw power, because it does a few things. It gets you through your deck, and it also thins bad cards out of your hand, so you don't see them off of things like In or
So I do think you just want to take out the Chinchino this turn. Use the boss. I mean, it's not a Guzma. It's not a switch card. Just get it out of there. You know what I mean? It's going to be a dead card later in the game. It's not like there's anybody in this deck that you can't one-hit KO.
Yep.
So just, it is what it is. Yeah, you might have to deal with a doll later, but if you could just buy another turn where Grant has maybe like a subpar turn this turn, right, because he doesn't have Make Do, then you've already accomplished your goal.
Grant uses that Ingo and Emmett, peeps the top card of his own deck, and then gets to decide if he wants to use it or not. And knowing that it was Bridget, happily just trick shoveled that card away. Now will Gormandize for more cards.
Yeah, and at this point, I am so dialed in that I have not kept track of the prize counter at all. Here we go, 4 prizes. This is
intense.
Yeah, my eyes are glued to the screen right now. I am just trying to make sense of this match. I mean, these players are flying through their cards. Another energy going on to Genesect. Eventually, Mike will need to load energy onto the Morlul. He knows this. He knows what Grant's game plan is going to be. Grant is attempting to get the Galar Mine, the counter catcher. I mean, Grant's not even at the bottom of the deck yet. So that is Guzma's in Mike's hand is good right now. I mean, it seems pretty loaded. So, what Mike decides to do with it. Okay, knockout on the Snorlax, extra energy on the Genesect to be able to hit that 130 number, and a Surge. Great draw for Grant.
Not shabby at all. Milo will be the supporter played first, it looks like. Oh, Grant also has Peonia, so he must have something important in the prizes here. It looks like Tropical Beach is one of them, so he could chill for a turn, use the beach, keep drawing. But Mike is already at 3 prizes, and that's half the game. He's churning through things.
Yeah, Mike has got just 3 prizes left now, halfway through the game. This is the point. I mean, look how fast we got to this point. Again, there has been no fooling around. This is these guys are just slamming through the cards, and Mike is here to win. Win in a sportsmanlike way. He is not, trying to stall out for time or whatever. He's like, nah, dude, I can win this.
And I have played with Grant enough, and I've become to understand his mannerisms and body language. And by the way, he kind of just tossed that Pokédoll on the table. He is he's not pumped about the spot he's in. he doesn't think he's in a great spot here. I think there's something in those top 3 prizes he was hoping to hit. It seems like his Pidgey is prized because he hasn't been able to get it. And, he has to take a turn to put the Chinchino pieces back into the deck. I don't even know if he has a way to find the Minchino. And he's got the Pidgeotto in his hand, but no Pidgey to be seen.
Now, keep in mind, Grant does. I'd say he trends salty in nature. Okay, so just because Grant is salty at where he's at doesn't mean that he's out of it or can't win.
Grant,
it's just going to be a little more difficult than he would like.
He can put off a salty persona, but he can also keep a level head when it comes to his decision making in the game.
Absolutely, and that's what makes it one of the best.
Yep.
Yeah, and Mike is going toe to toe. I mean, I have been very impressed with Mike's play throughout this event. It's been a joy to watch as he navigates this matchup, a matchup he's never played in a format he had never played, and to get to watch somebody just come into a realm like that and just be able to navigate it is really fun, right? Because you're watching this person kind of go through the motions and figure it out in real time, and it's just so impressive to watch.
So Mike, looking through the deck here, gonna use a Voltage Beat and put 2 energies maybe just onto the Morlul. That's where they go. He needs 1 more on Rillaboom to feel okay about it, but he can potentially just do that next turn, or maybe he's got one in hand here to attach.
Have we seen Delcatty yet either? Just thinking.
Oh yeah, Delcatty might be the prize. Actually, now that I think back to it, I actually think Pidgey was the first thing that got knocked out.
It was the first thing that got knocked out.
Yeah, the thing that Grant started this game, but maybe he's upset that he didn't see the Delcatty off the Peonia.
Right, and then he's like, okay, I don't have a draw Pokemon up. I have to go Peonia again just to try and get Delcatty, right? Which is just a huge pain. And I think at this point, Mike has to save the Guzma until one of these dolls comes up, right? But then with 2 dolls, I mean, that is a very annoying thing. Do you just slap is the Field Blower in the discard pile? If it is, then I'd say you slap it down, right? Make him go get it, right?
Right.
With the... Or, that's also like a good card at the end of the game. Or if the balloon is in the deck at the end of the game, that's a good card, right?
Well, it depends on if the Galar Mine is in play, though, or how many energy on the Pokemon.
But it's still
it's still fine.
Yeah, it can be a game-winning card, though, still. Down to 2 prizes left. Mike is going for it. Grant, I mean, this is not the board you want with your opponent having 2 prizes left.
No.
This board leaves a lot to be desired. Grant just passes.
Oh, he can only pass. Oh, his hand is terrible.
His hand is terrible, and Mike has got the Guzma. This is insane. Mike is picking up his pace of play. This is the point of potentially no return for Grant. I mean, what can he even do to get out of this? It was all the turn where Mike bossed up that Chinchino, really brought the engine to a halt, and you can see without the ability to churn through the deck, Grant is just at the mercy of this grass deck. If Mike has... I mean, he'll just take out the dolls. There's no reason not to.
I think that I think that it makes sense. Get the dolls out of here. Grant is doing nothing.
Something useful? Pokegear. Let's see if we can find a supporter card. There's
No
no supporter.
support-
He doesn't find a supporter off of the Pokegear.
Oh my gosh. And this is, at this point, Mike's game to walk away with, not even going to have to rely on the clock, winning a true best of 3 against the control deck. Grant is really on the back foot with just one Pokédoll in play, no support Pokemon, whiffed the Pokegear, and now just an absolutely atrocious hand pass to Mike, and we'll see what Mike does. I think he just has to keep a level head, knock out the doll, and then just say, that's it, I got Guzma in hand. Like, what it is what it do. You have to get in a Rangaroo and play to get these dolls back. I'm going to have to get through the dolls eventually. And a Pidgey off the top. Grant has a Pidgeotto in hand, but at this point, I think Grant needs too much.
He needs too much, and we already know that Mike has Guzma waiting. Grant can go for this fake out, try to paralyze the Shining Genesect.
And it's a
Flips
tails.
the tails. It's not gonna. He's got 2 prizes left still. 2 prizes left. But it's too much.
But with Guzma in hand, then he has a way to gust up any card he needs for a game. I shouldn't have done it quite yet, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. I think he does just want to keep that draw potential away from Grant. He knows that if Grant does start drawing cards and a heads on the paralysis, does Mike have a Bird Keeper or a way to break the paralysis?
No Bird Keeper
No
in
Bird
hand.
Keeper in hand.
Okay, this is how Grant has to try to find a way, but even this, I don't even know how this gets you there.
Cynthia and Caitlin, get the Guzma back. We'll guarantee it for next turn. He
If
could draw,
something gets benched by Grant.
If something gets benched by Grant, this is true. Tate and Liza off the draw, though,
Okay.
which means that Grant cannot afford to just paralyze another turn. Tate and Liza in hand will guarantee it for the Shining Genesect, and Mike has really, really marched this one back.
And that's it. Grant has no counterplay to this. Mike has the Tate and Liza in hand. Grant can go for the paralysis. Even if he hits heads, though, switch will be done by Tate and Liza.
Tate
And
and
there it
Liza,
is.
and that's the game.
Mike
Mike
Gibbs.
walks away with it, winning the best of 3 against Grant Manley with his control deck. My goodness, what a match.
Wow.
That was absolutely electric. I mean, what an incredible set to watch. A control player playing at the peak of his game, playing at the absolute best of his ability, a newcomer to the format with a grass deck that he concocted last night, but playing like he's been playing it for months. I mean, like he really knew that matchup and exactly how to navigate it. I mean, Chip, I don't think that Mike missed a single beat or made a single play out of order. I think he just did exactly what he needed to do.
Huge props to Mike. He played extremely well. You got to feel for Grant a little bit. If you're a control fan out there, at least, I'm sure some people are happy to see the control deck lose, but Grant really did put his all into this deck, and he wanted to win this tournament so badly. But Mike just had played it perfectly. He really did. He set up exactly what he needed to, and Grant kind of stumbled in that third game. Mike had the boss's orders at the key turn, taking out that Cinccino.
The perfect call. It was the
there you
perfect
go.
call. Yeah, and huge props to Grant. I've told Grant, personally, just talking to him about it, Grant has written some articles about Gym Leader Challenge format on Poke Beach. If you haven't checked those out, definitely make sure to do so. If you're just learning about Gym Leader Challenge format for the first time, make sure to check out gymleaderchallenge.com to read a bunch of blog posts by community members and the rules for the formats. But, speaking with Grant, I think Grant's deck is one of the coolest decks I've ever seen. It's very evident that he's really passionate about it and has put a ton of time into crafting it, and the results are very evident. I mean, this deck is a gnarly deck and not the kind of deck you want to be paired against at any tournament. We're going to get Mike back here for a winner's interview. Hang tight, and we'll be right back with Mike Gibbs.
I'm here with the winner of Top 4, Mike Gibbs, who was able to take down Grant Manley's Colorless control deck here at the Full Grip Games. 1K Gym Leader Challenge event. Mike, man, what's going through your mind after that?
It's just I'm scared of basic Pokemon. Like, just like, every time one's in my hand, I'm just like looking at Grant like, you got it? No, it's like he's got that Pokepuff. Oh man, that's just so much you're scared of there. That's definitely one of the hardest games I've ever played.
Well, and it was a hard-fought game, and you end up coming out on top. Grant is one of the best players in the game right now, definitely playing at the top of his game, and he put so much work into this control deck, and you were kind of adjusting on the fly. Like you said, you didn't really understand his control strategy in the first game. How did you have to adjust throughout that game, and what did you make adjustments for in games 2 and 3?
So I just had to figure out what his control plan was. Because every control deck's got like control plans, like what it can do, and it found out after game 1 that his control plan is just get a stupid like random basic out and then just bring it up and just get this loop going was the Delcatty. So I kind of played around in game 1, and then I made like the one misplay of going a Hornet, and then so like it was really really hard. Like I don't even know how to like talk about it. It's just there's so much thinking into that game. Playing against control is fun, especially when you have a chance. So yeah, that was a lot of thinking there. Definitely.
Oh, definitely, and we could tell that you were thinking through all the processes, the way you're kind of looking at cards in your hand, trying to identify the perfect lines, and I really think you played to your outs as good as you could have. You really put yourself. I think if in game 1 you hadn't started the Shiinotic, you might have actually been in a better spot because you would have been able to put on more pressure in the early game.
Yeah, my hand was so bad. I felt like I had to put pressure on Grant. Like I did not want to evolve into that 2-retreater because any control deck will take advantage of that.
Right.
But my hand was like triple recovery, like random, like Sceptile. Like I had to all right, I got to get a Grookey this turn. I just that pretty much lost me in the game starting that thing and having to evolve because my hand was the worst I've seen all day. So game 1 that was a good learning experience. This control deck, it's good to get a bad hand when you're trying to do a learning experience against them.
Definitely.
Game 2 and 3, I'm really really happy I started with those two guys. That's very good starts there.
Oh, definitely. Zarude, probably the best starter. Genesect, maybe second best. So getting those in games 2 and 3 was definitely excellent. And I think the key turn in game 3, you decided to boss's orders bring up the Chinchino. And that just kind of crippled Grant's game plan throughout the rest of that game. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Oh yeah, if he didn't, I'm pretty sure he didn't have a Pidgey play.
Right.
So I was like, if he cannot control me, if he does not have a draw engine, so just take out the draw engine while I got the cards in hand. I saw him shuffle and reset stamp. He's gonna get reset stamp. I'm not gonna see boss again. So it's my opportunity to sit here and just try to disrupt him, and it really just sank him after that. So yeah, I was just like the play that seemed correct there because boss is pretty much useless the rest of the game unless I play it that turn. Like that turn, I gotta play it to disrupt him there.
So you find yourself headed into the finals. The other side of the bracket is Azul Garcia Griego, who is also one of the best players in the game, who's also playing a very similar control list, and John Mostowy playing the water deck that I'm sure you've seen a little bit of so far today. What is going through your mind thinking about those two decks? Is there a player you'd rather face? That game is still ongoing up to this point.
I'm not sure what the water deck text is. I can just assume it's like just like a normal attacking water deck, which is fine. Like 50-50, you're gonna have fun, see who wins, and then then if I play against Azul, that'll be hard. I'll have to figure that one out. But I'll probably just go with the same game plan as I did against Grand. Just see how it goes. Just play the same way to see what cards I get. Just play it out from there.
Well, if it worked against a Grant's control deck, there's a decent chance it'll work against Azul's as well. Yeah. Congratulations, Mike. Incredible success so far. I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in the finals. I'm going to let you take a break here, maybe clear your head, get some water, because that was a very, very intense game. Congratulations once again, Mike, and we'll get you back soon for the finals. Guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back for the finals of the Full Grip Games $1,000 Gym Leader Challenge Tournament.
We are getting ready for the finals of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K event. Chip, all 40 plus players have narrowed down to just 2 finalists. What do you think of this match we got ahead of us?
Well, it's going to be really similar to the last one we just matched.
This is big facts, yeah.
Yes, so we've got Mike Gibbs, of course, playing his grass deck, something we've seen a few times on the stream now, and he's going to be going up against Azul, Garcia, Griego, who I think many people would consider one of the best players of the modern era of Pokemon, 5-time regional champion, and he actually won one of the last Full Grip Games 1Ks. He won the standard one, trying to take a win down now in the Gym Leader Challenge format.
Yeah, and that would make him the most winning, Full Grip Games 1K participant. I mean, he probably already has that title distinction, just being a winner and a finalist. He has certainly performed very well, but Mike Gibbs is not going to go down without a fight. Mike did just take down Grant in the top 4 and proved that he could beat this control deck with his grass deck. Really excited to see how this finals match gets resolves. Let's get some hype going in the chat as we get down to the finals table.
And players are drawing these opening hands, and it looks like we've got a couple mulligans on either side. Mike Gibbs on the left with the grass deck going up against Azul's Colorless Control. Now, we saw this matchup play out moments ago when Mike took down Grant, but if anyone missed that game, what exactly did Mike do in order to come out the victor in that best of 3?
Yeah, Mike was able to just limit his bench, make sure that he did not bench anything unnecessarily. He wants to set up an attacker and Rillaboom, and ideally, he might just set up Rillaboom. If he opens Grookey, I don't think that we'll see Mike bench anything else. I mean, really, no point.
Right.
And the other thing is that he has to look out for Echoing Horn or Target Whistle. I don't know which one Azul's plays.
Both.
And
both. The Target Whistle, yes.
Target Whistle, okay. He has to watch out for, another pair of Mullies. Okay. Now, he has to look out for Target Whistle, and he has to look out for, I guess you would know because it's your cards.
Yep.
And he has to look out for Captivating Pokepuff. That means that while he's playing the game, he has to make sure that he limits the amount of basic Pokemon that are in his hand and also in his discard pile. So all while limiting the amount of Pokemon he has in play, setting up perfectly, and trying to be very aggressive to run Azul's draw engine off the table.
Yeah, Azul flew in from California and didn't bring like any Pokemon cards with himself, so I had to give him this Colorless Control deck. I gotta figure out what my commission is gonna be on.
Yeah,
I mean, these are my cards.
He's surely renting them from you, right?
Surely something, right?
Yeah, there's something. I think 50-50 is only fair. Yeah,
that sounds great to me. Well, and if anyone didn't catch the last game and doesn't quite understand exactly what Azul's deck is meant to do, this is a control deck, and the way that Azul will plan to control the game is by eventually bringing something into the active spot for Mike that doesn't have any energies on it, that can't attack, that can't easily retreat, and from that point use cards like Chip Ice Axe, use cards like Trick Shovel, use cards like Bellelba and Bryson Man, Hex Maniac, Scoop Up Net to keep streaming the Delcatty, and through this lock Mike out of the game by controlling what card Mike draws every single turn, always giving Mike a bad card to draw, and then from that point Mike would inevitably deck out. Now, Mike
opens the Grookey.
That's pretty good.
I said that this is going to be Mike's game plan. He wants to go Grookey, Thwacky, Rillaboom, swing. That's it. Just get in the paint as quick as possible. Now, Mike is opening up with an Ultra Ball. There's no way. Does this list even play end? There's no way this list's going to end. No, none of that, right?
I know the list.
You know the list. There's no end. So Mike is going to kick things off by just searching the deck immediately, figuring out what's here. And we may very well see Mike go for a Thwacky and then maybe a Rillaboom. I think I do see the Rillaboom in hand, so it's all going to be whether or not the Thwacky is in the deck. It looks like maybe just opting for Zarude. I mean, that could be a good strategy too. Mike does have the Float Stone in hand, so can pivot to Zarude, and Zarude can be used to pack call and set up the Rillaboom very easily.
Yep, and Float Stone is a key card in this deck because it's one of the ways Mike can make it so that Azul's strategy of gusting something to the active and sticking it there does not work.
And we see that actually Mike does just go for the Thwacky and saying, I'm going solo dolo Rillaboom this game.
Yeah, and I kind of like this strategy. Rillaboom does 140 damage. It's enough to knock out anything in Azul's deck. Now, it is a little interesting that Mike discarded the grass energy. He needs to attach another energy next turn in order to be able to keep attacking. But I guess having Sycamore in hand means he could discard his hand and look for the grass energy that way.
I think so.
For future turns.
And I think that Mike is probably going, turn 1 Grookey, turn 2 Thwacky, and turn 3 Rillaboom. Azul seems to have a pretty loaded hand. I mean, we got Battle Compressor. Seems to be either just considering his hand or waiting for something to be resolved at the table. It seems like
I think he's just considering all his options. I see Azul do this a lot. Some players, think through their turn between every single action. What Azul really likes to do is look at his hand and map his turn out from that point.
Yeah.
And, sometimes a decision might have to change based on, realizing something's prized that you didn't have knowledge of before. But from this point forward, I think we'll see Azul play most of his cards pretty quickly.
Got it. So he's just in there kind of taking it all in for a second. Not just diving into the deck. And it's interesting to see players, think through things that way. I mean, it's obviously a very good way to play through your cards. Sometimes I think I might be a little bit more impatient. Just toss that Battle Compressor on the table, like, let's see what's prized. Let's get it. But what if the hand is in a way where maybe you don't want the Battle Compressor? Then you need to consider that. Or countless ways to play any given hand of 7 cards. So just making sure that he is routing things just right, sending the Belelba and Bryson men to the discard pile, and I suspect that we'll probably see a couple more cards sent to the discard pile as well, right?
Yeah, Belelba is a really important card for this deck. It's really a vital part of the strategy, but you don't need it until the late game, and since that's the case, Azul is fine to just discard it, and he'll have an opportunity to get it back later with Delcatty or Versus Seeker or even a Resource Management. He is going to ditch the Ingo and Emmett, which is one of the draw cards in his deck. I don't know how I feel about that. I actually, talking to Azul, he is not a big fan of the Ingo and Emmett in the list. The way Grant and I had built this deck initially was to turbo through the deck and get down to 0 cards as quickly as possible and then start hand locking. Azul, I think, is fine taking things a little slower, not wanting to discard some of the control cards too early. And so I'm kind of not surprised to see that Ingo and Emmett hit the discard. And what's interesting as well here, Azul only discarded 2 cards on the Battle Compressor. Surely there has to have been something else worth discarding in there, thinning out of the deck.
I really love this Ditto card that's in the active spot. The fact that it can just become whatever. I mean, it's awesome because the Ditto basically acts as a placeholder for whatever Pokemon you may want. I mean, since you can only play one of every card in your deck, the Ditto can just become a Pidgey and then a Pidgeotto next turn, right? It's basically an extra out to a turn to Pidgeotto or a turn to Cinccino. The Ditto can just flexibly turn into whatever Azul needs it to be. Gormandize will fill Azul's hand to 7 cards before things pass back over to Mike. Mike's going to evolve into Thwacky, and we know that Rillaboom is coming next turn. It might just be Thwacky Pass.
I at least go for the branch poke, right? 20 damage.
There you
Throw
go.
it there onto the Snorlax.
You knew the name of this guy's attack. You knew it was branch poke.
I'm pretty sure it's branch
How
poke.
did you know that? Like, is your brain just filled with Pokemon? How did you know it was branch poke? Like,
Is it branch poke?
I mean, my brain is like, I'd say at least 95% Pokemon, but I could not have told you that was branch poke.
Hey,
like,
listen, I've gotten in there with branch poke before, okay?
How did you just have that knowledge innate in your brain? I'm stunned.
Well, Azul is going to go ahead and Nest Ball. Wants to set up some of these important draw Pokemon that the Colorless deck has access to, be it Pidgeotto's Airmail ability, and the real big one is Cinccino's Make Do. And by Azul grabbing the Pidgey here, he's actually got the Minccino in hand, so that is probably explaining that. But Minccino is really important to get down quickly because Cinccino is how you just churn through the deck more efficiently turn after turn.
And we saw that Mike was able to capitalize on knocking out Cinccino to take Game 3 versus Grant Manley with his colorless control deck in the top 4 series. So Cinccino is a huge pivotal card for this deck. I mean, obviously both Airmail and Make Do are fantastic abilities, and we don't see Azul transforming the Ditto. Doesn't actually need to do so.
Ooh,
Delinquent.
that's huge.
Andrew,
Mike's got a
yeah.
Mike's got a 4-card hand.
But it keeps the research, discards the Rillaboom
Discarding
and the
Rillaboom.
Floatstone.
Oh my gosh, I think you can pitch the research.
I think you pitched the research.
You definitely keep Rillaboom.
Yeah, that is sus.
And now Azul's gonna get a little bit of like a mid-game lock going. Azul doesn't have a way to realize that Mike's 1-card in hand is research. So
I mean, it's got to be really good if he pitched the Rillaboom, right?
Sure,
Like, I
sure.
mean, surely it has to be. Oh,
That's
the
a good
power
point,
level
yeah.
of cards. Like, okay, Rillaboom is like power level 9.
Azul will target Whistle
Yeah,
to bring out this
sure.
Morlo, burning a card out of the hand and drawing one more from the Gorman dice. Now Mike has the Sycamore to work with. Azul did Trick Shovel leave the teammates on top. Definitely a useless card in this
Yeah,
matchup.
for sure. As Azul, probably not going to be taking any knockouts. But Mike needs to find a recovery card now to get that Rillaboom back. It is going to be essential. Mike does play Revitalizer. That is an out to get the Rillaboom back instantly. Also plays Ordinary Rod, which can chuck the Rillaboom back into the deck. But, I mean, honestly, it's pretty horrible having lost the Rillaboom like that. Is it really worth it to value drawing cards? I mean, I guess if you don't draw cards, on the other side of the coin, if you don't have a draw supporter, then you open yourself up to the hand lock pretty early.
Yeah, but you don't really care about hand lock if you got Rillaboom in the active swinging for 140 every turn. And regardless of what you're doing, Azul is going to have the ability, because you're always discarding Morlo.
Yeah.
So you can't get around the potential of that being a target Whistle target.
Right.
So
I think you're right. It might have just been better to just, keep Rillaboom in hand, go down to a low hand size, and just start swinging as soon as possible.
yeah.
Because the more time that Mike gives, okay,
Hey, Branch Poke is getting in there.
a branch pokier. Yeah, with Muscle Band.
That's going to be 40 damage added to the Snorlax. And we're getting, I mean, this is some serious damage coming out here, Andrew.
I don't know if I'd call it serious, but it's something.
It is damage.
We're talking like a 4-hit KO on, a 3-hit KO. All right, says, you know what? You can Gormandize. I'll beach. Yeah, let's get in there and see if we can't find a way to get the Rillaboom back from the discard pile. Ordinary Rod would be great. Could also chuck the other Pokemon. I think that there's one more Pokemon in the discard pile, right? A basic, or is it just the Morlo that I'm thinking of?
Yeah,
It's just the Morlo,
yeah,
right?
I think so.
Yeah, be able to throw the Grass Energy and the Rillaboom back into the deck with a card like Ordinary Rod, or just bring the Rillaboom straight to hand with Revitalizer. I do think that Revitalizer is the ideal card for Mike to find, but as a singleton card in a singleton deck list, the odds of being able to find that with the quickness are not exactly high.
Azul uses Ultra Ball to grab out Cinccino. We've talked about how important it is for this colorless deck to get Cinccino in play very, very quickly, and now Make Do will add consistent draw to the rest of Azul's game. He's got Scoop Up Net in hand. That's not a great card to see in the mid-game, but Azul, he's still got a lot of cards in deck, so I feel like we're going to have to see him pitch the hand at some point with one of the cards that does that, be it the Sightseer or the Professor's Research.
Make Do will draw 2 cards off the top of the deck, Airmail, and this is the dream. Make Do Airmail, that's a dig of 4 every turn in combination with whatever draw supporter you might be playing. Azul just opting for a little bit of a disruptive kind of slow burning strategy here, realizing that Mike is already up against the ropes, and that if he could just slow things down a little bit more, he can play through this deck methodically, just hanging on to some key resources as he makes his way through the deck, but with Cinchino and Airmail Pidgeotto both set up, I think that Mike is definitely in a tough spot. But knowing what we know about this matchup and knowing what we know about what we saw in top 4, Mike has only got to win one real game to have a shot in the series. I mean, Mike basically has 2 opportunities to try and win, right? Because if Mike wins game 1, then Azul's got to come marching back in game 2 and fully deck Mike out. And then in game 3, if it doesn't complete, then it's the player who has taken the most prizes that wins, which will inevitably be the non-control player. And, we saw in top 4, actually, game 3 did complete because both players just played a lightning fast game 3. In this scenario, Mike's just going to let things play out. I mean, I think that even if you're on the ropes and you're kind of losing, you just let it, kind of let it be, let things kind of play out naturally a little bit. And then in game 2, you just try to put your best foot forward and see if you can't steal that game. And then once you steal that game, go 1-1 on the set. If game 3 doesn't complete, which it almost, it's going to have a tough time completing considering you're playing against a control deck that is trying to set up a mill win condition. Usually the non-control deck will be favored in that way. We have, of course, seen some really incredible best-of-3 wins by control decks in the history of the Pokemon TCG. I actually was at the what was it? What was the national championship with Jason Wells in 2015?
Right.
With Wailord style?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I was at that national championship watching that happen live. I mean, and that was crazy. Watching a mill deck win, on time, and I mean that was insane, right?
Yeah. Jason Klaczynski won 2015 Nationals without actually winning a full game of Pokemon.
That was that was kind of crazy. Yeah. So
Azul will use the Field Blower, and this will get rid of both Tropical Beach and Muscle Band in play, and the Flare Grunt. Azul really favoring the Flare Grunt strats here.
Yeah, I mean, Rillaboom's not in play yet. Rillaboom is in the discard pile. So, I mean, we could see a strategy where Azul just kind of locks the Rillaboom out of play. I mean, it's possible can Azul achieve a hand lock without Mike having taken a prize?
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. Azul has to get through the deck, I think, a little bit more. And it does become, I think, in this matchup, the grass deck does have to take a prize because you can only use Lieutenant Surge's strategy when you're behind. And Surge's strategy is pretty important because you have to mill cards and you have to hit the Hex Maniac every single turn. I guess we actually could get to a world where Azul doesn't have to use Hex Maniac if there's no Pokemon in play with strong abilities, right? So he could just be spamming Belloba turn after turn, theoretically.
Right, can get to that point. Mike still got draw cards and stuff in hand, though. It's going to end to 6. He's powering up the Zarude. And I'm just thinking, lost the Floatstone off that early Delinquent. Lost the Rillaboom off that early Delinquent. Man, that was an early Delinquent. I mean, so early in the game. I mean, it just catches you so off guard. I mean, how can you expect a Delinquent to come down that early? It's just a one-off card in the deck. But, a perfectly timed Delinquent is really hard to recover from.
It came in at the right time for Azul, and it just so happened that Mike had a lot of really good cards in hand. And I still, going back to that, feel like Mike should have held on to the Rillaboom because you'd be at a point now where you'd have a bunch of energies in play, and these Flare Grunt things that Azul's trying to do wouldn't work, and Mike just hasn't been able to draw into these recovery cards. He does finally find the Ordinary Rod, but now he's got to find a way to get that Rillaboom out of the deck.
Shiinotic. Maybe if Shiinotic is in the deck, that could be a possibility. So really just, any Shiinotic action or Evolution Incense. There's a Ball Guy in the hand, so not this turn, but next turn. Sure. We might be able to see that Rillaboom come into play. Azul just checking the discard pile, see what kind of resources he's down. I'm assuming Mike did put the...
I think Azul there was thinking that Mike had to put the Sceptile back because Mike chose to only put one Pokemon back, but Ordinary Rod does say up to. It is different than Super Rod, which does require you to put to do the maximum.
Yeah, and there actually is like a big split of, Super Rod, Ordinary Rod play in Gym Leader Challenge format. I mean, this is definitely not like ubiquitous as far as if just being Ordinary Rod is better or Super Rod is better. There is a lot of both of those cards that see play. And there's various reasons. I mean, because sometimes some decks want to put back 3 Pokemon.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is stage 2 lines are 3 Pokemon. So, sometimes you just want to chuck the whole line back. And then sometimes you want to chuck 3 energy back. And Ordinary Rod doesn't let you do either of those. So it definitely is interesting to see, both of those cards having a life in Gym Leader Challenge format.
Azul uses Cynthia and Caitlin, discards the Hapu from hand, and is going to get the Delinquent back and put it into his hand. We know that early game Delinquent was really strong. And now Azul will maybe be going that route once again. Chinchino's Make Do draws a couple. Airmail sees 2 more. Lieutenant Surge added to the hand. At this point, I feel like Azul is almost just waiting for the first knockout to happen.
Yeah, because that just unleashes the power of the control deck, right? Surge, Hex, Belelba, all that fun stuff, right? I mean, all the fun happens when you're playing multiple supporters at the same time, right? That is kind of the can of worms that gets opened when Mike finally takes a knockout. You really want to, by the time Azul is this far through the deck, Mike really wants to have taken like 4 prizes.
Yeah.
This is about as bad as it gets for Mike. Mike is established no Rillaboom, no Rillaboom, no energy in play.
No Rillaboom.
Yeah, primarily no Rillaboom, which leads to the energy in play, but it has the Thwacky in the active position. I mean, is this like, are we getting Trico to eventually evolve into Sceptile to go get the Rillaboom? Is that the route that has to take place? That seems not ideal.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure here. It looks like it's actually just going to be grabbing
Put
it
to the bottom of the deck.
Marnie
Okay.
it to the bottom, which makes sense.
Of
You don't want
course.
to put it in play. It's a target for a counter catcher play, and now you also thin it out of the deck, so you're more likely to draw into the pieces to be able to attack. And this is actually huge because Mike has drawn a Stadium card, and Mike will be able to put that Stadium in play, and thanks to Grookey's Lay of the Land ability, we'll be able to retreat into the Zarude. And that's a double tails on the timer ball. That is very unfortunate, but Zarude is still going to be able to get this KO.
Yeah, but you're still trying to get Rillaboom. That hurts. That hurts. That's not the situation where you want double tails. You're really trying to get the Rillaboom into play, start using Voltage Beat to accelerate some water, and Azul is up and away from the table. And it looks like we got something going on. Okay.
Potty break, maybe?
Azul taking a quick break.
Sounds like we got a potty break at the table. Rats are not known for being able to hold it.
What's up with these control players? They're just trying to run out the clock.
Well, of course, the clock will be stopped. Time will be added. Everything is fine. But, Azul, when nature calls, nature calls.
Bro. Yeah, just, in the finals, hey, you guys cool just stopping the clock for a minute? I know you guys watching at home. It's cool. My man, he's got to go. So that's fine. We can accommodate for this. And we're going to do so maturely and give Azul all the time he needs.
Absolutely.
Yes, before we head back to the game. So just taking a quick break. I think the mic is in a absolutely horrendous spot right now. If we're just being honest about where he is at this point in the game, let's head back to the table and discuss what Mike's potential outs might be this game.
From here, we'll be able to analyze the board a little bit better. And Mike has now taken a prize, which will activate the Lieutenant Surge's strategy, will activate the counter catcher. These things are all live for Azul now, and Azul's gotten through way more of the deck than I feel like Mike wants him to have at this point. And I almost wonder if Grant is kind of looking on, thinking like, why couldn't Mike have drawn like this in our game?
I know. Like, what in the world is going on? This is no Rillaboom in play. Like turn 8. Like how is this? Azul's life. He's still so lucky. The streamers are so lucky. Just insert comment about streamer being lucky right here. But
Streamer luck.
Mike did go down game 1 against Grant as well. Things didn't go as he had planned, and I think that Mike was able to keep a level head and play back phenomenally in the back half of that first set. I do think that Azul and Grant are playing this just a little bit differently, and have and just have like a different kind of style, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Azul is playing like a little bit more methodically and just like kind of haze.
He's not as worried about turboing to the bottom of the deck.
No, he's not. He's just kind of will haze on his way. Be like, all right, I'll flare Grunt here. Maybe I'll flare Grunt again.
I think part of that as well is the fact that Mike has opened himself up to that, right? Not getting the Rillaboom in play allows Azul to take turns to use things like Team Flare Grunt, where Grant was getting more pressured by these Pokemon that were attacking every turn thanks to Rillaboom accelerating energy in play. So Grant had to get to the bottom of the deck to try to establish the lock.
Okay, and we are back. Let's get some hype in the chat for Azul, who is back and ready to go. Chinchino in the active spot with a Recycle Energy and Make Do. And a discard Winona and see 2 cards off the top of the deck.
Azul did draw the Delcatty, Search for Friends, one of the pieces that is vital to this deck. The ability that when you evolve the Delcatty, you're able to get 2 supporter cards from your discard pile and put them into your hand. Now, I think Azul has found the Lieutenant Surge's strategy, and that is what he will grab. And Azul has the Ditto in place. So actually, if Azul finds the Scoop Up Net, could see some pretty cute things with like a double Delcatty turn potentially, with getting 4 supporters back.
Oh, that is so fun. I love that. Countercatcher going to bring up the Thwacky, and there is Stadium in play. So, I mean, Thwacky can just retreat, right?
Yeah, unless Azul finds his own Stadium. Thwacky's Lay of the Land does mean you have to own the stadium that is in play in order to get the free retreats.
Yes, so if Azul can find a stadium, Surge is coming down, and Delcatty is going to get to use its ability to get 2 supporters back from the discard pile. Delcatty is such a cool card in this deck because of its ability to stream these, busted control-style supporters turn after turn with its Search for Friends ability. Isn't that so? It sounds so nice. Just looking for some friends.
We got Trico on the other side finding friends. We got Delcatty on this side searching for friends. Maybe Azul and Mike should just be friends.
That's what, Pokemon, all about friendship, even as we try to handlock our opponents and mill them out of usable cards.
Yeah, maybe Mike isn't interested in the friendship at this point. No, in Mike's winner's interview after his game with Grant, he was talking about how it was so fun to play against Control, just because it really makes you think and change your game plan, and he really appreciated that. And I really do think Mike had played optimally in that game, all of those games against Grant for the most part, and made some really great decisions. So he definitely got rewarded for his decision trees in that one.
Yes. And Azul still taking his time, looking through the options for, I guess, Delcatty still. Are we still searching for another supporter for Delcatty? Is this what we got going on? All right, yep, it's going to be a Surge and a Faba with the Search for Friends. Nope, Surge, and then we're playing. We're getting Faba. Yeah, we're getting Faba and Hapu off of the Search for Friends. Oh, look at all those lovely friends. Yeah, we've got Hapu.
Hapu and Faba are
Mars.
friends.
Random card. I love Mars. This is great.
That's actually a card that Grant ended up not playing in his list today, which is something he had talked about not being as strong as he thought. What a hit! boss's orders. They were all getting discarded anyway. Oh, is Azul? This is it. I guess Azul's establishing the lock.
That's what I'm
this
saying,
turn.
bro. It's happening right now.
He's not quite at low enough cards for this to stay super consistent. He's going to need to keep drawing a little bit more, I feel like.
Oh, man. This is, yeah. Well, I can see now why the Thwacky came up into the active spot, because he was about to delinquent that stadium away. And, yeah, this feels bad. If you're Mike, I'm not going to lie. If I'm Mike, I don't even care to really watch this unfold. I mean, I'd be straight up having a bad time. And resource management is going to bring 3 cards back from the discard pile. Put them on the bottom of Azul's deck. Orangaroo, probably one of the best control cards ever printed. If I have
it has
to say.
be the best, right?
It has to be the best. If we think about, I mean, I've been playing the game for 10 years. When you say the word control, in my mind, this is the card that I picture in my mind.
Definitely.
It's this guy. Yeah, this is the guy that has been the poster monkey of control for for the last handful of years.
Mike is left with no choice but to just pass to Azul, and this is where, if Rillaboom was in play, this just wouldn't be happening. Now Azul doesn't even have to worry about Hex Maniac. He can just try to get through the deck and find that chip and keep the lockup, and then maybe start spamming Bell Elbows and Bryson, man. Make Do is going to be a good start on this turn.
Make Do plus 2 cards, scoop up net, reset the Delcatty. Oh, yeah.
Normally you wouldn't be able to scoop up net Delcatty and put it right back down to search for friends, but thanks to Ditto's transform, Azul could actually make it happen this turn.
Insanity. The Ditto is so cool in this deck, because in a singleton format, you can't chain, you can't really chain abilities like that. You can't just lift up a Pokemon and then evolve another one of the basics, because you can only have one basic, and it has to be under the Pokemon that you just lifted up with Scoop Up Net. But Ditto's transform ability allows you to just change Ditto into whatever basic Pokemon you put on top of it. And as you see, Azul is going to lay that Skitty probably right down on the Ditto. Then the Ditto becomes the Skitty. And since the Ditto has been in play for however many turns, it means that the Skitty has been in play for that many turns.
Yep.
And no, opting not to use it this turn.
Yeah, this is actually fine too, because at some point you're going to have to do this where because the scoop up net's in the discard pile now, right? And if Azul scoop up nets the Skitty with the Ditto under it, he can't use Search for Friends regardless next turn. So might as well do it at this turn. He feels like it's fine, and he's using Lusamine to bring back the Galar Mine, increasing the retreat cost of all Pokemon in play by 2. Now, Thwacky's Lay of the Land does let you retreat if you have a stadium in play, but your opponent's stadium in play is not going to be not going to let you do that.
Yeah, Galar Mine is a really gnarly stadium. I mean, it is just seen a lot of play in standard format because of how potent a disruption card it is, increasing all Pokemon's retreat cost by 2. And Mike, top deck on a rare candy. Not feeling very good about that. Got a rare candy in a grass. Not really doing anything. And probably going to be, keeping it moving back over to Azul. Azul's still got about a dozen cards left in the deck, so not really at the bottom of the deck yet. I guess 3 of those cards are cards he just put back in. So
yeah, he's getting there.
He's getting there. I'd say another turn. Yeah, about another turn or so. And then he'll just be, rinse, wash, and repeat using the same cards over and over and over again.
Mike doesn't even attach the energy, just passes the turn back to Azul, who is churning through things. Make Do discards the Hapu. Airmail sees 2 cards. And I think it's the Chip and the Trick Shovel there. I'm deciding which one of those to take. I think Chip seems like the better play there.
Yeah, Chip just going to allow Azul to have some control over the top 3 cards. Chip Ice Axe, I mean, it's another card's abandoned expanded format, right?
Yeah, this Azul's deck is like banned cards the deck.
Yeah, I mean, how many cards do you think in this colorless control deck are banned in expanded format?
Well, we've got Chip Ice Axe.
Yeah.
We've got Delinquent.
Oh, where'd my card go? There we are. Excellent.
We got Chip Ice Axe. We've got Delinquent. We've got Orangaroo. Ooh, and this is actually a tough choice off of this Chip. Wait,
okay.
Well, let's take a look. There's the Shiinotic, and an acro bike. And I didn't quite notice what the other one was, but it must be something decent. It's a Cynthia. So Azul's going to leave Mike with the Shiinotic. Has Azul played a supporter this turn? Azul could try to Hex Maniac if he's worried that Mike is going to be able to use Illuminate.
Right, and once Illuminate is set up, it will, it'll be able to search out the Rillaboom and then allow Mike to start playing the game. I mean, really, there's not been much playing going on Mike's side of the board, and that's how you know the control deck is really working.
Oh, Azul prized Reset Stamp. That is an important one to have, though at this point, I guess he's locked Mike without it. So it's worked out just fine.
What you need? Reset Stamp Mike to 5? Yeah, all right.
But he is in a position where he might have to re-lock Mike, and so having Reset Stamp would be really nice for that.
Yeah.
And this is a great position for Azul just because Mike has only taken one prize card. So even if Mike finds a way to get a prize, sure, that's great. You got a prize. Azul has plenty of time to try to rebuild and reset up the lock. And like we mentioned in top 4, it doesn't matter if your opponent takes 5 prizes. They just can't take 6. As long as they've not taken 5, you are still in a position where you could win the game with this deck.
Right. And, I mean, this is just going to be such a long, methodical game. You can already tell. Mike's deck is huge. He's locked out of the game. Azul really just sitting back and chilling. I mean, there's no reason for Azul to rush through this. He's like, I'm just going to do it right, make sure that we don't miss a beat. Apparently, Azul had won a very long game 1 against his top 4 opponent in that best-of-3 set. So, I mean, just the pace of play difference between game 3 of the top 4 set that we just watched and now game 1 of this set. And Azul has to give Mike the Shiinotic. So Shiinotic is going to be able to find Rillaboom, and we're finally using Voltage Beat.
Yeah, and this is probably it was the only thing Azul really could leave Mike with, and I think it is still okay. Because if Azul can start chaining Hex on this next turn, Rillaboom is only going to have 3 energy on it, assuming Mike attaches 1 from hand. And if that's the case, it can't attack with Hammer In. So as long as Azul can keep energy out of Mike's hand and keep using Hex Maniac, it doesn't matter that Rillaboom has 3 energy on it.
Right, and there's still now the Shiinotic on the bench. It's just, it's not a great situation for Mike. Azul is going to be able to find Counter Catcher again and bring up the Shiinotic, and then the end game of this match will probably involve Shiinotic being in the active position and Hex being looped. Azul is now at the bottom of his deck. He's got Counter Catcher in hand. He's got like 4 cards left in deck, something like that. So now is the time. The Oranguru has lived for multiple turns at this point. I mean, just a whole lot of time.
Yeah,
so,
plenty of time to resource management, back all kinds of resources.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is thinned now to just the good stuff.
Right. Azul uses Lieutenant Surge's strategy and then uses Search for Friends. This is important sequencing because Azul can choose to bring back the Surge's strategy because once it gets played, of course, it goes to the discard pile.
Yep.
And now Cynthia and Caitlin can get any other supporter back from the discard and put it in the hand.
So what a power play. Search for Friends, 2 supporters back from the discard pile. Cynthia and Caitlin, another sort of supporter back from the discard pile, choosing Flare Grunt. Now, we didn't see Grant lean on Flare Grunt at all, really.
No, not at all.
In their matchup, but Azul seems to be favoring Flare Grunt quite a bit.
Yeah, he's used it 2 times already in this matchup, and if he's grabbing it here, he might think it's good once again. He also could just be, sometimes you just grab cards off of those things for make-do fodder, because you do have to discard cards from the make-do, and Azul's going to use that counter catcher and brings up Shiinotic, uses Trick Shovel, and will discard Cynthia. That's a huge card to hit. Let's see what these 3 are on the Chip Chip.
Chip Chip Ice Axe. We've got, and you hate it when your opponent's using Chip Chip and they grab a card real fast. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in Mike's shoes and they just set down a card instantly, you're like, that's going to be a doozy, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah.
But if your opponent takes the 3 cards, and then they take a double take at him, right? And then they start like sitting back and maybe thinking for a second. That's how you know you're in there. Yeah.
So Azul's using Lusamine as the second supporter for turn. So how many supporters have been grabbed from the discard pile at this point? We saw Cynthia and Caitlin getting a card back, Search for Friends getting 2 back, Lusamine getting 2 back. That's a lot of supporter cards returning to Azul's hand.
Yeah, I'm getting word in the chat. We're about a half hour into this match, and woo-wee.
Buckle up.
Buckle up, guys. Yeah, this could be a long ride in the finals of the GLC 1K event. I mean, these guys are competing for at least $200 in this match because the winner takes home a grand prize of $400. So this is quite the money match that we've got on our hands. And we know that, you want to walk away with that grand prize title, the bragging rights, and, of course, the cash.
Now, Mike has put 2 energies onto Shiinotic, and this is a little bit of a problem with bringing this Pokemon up because it can attack. Flickering Spores deals 30 damage and puts your opponent's active Pokemon to sleep, and that could mean Azul misses a turn.
Did you see that? I snuck in there.
Misses a turn, but he does flip heads, so no turns missed of resource management for now.
And
that might be why we saw him grab.
How did you know that was Flickering of Spores? Your brain is just literally made up of Pokemon attack names. Do you know their HP and weights too? Like,
well, I have to admit, I did look on my phone really quick for the Shiinotic.
All right.
But I knew what Branch Poke was. Okay,
You knew Branch Poke. Oh, you no peaks on Branch Poke. Do you think that there's anybody in the world who knows every single Pokemon and their number? Probably.
Like their Pokedex number?
Yeah.
Oh, surely.
Okay. Is there anybody in the world who knows every Pokemon and like their height and weight?
I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I know that. I've talked to some people before who, like, I bring up a card to them and they can rattle off all the information about it. And like obscure cards too, they know the attack, the damage, the energy cost, the effects, and stuff like that. So those people are out there.
That's so awesome. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat saying Joe Merrick. That's Cerebi, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Cerebi.
Yeah, I know when I've talked to Puka before about like some random obscure cards that have to do with like Pokemon cubing and stuff like that. He just, like, from working at Pokemon, he just knows all the cards.
All of them.
He knows the names of the attacks, the damage output. It's pretty impressive.
Mike counting the deck and has an Erica off the top, but can he really afford to play it?
He doesn't have that many cards remaining, but if he can find an air balloon and a stadium, he could counter the Galar Mine. Now, I know he's played the forest this game, and I actually think he's played the tropical beach as well, so there might not even be a stadium to find. Oh, Mike does play Field Blower, though, correct?
Does he play Field
I'm pretty sure
Blower?
We did see the Field Blower in his game against Grant.
That would be a possibility. It's starting to feel like scoop o'clock here, if you ask me. I think,
I think it's actually in Mike's best interest to play it out.
Probably.
And make it so that Azul actually has to win the game.
Yeah.
Because in that situation, you win maybe like a medium-length game too.
Yeah.
And actually, Mike is going to go ahead and concede.
Yeah.
And it looks like we will be moving to that game too. And Azul Garcia Griego goes up 1-0 against Mike Gibbs here in the finals of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K tournament.
Yeah, that was a real showstopper there, huh? Yeah. That just I mean, Mike never really got going. That was a real tough, grindy game for Mike. But that kind of stuff is going to happen against Control. I mean, that's just the most disruptive deck you could possibly play against.
Right.
It's going to get ugly sometimes. And Mike is probably going to be able to brush this one off and just focus on what he needs to do in game 2. If he can win, that was roughly 40 minutes, I'd say, for game 1. It's a 90-minute best of 3 top cut. So this is a 90-minute best of 3 finals match that we have here. If Mike can just win a medium length game 2. I mean, just 30 minutes, 40 minutes game 2. Then Azul will have 5-10 minutes to win game 3. That's not a lot of time
Nope.
to deck someone out. And the control deck is not exactly great at taking prizes, though that is how Azul was able to win his top 8 match, actually finishing off a Remoraid with Delcatty. And I don't think Azul wants to be in that situation again.
No, definitely not. It's a very low odds way to win a game, but low odds means some odds, right? It is
Yes.
possible. It can happen, and it just so happened to happen for Azul in his top 8 game.
Now, heading into game 2, what do we want to see from Mike in order to be able to overcome this control strategy?
I really think Mike needs to prioritize the Rillaboom, and that's really where I think things fell apart for him
Yeah.
as early as the 3rd turn of the game, whenever it was that he decided to discard it to the Delinquent. You just got to keep that card. It's like the most important piece for you in this matchup, and he just let it slip away and favored the draw supporter, which in the end doesn't really matter that much. You just
Yeah.
really need to get the energies in play and start putting on pressure.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. It's going to be all about Rillaboom. Now, Rillaboom hasn't been prized yet for Mike.
No?
And I don't think
Well, don't you put that on him, Andrew.
any of the games that I've watched
Don't
yet.
put that on him.
So I don't want to speak it into existence, but I mean, if that thing is prized, things are about to get ugly. Let's head down to the table for the second round of this finals match. Azul is just one deck out away from the sweet, sweet title. Let's get some hype going in the chat for both of these players and cheer them on.
And it looks like game 2 is underway. And Mike has chosen to go second here, which is the same strategy he employed against Grant.
And he opened Grookster
Once again.
again. Here is the Grookey. And if Grookey can just evolve up into Rillaboom, that's the ideal strategy. Mike really could just have the perfect game where it goes. I mean, I want to see. All right, I'm trying to see like Forest of Giant Plants turn 1 Rillaboom up in here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
That's
see.
a big ask, Andrew, but it is possible.
It is.
Stadium Nav in the deck.
Anything is possible, Chip. You just got to believe hard enough. Azul has a phenomenal opening. with
Honestly, all you could ask for.
huge Gormandize and Pidgey and Chinchino?
Chinchino.
Chinchino.
Minchino.
That's Minchino. Yes.
Chinchino Jr.
It's Chinchino Jr. on the bench. Both of those guys, exactly where you want them to be. Snorlax leading the way.
And Mike has not too shabby of a start himself. Ball Guy, one of those great supporters to see in the opening hands. And I'm curious exactly what Mike is going to aim to do here. Will he grab other Pokemon to put in play, or are we going to try that lone Rillaboom strat? And I really think I'd like to see the lone Rillaboom.
That's what I want to see. And Mike is just going to take this opportunity to check and make sure that the Boomer is in the deck. And the Thwackster. You're going to want both of those guys. Just trying to imagine someone watching this for the first time being like, what's a Thwackster? Just tuned in and this guy's making things up. Yeah, gonna want that Rillaboom and the Thwacky in the deck, and I'm sure that
Force of Giant Plants in hand one time.
Force
Is
of
it
Giant
there?
Plants, that would be pretty gnarly.
He's going for the Timer Ball right away.
Timer Ball Tails. Timer Ball
Oh,
Tails.
absolutely brutal.
Not ideal by any stretch. That's the kind of Timer Ball you really want to hit. Game 2 of the finals.
Yeah.
A couple $100 on the line. Yeah, you're going to want that one to connect. Now, Nest Ball can go get the next best thing, and I think that's Zarude. If we are failing to go the lone Rillaboom, you can just go Zarude Rillaboom, and you can use Pack Call to consistently go get Thwacky, go get Rillaboom, right? And between Zarude and Rillaboom, neither of those are liabilities, so it's fine, right? That's going to be okay. So I think that's the strategy that Mike is going to end up going for. He does have Level Ball in his hand. He could retreat I think you have to retreat or attach a grass to the Zarude this turn. I think I see Net Ball in hand. Yeah, I like attach the grass. You don't want to attach to the Grookey because Azul does play Flare Grunt, which could just set you back an attachment. You really don't want to open yourself up to that. So I like this, just attached as a rude pass. Next turn, level ball for the Thwacky. It has 90 hit points, right?
It does.
I was gonna say that'd be
but
miserable
you know
if
which
it
one
didn't.
doesn't?
Oh,
The one you like.
Nah. Okay, I take it back. I like this 90 hit point one way better. Yeah, listen, man. I guess I haven't been playing the optimal Thwacky.
Azul's Acro Bike will get him a little deeper in the deck, and Trainer's Mail being played finds Winona, and I mean, that is incredible. Getting 2 Ball Search cards turn 1, and then Winona turn 2 to get both Pidgeotto and Cinccino out of the deck. It couldn't be going better for Azul right now.
Yeah, I mean, Azul is definitely running a clinic, which is not what you want if you're Mike. In game 2, already down game 1, you would really love it if maybe Azul was stumbling somewhere, but that's not what he's doing. And anytime you open Gormandized Snorlax, you're probably going to be drawing quite a few cards. Winona finds the Cinccino, not prized. Pidgeotto, not prized. It's all here.
It's all flowing.
Yeah, it's all flowing right now. And it's really satisfying to watch a singleton deck flow like this.
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, it's just great to see a Pokemon deck pop off and really function the way it's always been meant to function. We saw that a little bit from Trevor yesterday with the Suicune deck in the finals of the standard tournament. I mean, his deck literally did not miss every time we saw him on stream.
Yeah. And up until this point, it's been Mike. I mean, Mike has just been on stream flowing with this grass deck. How many times has Mike prized Rillaboom that we've seen?
We haven't seen it once.
Not once. No, just got that Rillaboom every single time and has been able to consistently set his deck up. We've seen Mike achieve the dream of, turn 1, Bulbasaur with Grookey, with Trico, with little Shiinotic Jr., Morlo. Yep, and then turn 2, 4 stage 1s, turn 3, 2 stage 2s, and just swinging for massive amounts of damage was rude. So we've definitely seen Mike on, performing at his best up until this point. And Azul is really, really kicking things off with a very fully developed board right now.
Things are looking nice. Gormandize does only draw 1 card. I don't remember. Oh, no, Azul did play the Winona that turn. So he's got Sightseer in hand if he wants to kind of discard the hand and draw through the deck a bit more next turn. So we'll see if that's the route he goes. Now, Mike is playing Level Ball right away. Let's see if Thwacky is in the deck. And if it is, can Mike get a stadium to retreat and go for the pack call?
Thwacky with the branch poke attack.
Oh, you know what, Andrew? Even if Rillaboom was prized, you know what Mike has in hand? He's got that 1 copy of Gladion.
The Gladion. Let's go. So Mike is prepared. He's got everything he needs and actually is going to just get the grass energy onto the Zarude, which makes me think that he's not going to pack call this turn. That or he has a pivot, right? Gladion, or maybe knows his stadium is in the, in the prizes.
Well, there's no Rillaboom there, so that's a good sign.
That is a good sign. Now, the Gladion is going to go into the prize cards, so we'll see what card Mike decides to swap out for the Gladion.
Boss's Orders is there. Professor Sycamore there as well. 2 pretty good cards to be stuck in the prize cards.
Yeah, I feel like the boss is probably better, but, I mean, research is also good. I mean, you could reveal the boss eventually and maybe use research to churn through the deck and help to take the first prize. And then once you start taking a few prizes, once the prizes start flowing, you'll just find the boss naturally. And the boss really, at this point, it's scary. I mean, because with Azul having both Cinccino and Pidgeotto in play, I mean, we saw that's how Mike was able to capitalize and actually win the game that he won against Grant, was by taking out Cinccino. And with neither of those options for Mike in this game too, and with Mike not taking prizes yet either. I mean, this is, I guess, only turn 2, but it feels like Azul's board is just so developed.
Yeah, this is Azul's. Yeah, that was turn 2 for Mike. So now Azul.
Turn 3.
Yeah, turn 3. He's flying.
he's flying. Yeah, it's really intimidating to be Mike looking at Azul with this board and just being like, well, I hope I can get my Rillaboom in play. And maybe start doing some things. That'd be sick.
Azul playing Peonia. He'll get to put 3 prize cards into his hand and then places 3 back into that same spot. So he'll be able to access some of the prize cards that are maybe important pieces. He does take that escape rope there. That can be kind of a nice way to sort of get a gust effect. Maybe if Mike finds like a Titan Liza or a Bird Keeper, Azul will be able to use escape rope to force Thwacky back into the active spot. And Mike has top decked the Genesect. I think a card he did not want to see because he doesn't want to put any other Pokemon in the discard pile. And you can see him tapping on that Genesect right there.
That's not a Genesect. There's the Genesect.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was tapping the Genesect, saying it was kind of like a, why did I draw you?
I draw you. I don't want you in my hands. Yeah, Field Blower will remove the Rescue Scarf and the Sycamore. Big draw of 7 cards. Gibbs looking for the Rillaboom right now. That would be fantastic. Now, Azul is deep enough into his deck that he very well may just have the Target Whistle this next turn. So Mike would also love to find Ordinary Rod like now to chuck those things back into the deck so he doesn't draw into them. But this kind of light tap of the deck is making me think that, or of the hand is making me think that Mike probably don't have the Rillaboom there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably the case, which is a little unfortunate. He does have the Stadium in hand, and I don't believe he's attached for turn, so we could still see the Knockout come into play.
Does Snorlax have 120?
It has 130.
Then he's a little
it's short.
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
Zarude is a little short right now. It's repeated whip attack does 60 plus 20 for each grass energy attached. So there is the Stadium to move, and I think Pack Call, right? There's no point in attacking.
Yeah, not really. Just go ahead and Pack Call. Get yourself the
Rillaboom
out of the deck, and Mike agrees with this. That seems to be the best play, and he slams it down, says, get out here, Boomer.
Get out here, monkey. Yeah, you got a job to do. Now, turn 4 Rillaboom, that is a little slower than you want to be.
Right.
But, and with Pokemon in the discard pile, that is also not great because Azul could maybe target one of those down. Now, Genesect being in the discard pile isn't like the worst thing in the world because at least Genesect can attack.
Right.
Yeah.
But that is the card that Grant stalled active in the game 1 of top 4. So it becomes a thing of you wouldn't target whistle it until the turn that you're going to counter catcher plus start the hex loop.
Right.
So if that's the case, then it just does become stuck in the active spot.
This is true. Right. It's not like he's gonna gust it up and give Mike an opportunity to accelerate energy to it. That's not part of the game plan. Escape rope going to bring the Thwacky back up into the active, and Azul using Scoop Up Net to get the Snorlax out of there. At this point, the Snorlax has done its job.
Yeah, Azul cannot use Gormandized. He's got 15 cards in hand or something like that.
Yeah.
So, and Azul still has something else prized that he really wants access to. So Peonia will let him look at these other 3, and let's see what is hiding in there. Ooh, Rescue Stretcher.
Yeah,
that's really important.
Rescue Stretcher seems really good. There's an energy, which is probably okay, but not entirely necessary.
No. All you really need is the 1 recycle energy, and once you find
crazy.
that, that's it. You don't need the other ones.
Right. You just don't need the other ones. That's so insane. It blows my mind that this control deck doesn't get stuck more, and things like that. Like things don't get stuck active, you don't just get decked out with like Galarmine and stuff like that. I mean, you obviously you have to play extremely carefully. You just can't.
You always make sure you have stuff like your Scoop Up Net around, or Recycle Energy is actually really cool because it can allow things like Minccino and Pidgeotto to effectively retreat only at the cost of your energy attachment for turn. Right. So you can. Well, we've seen it from both Azul and Grant where they've preemptively put the Recycle Energy onto one of those Pokemon when they think something's going to be knocked out, and then they just retreat the following turn.
Yep. Tropical Beach to counter the Galarmine. That is great for Mike because it's going to help him this turn. Energy, Floatstone on the Rillaboom, and finally Mike is ready to start attacking, but there is a Lily's Polka Doll in the active position, which means that in order to take a knockout, Mike would have to gust. But it does look like just a research from Mike this turn. Going to discard his hand and draw 7 cards.
And drew into 3 energy cards, and choosing not to voltage beat first. Maybe actually wants to have access to energy to attach turn over turn, so that's probably his thought process there. Won't be able to attack with the Rillaboom this turn, but now it becomes a situation where Azul is really going to be looking for Target Whistle, and actually it looks like he had it at the front of his hand there for a moment.
Oh, yes. Here are 2 more energy accelerated on to Rillaboom. Now, Mike has to pressure Azul's board. I mean, it has to actually swing into the doll for no prize, because if Mike doesn't, what's happening? You can't just wait to gust around this thing, and then it's just going to come back into the active. So you have to move it out of play and into the discard pile by knocking it out. But that's is always just so frustrating, because it's just a placeholder. It doesn't really give up a prize. So here is Zarude taking that Lily's Polka Doll out. Nope. Oh, yes. Okay. I saw him tap the beach, and I was like, oh, what?
That was kind of interesting. It almost signified he was going to use Tropical Beach, but he was just saying, knock out the doll.
Knock out the doll, right. Trico going down.
Ooh.
Not the worst Pokemon. Trico can evolve into Grovyle, and Grovyle can evolve into Sceptile, and Sceptile does a lot of damage for just 1 energy, so that's fine. You really just don't want Bulbasaur or Morlul. Those are like the 2 no-nos, definite no-nos, because they're like never doing anything. And Trico at least has an opportunity to maybe do something, and it can find a friend too.
Always looking for a friend. Azul uses Make Do to discard the Bellelba and Bryson Man. Now, the interesting thing about the fact that Azul, I think the card that Azul at this point is going to be planning to lock is that Genesect. He's going to have to, in 1 turn, use the Target Whistle and then do all the other lock things and then start chaining Hex Maniac. But in order for him to do that, Mike actually has to take a prize card first. If Mike doesn't take a prize card, the lock doesn't work, because Azul can't use Lieutenant Surge's strategy, which is a vital piece.
Right. And we see Azul just, shuffling through his hand. He's starting to kind of expedite his play a little bit now that he's at the point where he's going to need to start figuring out his route. I mean, he's got absolutely everything he could possibly want, Ditto included, which is just totally busted. He's got the Munchlax, the Skitty, the Pidgeotto. He's at the bottom of his deck. He's got the Minccino, and on top of all that, Mike has not taken a prize yet. It's really Azul's tournament to win at this point. Mike would have to really just absolutely evade almost every punch Azul throws his way for the next 6 prizes, which would be an absolutely incredible feat to overcome at this point.
Seems unlikely. Mike does top deck Colress, so we'll have a draw option there if he so chooses. And is going to go ahead and start to power up Trico here and try to make it be available to retreat, attack, whatever he might need to do. And Mike's actually going to use in here, recognizing that Azul's got a pretty large hand. Putting that back into the deck and making Azul shuffle draw 6 can definitely slow his plans down a little bit.
Yeah, so both players going to shuffle up and draw 6 cards, and then I do anticipate that Mike is going to be taking his first prize of the match. And this is a good turn to play N, because it is the turn where, maybe Azul can do some crazy stuff with Lieutenant Surge.
Yep.
And all of that. So definitely a decent turn.
Azul drew all of his lock cards, by the way. So
I mean, the deck is loaded, man. I mean, the deck is loaded, and he's going to get to see 4 cards off the top.
Yeah.
Just with Cinccino at 5 plus with his top deck. So, I mean, it's how disruptive is N really at this point?
Not disruptive enough, apparently, is the answer. Mike's going to use Voltage Beat, put a couple energies in play. That is going to be a pretty strong Trico if that's where Mike decides to let the energies land.
Yeah, looks like Trico getting the energy treatment, and with I think Azul checking the discard pile, saying, "All right, what kind of stuff we got over here? I got my target whistle in my hands. You've got a lot of energy in play, and I'm thinking that it could be time to bring up another Pokemon."
Mike actually has his Revitalizer in hand, and
Ooh.
Azul's Pokepuff's in the discard pile.
So is it then correct to bring the Genesect back to the hand?
I think you should.
I do think you should, and I think that Mike is probably taking note of that right now, which is a good catch on Mike's part if he makes that play. That's a real heads-up play. Yeah, man, it looks like that's what we got. Ha-ha.
Genesect, get back here. You will not be the target of any whistles today.
There we go. And the Sceptile is a very relevant card to bring back as well.
Very solid.
Okay. Play ball. And it looks like Zarud is going to take... And the Grovyle. Okay. All right. Mike is shaking and moving here with, 6 whole prizes left to take, but he's got some tricks. He's also going to search out the Bulbasaur. Great, because if he does get Belelbud or something, doesn't want that to go down. So he needs that to be in his hand and not in the deck. So that seems pretty good. And then Grovyle, evolve into Sceptile next turn. All right, no targets to, gust up. And Mike is maybe in a position where he could just attack 6 times. Now, the sketchy thing is that Mike don't got a lot of cards left in his deck.
No, not a lot of cards.
I mean, Azul can, at this point, I think just go, like, Surge, blah, 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 Surge, blah, 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 and just win.
It's possible, but, yeah, I mean, that actually, that's a good point, honestly.
I think at this point, with, like, Mike taking his first prize of the match, like, I mean, how many cards are left in deck? If Azul can double Belelba a couple times in a row, I think this game's over.
It certainly could be. Azul looking here off the airmail at what he wants to grab. Going to put that Pokédoll back on the bottom, taking the tag call, and is going to play it to thin a couple cards out of the deck. Grabbing back that Cynthia and Caitlyn. I think that's been one of his go-to supporters in this deck because it draws him cards, it expands his hand size, increases his card advantage, and it also gets him back a supporter from the discard pile.
Yeah, the Cynthia and Caitlyn, such an insane card. I love that card. Just such a versatile card in this format, in a singleton format too, right? Where every supporter is a one of. And, I mean, control decks almost played like singleton decks even, I mean, naturally.
Lots of one-ofs,
Yeah,
for sure.
Lots of one-ofs. I mean, so many one-ofs. They would play, usually a whole bunch of Orangaroos, or at least 2 or 3. But, yeah, there was... everything about this deck is really just pretty quintessential control.
Ooh, that's a nice hit off the Trick Shovel. Gets rid of Colress. Kind of a random time to use Trick Shovel, to be honest, because Azul, I don't think, is doing any locking this turn. So I don't know what led to that decision, but Azul's gone ahead and used it, and it's a draw supporter, so it works out.
Now, Rangaroo making its way into the active spot. I am curious as to how many cards Mike has left in the deck. It looks like Rescue Stretcher.
And that could be a
Trick
reason
Shovel,
Azul just went ahead and played the Trick
Pokepuff.
Shovel, yeah.
Yeah. So, Pokepuff now, okay. Azul knows you got Pokemon in that hand. I'm going to go get them. So, with that, Mike now needs to play a
Marnie?
Yeah, a Marnie or some sort of, Marnie, shuffle, draw supporter. Something to attempt to not have them. It does look like maybe like a dozen cards in Mike's deck, and he's got a good, healthy amount of cards in hand. So if he does have some sort of shuffle draw action, there's Sceptile, and he does have Marnie.
Wow, he's got it.
Okay, Mike. Okay.
The perfect answer.
Yeah, Mike is doing it right now. He is fading all of these jabs from Azul just left and right. I'm really impressed.
5 cards for Mike to work with, and it looks like there's a few supporters in there.
No Pokemon in hand, no Pokemon in the discard pile.
And that's the big thing.
And look at me now. Okay. And with none of those liabilities in the hand or the discard pile, Mike is free to just keep attacking. All 3 Pokemon in play have enough energy to continue swinging, except for Rillaboom has 3, right? So
Yes.
it could get to a point where things are a little bit sketchy.
Yeah.
If Azul can countercatcher Flare Grunt Hex, something like that. I mean,
Yep.
the Rillaboom could be a target.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Now, Azul is looking through his hand. He gets the Oranguru back thanks to the rescue scarf. He, of course, gets recycled back because it can't be discarded once it's put into play. And he's actually going to use Hapu here. There's a lot of good lock cards in his deck, so there's a good chance this hits some important pieces he really doesn't want to discard.
Yeah, he's got Delinquent, he's got Hex, he's eyeing up the Delinquent.
Yeah, he's going to put that in hand and gets rid of Trick Shovel and Pokepuff and Hex Maniac. Those are really important pieces. Definitely needed to keep the Rescue Stretcher, especially if he wants to use Resource Management this turn. He would otherwise just need to burn a spot on that Rescue Stretcher with his Resource Management. So
now, Azul using Delinquent, going to force Mike to discard 3 cards. And I think Mike discards a Ultra Ball, Evolution Incense, and a supporter card.
yeah, it was a Cynthia.
And a Cynthia. At this point, I don't know that Mike actually wants to play any real draw supporter cards.
Right.
I think he's done with the drawing and is now at the let's just try to swing, and try to race this one out.
Azul fails the snack search, and Mike's top deck for turn is actually
Guzma.
the Guzma. So he could get around the Pokédoll here if he wants to. At the same time, though, you almost are going to be forced to deal with it at some point.
Yeah.
I wonder if you hold Guzma for a turn where maybe Azul goes for like a counter catcher play, leave it in your deck, increase your odds of getting left with all good switching cards.
Yeah. I feel like you treat Guzma as a switch, not as a gust. Like, maybe save it. But, Mike was able to win a game by taking out Cinccino earlier. Maybe he's thinking, yeah, let me get this guy. This is my shot.
Definitely the best Pokemon for him to target.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of the most important pieces of this deck. You could also make an argument for targeting Skitty at this point, to be honest, but
Yeah.
I won't ever fault you for taking out Cinccino before you're to limit your opponent's make-do abilities.
Yeah, I mean, because the whole power of the control deck is being able to draw through all the cards that you just put back in. If you can't draw into all those cards you just put back into the deck, then the lock starts to falter a little bit, right?
Right.
So that's the idea anyways. Azul does have Rescue Stretcher in hand and is just going to
No
put
other Pokemon.
no other Pokemon. Put those guys back into the deck and capture energy to go get the Minccino back out of the deck
Cinccino Jr.
instantly. Yes. Well, yeah, who knows what the little mouse guy. Yeah.
And that's huge. Azul's not going to be using Resource Management this turn, and he's fine with that. Mostly just wants to reestablish the Minccino. Mike has 3 prizes, so he's putting the pressure on. And if Mike wins this game, these 2 games have taken so long, there's almost certainly not going to be enough time for Azul to control him out of game 3. So
no shot.
So he's really got to be mindful of it and play accordingly.
Yes. I mean, this is,
Snack search.
I would say, a great position for Azul to be in. Except for the fact that there's no real good Pokemon to stick on Mike's side of the board. But Azul's got time to make it happen. And Mike doesn't have a ton of resources left.
Not a ton at all. Drew Birdkeeper for turn. That's a nice card to have
That is
access.
a good card to have, yeah. I think we're getting to the counting portion. All right, like 3, 6, 9, 12. Okay, it might be
Like
more like 15,
15-ish.
15, I think. So, yeah, at this point, Mike is just trading, saying, all right, it's time to go. It's go time. And we're going to try and see if we can't just run Azul off the table. This is where things are going to start to get tight because, with just half the game's prizes left to take, Azul will have to send up Rangaroo, inevitably. Again, can't just go dolls forever.
Yeah.
So those are going to be prizes for Mike to take, and we could see this really come down to the wire. It is going to be up to Azul to be able to trap something. That's the big thing, is that it doesn't matter if Azul locks Mike out of a hand if his board is still taking prizes.
Yeah.
So Azul has a task ahead of him. He can't just simply stamp to 1 and go chip. That does nothing to this board right now. Azul needs to somehow finagle a Pokemon into the discard pile and then target whistle it up, counter catcher it up, and probably stick a Galar Mine in play and start chipping all in the next 3 turns.
Yeah, he is going to be pressured here quite a bit. He's going to go ahead and put Doll back, so that is something that can potentially buy him another turn.
Yep.
So he's kind of recognizing, hey, I'm maybe going to need to utilize this at some point.
Yeah, just looking for an extra turn because he's about to go to, Mike's about to go to 2 prizes. That extra energy on the Rillaboom does matter. Because it makes it so that if Azul does try to trap the Rillaboom, he is going to need just 1 more piece, right? Because he's going to need a Flare Grunt in addition to the counter catcher.
Ooh, tough call here. Azul checking how many cards are left in his deck because he's drawn into his Belelba and his Chinchino, and he really would not mind using Make Do here. And he actually is in a situation where he could use Make Do 2 times because of that Ditto that's on the bench, and it might not be the worst time to do it.
Yeah. Why would Azul want to Make Do twice? Run me through that.
Just get through the deck a little bit more. He's got so many of those.
How many cards does he have left in deck?
Like 5 or 6, something like that. So
all right.
He's still got a little bit too many cards in deck in order to consistently pull the lock off.
Right. Okay, so he has just got a little bit too thick of a deck. It looked like he only had a couple cards left in that deck, but I guess it is a little thicker than I'm giving it credit for. Yeah, he fanned it out
there for a second to count it, and it was about 5 or 6.
Oh, well, yeah, that is a little deeper than I think he wants it to be. The Chinchino is back online and going to be able to make do to draw some cards. And, yeah, he does still have a few cards remaining in that deck.
Let's see if he goes for that chip play, or if maybe that isn't exact, or not the chip, excuse me, the scoop up Ditto play might not be
that's
the
a little
move.
Greedy, because if you use the scoop up net now, I mean, then you just have to resource management it back, and he probably has some other things that he has to get.
Yeah, you're gonna need this, like you got to use Delcatty at some point too, so you don't necessarily need it this turn, I suppose. But he's bringing some supporters to the front of the deck, so it might be Delcatty time.
Might be. I mean, I think he needs to start using Belelba, right? But yeah, I guess that's like 4 cards left in the deck.
And we know that Belelba is the bottom card of his deck.
Okay. Which is tough, because he needs to start using Belelba like now, because he needs to get a Pokemon in the discard pile now so that he can trap it. And if he can't, does he just pass?
He doesn't even use Snack Search.
What?
I think he knows how many cards are left in his deck and knows how he'll be able to get through it, and he's fine to lose the Munchlax here.
Okay. So if I were Mike, I'd be concerned. Because that's like...
Oh, gosh. If I was Azul, I'd be concerned.
Yeah, if I were Mike, I'd be like, oh, you're just going to leave him there? Is it all about to happen? Do you have Exodia in the hands? Is it, but Azul is like on the ropes right now. Azul's got to make it all happen right now. This is the moment. If Azul cannot lock an inactive Pokemon or just a useless Pokemon in the active spot this turn, he will lose this game and essentially lose the GLC 1K.
Yeah, because there's no way he can do anything about a Game 3 scenario.
You don't want to say never, but highly unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Yeah.
He's looking through at the deck here, and and you have to stamp Mike as well, so it's got to be like stamp plus Surge plus Belelba plus the Hex, and hope that it's there.
Like, I feel like Azul needed to do more last turn, right? Like, he needed to try and get a Pokemon on the bench last turn, right? Did he just Belelba and say, all right, it needs to be a Pokemon right here. This has to be it. He needs a Pokemon.
3 cards.
No basics.
Pokemon!
No basics.
does Azul have a route without hitting a basic there? I mean, I feel like the basics were marning to the bottom of the deck forever ago, and the deck was never interacted with, right?
Yeah, he didn't play his reset stamp.
No, he never did. So because Mike had all those basics in his hand and then marning them down, and then that was never, the deck was never reorganized.
He's doing it again. Third Bell Elba, second Bell Elba for 3 more cards. And
no basics.
Pokemon
They're
again.
all the bottom. I'm telling
my
you.
Gosh.
He marnied them to the bottom.
This Trick Shovel Pokemon?
Oh!
More low.
I don't know what to say. I'm just literally sitting here waiting for it.
Mike has like no cards left in the deck. If Mike doesn't have Guzma to get around this
But
Pokédoll, potentially Azul could win next turn.
He has to stamp though, right?
Unless he doesn't.
Yeah, Mike's got like a good hand.
I don't know if he knows. He can look at the hand with the Pokepuff if he doesn't have the Pokepuff. He does
has to stamp to 1, and he has to counter catcher the Morlo. Does Azul even have access to Galarmine?
I don't think so, and it's got to be Hex Maniac this turn as well.
Oh yeah, but he can't Hex.
No, he can't. So it depends on how many energy are left in the deck. Maybe.
So he can't Hex because he double Belelbud. Yeah.
This in-game sequence is really left me kind of.
And Azul has no cards in deck, so he needs to resource, right?
Well, what I'm thinking is Azul could have not played the stamp. There was only like 4
he can
cards.
He can put the doll back in, right?
Right. Well, the doll. Yeah, he could put the doll on the bottom of the deck if he doesn't resource, or if he has Stretcher in hand. Yeah, Stretcher is in hand, so that's an option as well.
Does he have the Galar? I don't think he does.
I don't see it in hand right now.
What is he doing with the Pidgey? The energy.
I think just throwing that energy down just for the pivot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rescue Stretcher.
Yep.
Shuffling into the deck. Okay,
Yep.
so 3 Pokemon. They all go to the deck.
Only 2.
Only 2. Oh, because there are no thirds.
Yep. It's just Munchie and Guru.
This is so insane.
What is happening?
This is so insane. I can't. What's happening? Okay. Yep. Here comes the doll.
Yep.
And pass.
Does
okay.
Mike have an energy and a boss? There's boss. He's got boss. If there's energy in the deck, this is the game.
Here we go.
Is there an energy?
There is an energy in the deck, and he's got the boss 4 game, and there it is. Oh my gosh. Mike takes an insane game 2. We thought it wasn't possible, Chip. Azul had a perfectly established board so early in the match, and what an insane draw off a stamp to 1.
I have no words right now, Andrew. I am so confused about how that end game sequence played out from Azul's point of view. I don't even know. And now we're going into a game 3 where I don't know if Azul has a real route to victory. It's going to have to be a miracle for Azul to win this tournament.
It really is. I mean, Azul did pull off a miracle in the top 8 match against Jesse Parker, going into this exact same scenario against Jesse with game 3 starting and minutes to play. He was able to take a prize with a Delcatty.
So we need to talk through exactly how the rules work in single elimination. So in normal Pokemon, right, whenever time is called in a round, you get +3 turns, and at the end of those 3 turns, if there is no clear-cut winner, it's considered a tie. But in single elimination, which is what we're here in the finals, there has to be a winner. There has to be a winner of the match. There has to be a conclusion. And so what happens is that after those 3 turns, whoever is ahead on prize cards wins. And if both players are tied on prize cards, then it becomes the first player to take a prize card. The first player to go ahead on prize cards becomes the winner of the match. So what Azul needs to have happen here is he needs to make sure that he and Mike are tied on prize cards going into whenever time is called. There can't be that much time left. I'm not sure exactly what the count is. It's surely less than 10 minutes, probably less than
It's like
5.
15.
Oh, really?
14 at the beginning of the shuffling, so maybe
Oh, wow.
a
Yeah,
dozen?
this is okay. Then
First game was 40 minutes, second one was 30-ish minutes, and they have about 13 minutes left now.
yeah. So it's I don't know if it'll happen. If Mike just takes one prize, Azul might concede the game because there's no real way for him to win after that.
It's tough. Morlel start is not ideal, but I mean, all Mike needs to do is take a prize and then not lose in 12 minutes. That's it, right? And Mike doesn't need to play fast right now. He needs to not slow play, no cheating, obviously, but he doesn't need to burn through this. He doesn't
Right.
need to win, right? All he has to do is not lose.
Yeah.
And that's a much better spot to be in than Azul, who needs to deck out Mike or take the first knockout.
Take the only knockout.
Take the only knockout
Yeah.
once time is called.
Which
So
is just not going to happen.
it's not
if
gonna happen. There's too much time.
There's
Yeah.
15 minutes left. It's just it's not possible for Azul to win that way. Azul's only real path at this point, knowing how much time is left, is to just play like a madman as quickly as possible, fly through the deck, cards flying across the table, and just hope somehow, some way you can deck your opponent out before they can win.
yeah, just we're gonna have to see some ham hands from Azul, and he does actually start off with the most ham start you possibly can. He's got a research and
That's Professor Juniper.
Juniper and a Pidgey and a Skitty and a Capture Energy. I mean, he's starting with the dream. This is, what more do you want, right? Maybe Snorlax in the active instead of Oranguru at this point. But, the gang's all here. We got little Chinchino Jr., we got little, Pidgey, and we got little Skitty, and there's the Snorlax. So, yeah.
Munchlax instead,
and just put,
AKA Snorlax
and
Jr.
put the literally Snorlax Jr. and just try to put that Juniper back on top of the deck, right? Like, here we go.
Yeah, maybe
Pokepuff,
so.
nothing. Go
Oh
fish.
no, there's a Bulbasaur.
Oh, Bulbasaur.
Yeah, I like how Mike's like kind of trying to hide it behind the field blower. Like, yeah, I don't have anything in my hand, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Go fish, man. Yeah.
But no, that Bulbasaur does get targeted with that Pokepuff. Could not resist that lovely cupcake, and now it will be Azul using resource management most likely. Juniper did have to discard the Chinchino, which is pretty unfortunate, honestly. But now putting it back into the deck with the resource management, it's almost not even a factor.
Yeah, and this is, this is a great start for Azul. Not a lot of time to work with on the clock, but, Mike really just needs to set it. It doesn't even matter that Morlel's in play, because all Mike has to do is just go find Pokemon, right? So, like, it doesn't really matter. Azul will probably not be able to, like, hand lock Mike before Mike takes a prize. So all Mike really has to do is take a prize, put some pressure on, force Azul to do things, right? Force Azul to, like, try a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't just let Azul sit there and just solitaire you, because Azul might be able to solitaire a deck out in 12 minutes.
Yeah, so actually something that that could happen with the way the time rules work, like I explained, if the prizes are tied after +3 turns, then it's whoever takes the next prize.
Yes.
So if Azul can leave Mike with a totally unusable hand, like if somehow this stamp drew Mike into nothing, or this Colress maybe draws Mike into just a clunky hand, and Azul knows that Mike has not much to work with, Azul can just lock him without having to spam Hexmaniac. If he can get him to a low enough hand size where he knows that his hand isn't strong, or maybe off of Pokepuff is aware that, okay, there's not a lot to work with, Azul could just start locking with the Bellelba chain and, Chip and Trick Shovel, just kind of the normal way, not even worrying about using Surge and Hexmaniac. And because of the way the time rules work, we would just sit here until that eventually won Azul the game.
Exactly, which is just really exhausting thinking about. But
it's unlikely to happen. We do need to...
But we do need to acknowledge that these are the possibilities, right? We're running through all of the possibilities that could happen. running down this final, 10-minute gauntlet that we have in this best of 3 set between these two decks. I mean, I cannot believe that Mike was able to just develop that board in that second game to a point where he was able to take that win. He does just have to pass to Azul. Still got the Morlull in the active position. Thwacky now in play, though, and it looks like
Sightseer.
we might see a Rillaboom in Mike's near future.
Yeah, Azul using Sightseer. You get to discard as many cards as you like from your hand, and then you draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand. So it's kind of used in this deck as a budget Professor Juniper. You just dump the hand, and you only get 5 instead of the normal 7.
Right. Rillaboom, okay, so that's just a Munchlax from Azul. And no Chinchino, no Pidgey.
Wow.
Yeah, so Azul is grinding right now, and Mike is ready to rock and roll. We got Rillaboom in play, Voltage Beat coming down, Grass Energy accelerating from the deck, and Mike is pulling this series back, a series that I thought was almost long gone out of his reach.
This is, and he's going to go ahead and take this prize, and I think he knows this puts him in the winning position. He could just kind of sit here and take his time and pass for the next, 20 turns, however long it takes, and eventually he will win because Azul just does not have the time to deck him out.
Yeah, this is the dream right now. Mike is in the driver's seat. He's done what he needed to do. Azul is not able to hand lock or, maybe board state lock or just flare grunt, trap something in the active until he was able to achieve this kind of, state of this Exodia board state, where he could, actually take a knockout with something like Chinchino or,
right.
Whatever. But Mike got the Rillaboom up again. And I said, I don't think I've seen Mike prize Rillaboom all day.
Hey.
Yeah, nah, he'd be here. He'd be showing up to work every single day. This Rillaboom,
The monkey don't miss.
This Rillaboom putting in overtime. Okay, yeah, Mike, you better be taking this Rillaboom out to dinner after this tournament. Okay, splitting some of the winnings 50-50, my man. Rillaboom is showing up today. And has not been stuck in the prizes one time. I mean, really, and that has been a key part to some of Mike's success, combined with some real top-notch play.
Absolutely. Now, Azul has Battle Compressor in hand, could thin some cards out there next turn. Mike is just loading some energies into play and is going to start swinging through this Snorlax. Has the Muscle Band, so he doesn't even have to worry about putting any extra energies on Zarude, because now he's already hitting for enough damage to take this KO.
Ideal. Yep, totally fine. Taking a knockout on the Snorlax. Azul finally able to get the Chinchino online, so Will starts to be able to, to go through this deck. And something that I love about Mike's play is that even though Mike does not need to rush right now, no rush. The opposite of a rush, actually. But he is responding to Azul wanting to play quickly, and he's
playing briskly.
He's playing briskly, and he doesn't need to. I mean, he could play. He could play at a very moderate pace if he wanted to, but he's playing at a nice brisk pace, and showing that if I am going to win this, it is not going to be on the account of me, playing unsportsmanlike or trying to eat up the clock. I'm being a good sport about this and doing it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Just taking knockouts and doing what this deck does best.
Playing to his normal game plan. Yep. Azul using Battle Compressor will discard the Hapu, discards the Faba, and trying to figure out what the other bad card is in the deck. And it looks like Peonia is the choice. That's a pretty lucky break if Azul really hasn't prized anything very important.
All right, getting that thing out of there, saying, nope, all the dudes are here. I just need to draw into them, and Peonia is not going to help.
Nope.
And Azul, I mean, you could just see this is where control gets into the real nitty-gritty, right? And this is where the amount of practice that you have with a control deck will become evident.
Right.
When you need to be making micro decisions on an instant. You don't have time to think about it. You just have to do it. There's barely enough time for you. If you were a supercomputer just processing things, there's barely enough time for you to do the physical game actions required to win the game, let alone the thinking time required to win the game.
Ooh, Azul, I think the Recycle Energy might be the card he grabbed there. And he's attaching to Cinchino. Are we going to see an energy assist, or is he just using that as the pivot? It looks like it's just going to be the pivot. Snack Search does hit a heads, so any cards from the discard pile can be thrown on top of the deck. And a Rangaroo doesn't seem like a bad choice at all.
No, yeah, definitely going to want that thing back to put resources back into the deck. Mike, with only 4 prizes left to take, but comfortably not needing to take any of them. At this point, if you're Mike, you're just trying to not lose, right? Yeah, you're playing to win. Winning would be winning would be super dope, but so long as you don't lose, you win. So really, so long as Mike can be careful with his resources, make sure that he's not. Don't research anymore or do anything silly like that. You know, like don't play any crazy draw supporters. Don't do any illegal game actions. Don't, even though prize penalties won't really matter at this point because you've already taken 2. So I guess that's probably not going to make a difference.
Unless you shuffle your hand into your deck off
Don't
of Marnie.
shuffle your hand into your deck off of Marnie. Yeah, don't do that. Don't. Okay. The Mars hits Ivysaur.
By Ivysaur.
And I don't think that Mike, correctly identifies that he does not want to evolve into this Ivysaur. No. He wants to keep the 1 retreaters in play. Obviously, having Morlell on the bench, it was, as a 1 retreater is what won him his last game. Mm-hmm. If that had been a Shinotic, you would have been out of luck.
Oh, yeah, big time. Azul retreating into Pokédoll here, and I think we're seeing another Snack Search. Let's see, is it a heads or a tails?
And it looks like probably a tails.
Yep. It is indeed a tails.
Okay. Mike with the Field Blower in hand. That's a good card to hang on to in case you need to remove Galarmine at some point. So he doesn't really need to play that. Not that there's really any tool to remove other than his own Muscle Band, but still a good card to hold on to. He doesn't really need to do anything. He's got a ton of cards in his deck. That's so many Belelbas. I mean, he can't, you know what I mean? That would require so much milling on Azul's part. Just you just chill. I mean, you can maybe put Ograss on a Morlul. That's fine. Make things a little bit more hard. Make Azul have to work for it, right?
All right. Here's Azul's win condition. Is what he needed to be doing at this whole time is he needs to just rotate between Pokédoll and Lily's Pokéduff and Munchlax and just spam Belelba every single turn. And always hit heads on Snack Search to put the doll or the Robo Sub back on top.
We've heard stories of people hitting 16 heads in a row, right?
It has happened in major Pokemon tournaments before.
You miss all the shots you don't take, right?
Sometimes those marginal win percentages, they do come through.
Ooh, and a Pokepuff hits the Trico. Not that the Trico is a very, great target to hit. We did see earlier in this stream, Mike actually was able to win off an Ericus for 5 because he hit Rare Candy. Yeah. And it looks like Azul is just going to scoop it up.
He knows he can't win.
He can't do it.
And Mike Gibbs will be the winner of the GLC tournament here at Full Grip Games. $400 in his pocket. A new player to GLC, and he's made it happen, getting the win against 2 of just probably the 2 best players in the room, back to back. Beat Grant Manley in top 4, and then beat Azul Garcia Griego in the finals.
What an absolutely insane route. Mike Gibbs had to navigate the gauntlet. 2 of the best players in the country, piloting one of the gnarliest control decks ever created in the history of the Pokemon trading card game. I have to say, we've got Delinquent, Hex, Resource Management Rangaroo, both dolls. I mean, just
there's a reason these cards are banned and expanded.
Yeah. One of the gnarliest control decks ever crafted. Had to play against the creator of the deck himself, Grant Manley, and 5-time regional champion Azul Garcia Griego to win. And this man played his first game of Gym Leader Challenge yesterday.
That's incredible to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike has played masterfully through all the games we watched him navigate.
Amazing play.
Interesting, interactions, making sure that he's limiting his bench, not discarding Pokemon, keeping Pokemon out of his hand. I mean, really just played as good as I think anyone could have in the situation that he was put in, and it paid out.
And I think that the result here is really heartwarming for the state of the format as well. Control's obviously a tier 1 deck. It's very good.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, it got beat. And it made top 4, at the last Gym Leader Challenge event as well. It's very good. But is it balanced? It seems relatively balanced, and a deck that you could prepare your deck to be able to beat. And if you can play some real heads-up Pokemon like Mike did, it is possible to take down control decks back-to-back. I mean, it's a really difficult deck to win a best-of-3 series with. I think Control very confidently got into top 8, but you saw when you have to, win a best-of-3 with a Control deck, if anything goes wrong, time is not on your side.
No, not at all, and that's how Mike ended up winning both of these best-of-3s in Game 3s that he ended up beating Grant fair and square, right, in that Game 3.
Did.
But against Azul, Azul, as far as just the one game is concerned, was not at all out of that game and was maybe in a fine spot. But just the way that time works, the way that Top Cut works, Mike knew that he was going to be in the position to close it out after that first knockout.
Yeah, ain't nobody sitting around for 2-hour, 3-hour finals, okay? No, we're all people who got to eat. So, it is what it is. 90 minutes, bro, you ain't won yet. Yeah, we got to keep it pushing. So, major congrats to Azul, Garcia, Griego on a phenomenal weekend. And, of course, our champion, Mike Gibbs. We're going to get Mike over here for a winner's interview. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this. Wow, my glasses are fogging up. Must be because I got Mike Gibbs on the mic. Your Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize champion. How does it feel, Mike?
Feels pretty good. The last 5 hours playing against Control, it was a lot, but yeah, it's a lot.
That is a lot. Now, you said, first thing you said when you walked in the room, you're like, that was really tough. Yeah. Walk us through, what you were thinking in that finals. Honestly, after Game 1, were you worried about your ability to come back in that set?
I mean, yeah, I just the way the games play, those games all take 40 plus minutes. So I need to just get 2 games. The second game goes short. You gotta go 3 games. But I just I was really hoping that Rillaboom wasn't prized. So I got a hope for there, and just played it how it was, and it just came up that Azul started not really getting anything Game 2, and I took advantage of that and took it back.
I mean, Azul was fully set up and at the bottom of his deck when you started taking prizes. I mean, it took a while to get your board was perfect, but you didn't take prizes very fast. No. So it was up to Azul. If Azul was going to be able to trap something, and you said you were really happy with the play where you were able to Marnie your basics at the bottom of the deck. Was that something conscious that you did?
Yeah, I just for 2 turns I saw Marty in hand, and his game plan to get a basic. So I saw Pokepuffs and discards. As soon as he gets back Pokepuff, I'm just sending all these basics to the bottom because he knows I have basics in hand. So I wanted to make him waste a resource manager pretty much. Yeah. I mean, not totally waste, but using it when he's useful for a while.
It's a waste of a resource management. Yeah.
So that's why I descended to the bottom there, and then he just gave him no outs, and then he couldn't use a Rangoon anymore because I had to win the game. So that's what I was going for there.
Honestly, Mike, watching you navigate that match, pick up Azul's discard pile, see the Pokepuff. Okay, Pokepuff is right here. I know that you're trying to target whistle my dudes out of my discard pile. So I'm going to pick up the guys out of my discard pile into my hand because you got the Pokepuff in the discard, in the discard pile. So I know my hand is the safe space now, right? And then the following turn, he puts the Pokepuff back into the deck, knowing that you just got the guys to the hand. And then you pitch him to the bottom of the deck with Marnie. And then when he double Belelbud, you still had not reordered the deck. So you knew that those were going to be down there. So that double Belelba play, where he milled 6 cards and didn't find a basic Pokemon, it's because you put them at the bottom. And it was some of the most skillful play that I had seen in a long time. It really was a joy to watch, Mike. So congratulations.
You did amazing, and I think I can speak for a lot of us to say it really was a joy to watch you navigate those matches.
Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of work there. A lot more than just attack. Like it was a lot more thinking than that than usual.
So, so tell us. Okay, so you picked up your first Gym Leader Challenge deck last night. You played more Gym Leader Challenge today than you have ever. What are your thoughts on the format and how it is to play after playing so much of it?
It's really interesting. Plays a lot like Cube in a way, like where you got like a bunch of just stuff and like a bunch of one-ofs you got to keep track of. They got a bunch of one-offs. Once it's knocked out, you probably don't have to worry about it for a while. Yeah, so it was it's an interesting experience for sure. I think Control is very, very, very good, and I think it's definitely the best deck. So
I don't know.
Yeah.
Looking like Grass might be the best deck, bro.
People start bringing fire, then I got no chance. Yeah. But the Control, like, what is it scared of? Like, what? Like
you?
No, I mean,
you two up.
They beat me twice.
You? Yeah. They're scared of Mike. Yeah. So, well, congratulations, Mike, and hopefully you had a nice time out here at the Full Group Games 1K doubleheader. We really appreciate you coming out to the event, and hopefully you get to enjoy your winnings doing something nice.
Yeah, we'll see.
Is there anybody that you want to shout out? Anybody you traveled with this weekend, or anybody that helped you with your decks?
So Corey and Andy, they're the ones who loaned me those that deck there, and I used it. Made a couple of changes, so they're really nice to that. They bought the extra cards in full grip for me, which was really nice. So yeah, and then Nick and Derek were coming out on Saturday. They were fun to have around, and so a whole group from Jackson, Michigan came out. It was a lot of fun. So yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, again, congratulations. Mike Gibbs is your Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K #2 champion. We're going to be right back with Chip to wrap things up, so hang tight and we'll be right back. Alrighty, right. That is it, everybody. The Full Grip Games 1K doubleheader, Fusion Strike Edition, and oh my gosh, Amoki, thank you so much for those 10 gifted subs and everybody who has supported the channel and the stream and the shop throughout the weekend. You all make this possible. Let's get some hype for those gifted subs in the chat. Thank you so much, Amoki, and thank you to everybody who watched throughout the weekend. You all make this possible. And again, major thanks to our sponsors, Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield, for providing product for this event to fire off. Now, after one long weekend of commentating and watching some Pokemon, Chip, what are your takeaways from the weekend?
Well, I think Suicune seems very good in Standard, and Control seems insane in GLC.
It does, yes. Control is very good. This is a real deck, and I feel like the list is refined and really hammered out. Like, this is the work of art, right? This is the Control deck. This is the gnarliest Control deck. I'm not saying that a lot of people are ever going to want to play it, and I'm not saying that a lot of people are really going to ever want to play against it. I mean, where does Gym Leader Challenge exist, right? We host the circuit for it, and then you play with your friends, for fun at home, or or online, or on the Pokemon Trading Card Game online. It is what it is. So I think the format is a very fun and beautiful thing. Mike said on his way out, he's like, yo, thank you guys so much for hosting this. I had way more fun doing that than just like, did I go first? Oh, I hit a crushing hammer. I guess I won,
Yeah.
He said he really enjoyed the format a lot, and I'm really excited to see somebody just get to take on the format in that way and show his prowess at the game. I mean, like, he has really good fundamentals, and that's something Grant was saying as well, is that this format really will accentuate your fundamentals of the game.
Definitely, because anything can happen. It feels like, your opponent, everything in their deck is a one-of, so how do they sequence getting the right one-ofs at the right time? And Yeah, I mean, it really does kind of let the better play shine through, which I very much love about the format. And if you guys are interested in GLC and maybe you've watched some of this stream and you're not 100% sure what's going on, be sure to check out the website, gymleaderchallenge.com. Hit !GLC in the chat. Learn about this format. There's a huge community of players in the Tricky Gym Discord. We'd love for more people to be playing this format. It's personally one of my favorite ways to play the Pokemon TCG, and it feels more akin to me of what the original intent of how Pokemon is meant to be played is.
I think so. I mean, some of these games, the back and forth decisions, the fact that you're 3 prizes in and anybody could win, there really are a lot of really nail-biter games. I think the barrier to entry is all on the ground. I mean, it is low, right? Because you could take any kid's binder of cards and start picking out all the colors, the same color cards, and then you're starting to build a Gym Leader Challenge deck right there. You could build a Gym Leader Challenge deck for like under $20
easily.
And the play is simple. You just play like a theme deck at the very basic level when you're just learning how to play, but then you saw the skill ceiling is through the roof. I mean, the play that we saw today navigating through top 8, there were stuff that we were watching and it was just like, I don't really know what's going on, man. Like, there's a whole like mess of different routes that are happening, and it's happening so fast, and it really was a joy to watch happen. So hopefully you all enjoyed the event. Major thanks to Chip for joining me for this whole weekend. Chip was an absolute all-star chats this weekend. I mean, this was the best produced event and the best hosted event we have ever had here, and it was by and large a lot to do with this guy right here. So major thanks to you, Chip, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Andrew. It has really been a blast. I love the GLC. I love playing Pokemon. Standard was great yesterday, and massive thanks to you for bringing me up here. Shout outs to you and Full Grip Games for hosting this event, because it really has been incredible. I think everyone who was playing GLC had a smile on their face today, which you love to see. Walking around the tables, usually at a standard tournament, people are, thinking really hard. They're all focused, shuffling their hand through their, with their hand, right? And in GLC, I saw people laughing about interactions that are happening. Like, how ridiculous is this? Oh, that's amazing. That's so funny. Like, you had that piece. That's great. And that's what you love to see. That's really what Pokemon's all about.
It really is. And Chip, where can these lovely people find you on the internet? Chip creates some amazing content. If you haven't already followed him, make sure to do so.
I appreciate it, Andrew. Yeah, you guys can follow me on my own Twitch page at Trainer Chip, also on my YouTube channel, which is also called Trainer Chip, and also follow me on Twitter at Trainer Chip. Andrew and I recorded some videos this week for my YouTube channel. Once I get home this week, I'm going to try to get them uploaded, get them edited and uploaded by the end of the week this week, so you're going to want to check that out. I had a lot of fun doing those things, so I hope you guys will enjoy watching them once they come out.
That's it from us. Hopefully you all have a wonderful evening, and again, thank you so much for tuning in to the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge and Standard 1K doubleheader. That's all.